29th session of the Senate in the third regular session of the 19th Congress is hereby called to order. Chair would like to call on Senator Raffy Tulfo to lead the chamber in prayer. You are recognized, sir, and you may proceed.
Ating pong alalahanin na tayo nasa presensya ng Panginoon. Mula sa ikatlong kabanata ng Ecclesiastes, ang lahat sa mundong ito ay may kanya-kanyang panahon. May panahon ng pagsilang at panahon ng pagkamatay. May panahon ng pagluha at panahon ng pagtawa. May panahon ng paghahanap at panahon ng pagkawala. May panahon ng pagtahimik at panahon ng pagsasalita. May panahon ng pagmamahal at panahon ng pagkapuot. At may panahon ng digmaan at panahon ng kapayapaan. Pero sa lahat ng panahon na ito, anuman ang ginawa o nagmula sa Diyos, siguradong magiging magpakailanman. Panginoon, kami po ay nalalapit na sa panahon ng pagtatapos ng sesyon dito sa Senado. Dinadalangin po namin na naway patuloy niyo po kaming gabayan sa mga panukala na aming ipapasa. May our words here be your words. May the policies we declare here be your policies. And may the laws that we eventually pass be the laws that you want for our people. It is only with your divine blessings that we could faithfully believe that our work here will have lasting effects. At para naman sa paparating na panahon ng halalan, imulat niyo po ang sambayan ng Pilipino sa tamang pagpili ng leader na manindigan para sa tunay ng pinapahalagaan ng sambayan ng Pilipino. Panginoon, nanalangin po kami para sa isang madinis, tapat at mapayapang eleksyon. Amen.
Thank you, Senator Tulfo. Secretary will please call the roll.
Roll call of members. The Honorable Senator Binay, Senator Cayetano Alan, Senator Cayetano Pia, Senator De La Rosa, Senator Ejercito, Senator Estrada, Senator Gatchalian, Senator Go, Senator Antiveros, Senator Lapid, Senator Legarda,
Present online.
Senator Marcos, Senator Padilla, Senator Pimentel, Senator Poe, Senator Revilla, Senator Tolentino, Senator Tulfo, Senator Villanueva, Senator Villar Cynthia, Senator Villar Mark, Senator Zubiri, the Senate President.
With 19 senators physically present, 1 virtually present, or a total of 20 senators, including the chair, Chair hereby declares the presence of a quorum. Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. President, I move that we defer the approval of the Journal of the 48th Session, Monday, February 3, 2025.
Any objection? Hearing none. Motion is approved.
Mr. President, I move that we proceed with the reference of business.
Secretary will please comply.
Messages to the President of the Philippines, letter of His Excellency President Ferdinand Marcos Jr., dated 27 January 2025, certifying to the necessity of the immediate enactment of Senate Number 2699, an act establishing a comprehensive and inclusive data transmission and connectivity framework for the Philippines.
To the Committee on Rules.
Letter of His Excellency President Marcos Jr., dated 28 January 2025, certifying to the necessity of the immediate enactment of Senate Number 2942, an act setting the first regular elections in the Bangsamoro Autonomous Region in Muslim Mindanao, amending for the purpose Article 16, Section 13 of Republic Act Number 11054, the organic law for the Bangsamoro Autonomous Region in Muslim Mindanao as amended.
To the Archives.
Messages from the House. Letter from the House informing the Senate that on 28 January 2025, it passed the following House bills in which it requests the concurrence of the Senate. House Number 11230, providing for a new charter of the Development Bank of the Philippines, repealing for the purpose Executive Order Number 81, December 3, 1986, otherwise known as the 1986 Revised Charter of the Development Bank of the Philippines as amended.
To the Committee on Rules.
11198, declaring the month of September of each year as the National Bullying Awareness and Prevention Month.
The Committee on Basic Education.
11213, providing education pathways for basic education students and appropriating funds therefore.
To the Committees on Basic Education, Higher Technical Vocational Education, and Finance.
11214, establishing the private basic education voucher program, providing for the creation of the Bureau of Private Education, appropriating funds therefore. Repealing for the purpose sections 2, 3, 4, paragraph 2, 4, paragraph 3, 5, 6, 7, 12, 14, and 15 of RA 8545, the Expanded Government Assistance to Students and Teachers in Private Education Act, which amended RA 6278, the Government Assistance to Students and Teachers in Private Education Act.
The Committees on Basic Education and Finance.
11255, mandating the Philippine Postal Corporation to adopt a modernized zone improvement plan code system.
To the Committee on Government Corporations and Public Enterprises and Local Government.
11242, converting the extension campus of the Cavite State University in Bacoor, Cavite into a regular campus, appropriating funds therefore. 11243, establishing a regular campus of the Southern Leyte State University in Liloan, province of Southern Leyte, appropriating funds therefore. 11244, converting the extension campus of the Cebu Technological University in Malabuyog, Cebu into a regular campus, appropriating funds therefore. 11245, establishing a regular campus of the Davao de Oro State College in Bunturan, Davao de Oro, and appropriating funds therefore. 11246, establishing a regular campus of the Dr. Emilio B. Espinosa Jr. Memorial State College of Agriculture and Technology in Placer, Masbate, appropriating funds therefore. 11247, establishing a regular campus of the Jose Rizal Memorial State University in Labason, Zamboanga del Norte, appropriating funds therefore. And House Number 11248, converting the extension campuses of the Southern Luzon State University in Lucena and Tiaong, both in the province of Quezon, into regular campuses and appropriating funds therefore.
To the Committees on Higher Technical Vocational Education and Finance.
11249, converting the extension office of the Land Transportation Office in the Municipality of Cainta, Rizal into a district office and appropriating funds therefore. 11250, converting the LTO extension office in Taytay, Rizal into a district office. And House Number 11251, converting the LTO extension office in Binangonan, Rizal into a district office, appropriating funds therefore.
To the Committees on Public Services and Finance.
House Number 11232, establishing a satellite office of the National Telecommunications Commission in General Santos City, South Cotabato, to be known as the NTC General Santos Satellite Office, appropriating funds therefore.
To the Committees on Science and Technology, Public Services, and Finance.
Letter from the House informing the Senate that on 28 January 2025, it designated Representatives Velasco, Salceda, Fuentebella, Congun, and Dago as conferees to the Conference Committee on the disagreeing provisions of House Number 10592 and Senate Number 2837, extending the corporate term of the Power Sector Assets and Liabilities Management Corporation, amending for the purpose Section 50 of RA 9136, the Electric Power Industry Reform Act of 2001.
To the Archives.
Letter from the House informing the Senate that on 28 January, designated Representative Shanco, Almario, Nograles Almario, Cabredo, and Ongchuan as conferees of the Conference Committee on the disagreeing provisions of House Number 7327 and Senate Number 2781, the transition of the government to e-governance, establishing for the purpose the e-governance academy and appropriating funds therefore.
The Committee on Rules.
Bill on first reading, Senate Number 2970, exempting electricity sales and internet services from value-added tax, further amending for the purpose Sections 108 and 109 of the NIRC as amended, Senator Tolentino.
The Committee on Ways and Means and Energy.
Resolutions, proposed Senate Resolution 1295, honoring and commending Joseph Ejercito Estrada, former President, Vice President, Senator, and Mayor, for his legacy in public service and contributions to the country and the Filipino people, Senator Escudero.
The Committee on Rules.
1296, commending and honoring Senator Luisa Loy P. Ejercito Estrada for her service and invaluable contributions to the country and the Filipino people, Senator Escudero.
The Committee on Rules.
1297, honoring former President of the Republic of the Philippines, His Excellency Joseph Ejercito Estrada, for his contributions to the country and the Filipino people, Senator Villanueva.
The Committee on Rules.
1298, honoring and commending the Honorable Luisa Loy P. Ejercito Estrada, former First Lady and Senator of the Republic of the Philippines, for her dedicated service to the nation, Senator Villanueva.
The Committee on Rules. Majority Leader.
Yes, Mr. President, before we proceed, we'd like to acknowledge some guests at the gallery, the local officials from Tangub City, Misamis Occidental, SK Federation President of Santa Maria, Bulacan, President Marco Trajano, and the guests of the Senate, students from Statefield School Incorporated.
To the aforementioned guests, welcome to your Senate. Majority Leader.
Mr. President, I move that we consider Committee Report Number 514 pertaining to the privileged speech of Senator Risa Ontiveros on human trafficking, delivered on November 21, 2022. To sponsor the report, I move to recognize Senator Risa Ontiveros, Chairperson of the Committee on Women, Children, Family Relations, and Gender Equality. So moved, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, consideration of committee report number 514 is now in order. Senator Ontiveros is recognized to deliver her sponsorship remarks on the subject. You may proceed, ma'am.
Salamat tabi, Mr. President. Mr. President, colleagues, I rise today to sponsor Committee Report number 514. Sa halos 3 taon, inimbestigahan ng Committee on Women, Children, Family Relations, and Gender Equality ang mahalagang usapin ng human trafficking sa mga scam hubs. Nagsimula ang investigasyong ito noong Nobyembre 2022 nung pumunta ang aking team sa Mae Sot, Thailand para tumulong sa maayos na paglikas ng 12 Pilipino mula sa Shwe Kokko, Myanmar. Hindi lang sila napilitang mang-scam, ang iba sa kanila kinuryente at tinorture pa. Our kababayan suffered at the hands of these scam syndicates. Kung saan-saan na tayo dinala ng investigasyong ito, literally and figuratively. And after an investigation that has taken many twists and turns, tinawag pa ng marami nating mga kababayan na Senate flicks, including a daring criminal escape. May nakakalimot ba sa atin sa small boat, big boat van? Stolen identity? Links to global syndicates in China, Singapore, and other parts of the region. May romance angle, hindi ba, Senate President pro tempore? May espionage thriller pa. Some things have become crystal clear to us. Una, ang Philippine Offshore Gaming Operators o POGOs na bukas loob na pinapasok sa ating bansa ng dating administrasyon ay tahasang ginamit bilang silungan at maskara para takpan ang malulubahang krimen at kabulastugan. Scam farms na ginawang trabaho ang mambudol at magnakaw sa mga Pilipino at money laundering katumbas ng bilyong-bilyong piso. POGO actors took advantage of our weak systems and abused our laws on civil registration, visas, incorporation of companies, and even our electoral system. Pinakita rin ng ating investigasyon na nung pinapasok natin ang mga POGO, sabay nating inimbita ang mga dayuhang may interes na salungat sa pambansang kaayusan. Nandyan ang human trafficking, kidnapping, torture, at prostitution ng kababaihan. Pinagmukhang katawa-tawa ng mga POGO operator ang mga batas at regulasyon natin. Pangalawa, hindi pwedeng hindi sangkot ang mga tiwaling opisyal ng pamahalaan. This corruption is both at the local level and at the national level. Napatunayan natin na isang opisina at staff ng local mayor mismo ang tumulong para magnotaryo ng sinumpaang salaysay ng Guo Huaping na wala na sa Pilipinas. Guo Huaping herself, bilang Mayor Alice Guo, facilitated and expedited the licenses of Zun Yuan, the company that preceded Hong Seng in running the POGO operations in Bamban. Malinaw din ang tahasang pagkasangkot ng ilang mga opisyales ng Bureau of Immigration dahil paulit-ulit ang testimonya ng ating mga biktima na na-traffic sa ibang bansa na may kakuntsaba na immigration agent. Nalulungkot ako na parang paliwala ang naging sakripisyo ng mga Pastilla scam whistleblowers, sina Alex Chong at Dale Ignacio. We have also received testimony of active and retired police officers or military personnel acting as bodyguards and other government officials allegedly on the payroll of POGO bosses. Pangatlo, malinaw ang implikasyon sa ating pambansang seguridad o national security. Tingnan na lang natin itong kaso ni Shi Zhejiang. May warrant siya noong 2014 for running an illegal gambling operation. Ayon nga po kay Shi Zhejiang, siya po ay na-recruit bilang intelligence asset to work for the Chinese Communist Party. At siya mismo ang nagsabing kakuntsaban niya si Guo Huaping. Our National Intelligence Coordinating Agency itself has confirmed that POGOs can and have been used for malign foreign influence. And at the very least, Guo Huaping was a foreign influence agent. Nakita din natin ang posibleng involvement ng Yang brothers, sina Tony Yang, Michael Yang, at Hong Jiang Yang. At mahalagang siyasatin ito given their continued power and influence. Mr. President, this committee report lays out the multifarious and nefarious schemes that POGOs use to infiltrate the Philippines and recommends ways forward to address the many vulnerabilities revealed by this problem. Kasama sa mga rekomendasyon na ito ang 1. After investigation, for the relevant authorities to file criminal cases under Republic Act No. 3019 and other related laws against public officials involved in illegal activities related to POGOs and in the protection of Guo Huaping or Alice Guo, including Suwal Mayor Lisandro Calugay and the government employees in his staff. 2. After investigation, for the relevant authorities to file criminal cases against Yang Jiangxin, also known as Tony Yang, in relation to his obtainment and use of fraudulent Filipino identity, and to deepen preliminary information received on the possible intelligence work of Michael Yang and possibly Tony Yang and Hong Jiang Yang for a foreign state. 3. After investigation, for the relevant authorities to file cases of economic sabotage under the Anti-Financial Account Scamming Act against those apprehended in POGO-related raids after July 2024 or the passage of Republic Act No. 12010. 4. To direct the Department of Foreign Affairs to continue efforts to reach out to Shi Zhejiang through the Thai authorities in order to get more information on Guo Huaping's possible involvement in espionage and malign foreign influence. 5. To request the executive to clarify Executive Order Number 74, particularly Section 2B, which states, quote, "This definition excludes online games of chance conducted in PAGCOR-operated casinos, licensed casinos, or integrated resorts with junket agreements." Close quote. 6. To direct the Bureau of Immigration to immediately report to the Senate the reforms implemented in order to address not just the escape of Guo Huaping, but the reported involvement of BI personnel in the inbound trafficking of POGO workers and the outbound trafficking of Filipinos to work in scam compounds abroad. 7. To streamline the issuance of visas by different authorities and to have a single database similar to Homeland Security in the United States of America, where all visa information for individuals seeking to enter the country is stored and accessible by relevant authorities, allowing for a unified view of a traveler's visa history and his or her potential security risks. And 8, to urgently enact a law totally banning offshore gaming entities and activities and all kinds of service providers, providing harsh penalties for public officers who aid and abet POGOs, and making the ban as comprehensive and as decisive as possible, covering in particular online games of chance conducted in PAGCOR-operated casinos, licensed casinos, or integrated resorts with junket agreements, at mga iba pa po na nakasaad sa committee report. Gayunman, mahalaga pong alalahanin na hindi kakaiba ang Pilipinas sa isyung ito at hindi nagtatapos ang ating laban sa pag-ban ng mga POGO. Ayon sa United Nations Office on Drugs and Crime, with respect to the scale of the problem, we are quite obviously speaking about a multi-billion-dollar criminal industry across the region taken together. The evil elements brought by POGOs are still here, Mr. President, and other legal entities and avenues remain in jeopardy of being used as Trojan horses. Nandyan ang special class of BPOs. Nandyan ang mga katulad na negosyo sa ilalim ng special economic zones. Nandyan ang mga POGO na maaaring mag-operate sa casino o integrated resorts na may junket agreements o lisensyado ng PAGCOR. Ngayon pa lang, may nakukuha ng report ang aming opisina mula sa empleyado ng POGO. Pinapalipat na sila ng base of operations sa isang casino sa Parañaque at gaya ng sa POGO, nakadorm sa isang condominium sa Pasay. Magpapatuloy ang mga scam operation at lahat ng iba pang panloloko ng POGO kung hindi natin ito tutukan. Pagala-gala pa rin ang mga kriminal na elemento sa bansa. Halimbawa na lang po itong si Juan Cuoc Coy, alias Broken Tooth, who is widely reported to be one of Asia's most notorious gangsters at kinilalang pinuno ng 14K triad. His crimes involved illegal gambling, loan sharking, corruption related to casinos, and allegedly even attempted murder. Sikat siya sa tinatawag na pig butchering scam na natagpo ang kalakaran rin ng mga POGO dito. Heto siya. At ang litrato pong yan ay di kuha sa ibang bansa. Cryptocurrency launch po ito noong 2018 na ginanap sa sikat na hotel na kapitbahay lang ng Senado. At kahelera ni alias Broken Tooth ay walang iba kundi si Li Duanwang, ang Chinese national na nag-a-apply maging Pilipino, junket operator at isa pang negosyanteng involved sa gambling. Sa press release ng event, ibinida pa ang attendance at pagpirma ng kontrata sa 3 sa pinakamalalaking casino sa Pilipinas. Gaya ni Shi Zhejiang, ni Guo Huaping, ni Yang Jianxin at ni Li Duanwang. Itong si Broken Tooth ay may kaugnayan sa United Front activities ng Chinese Communist Party at sinasabing may relasyon sa senior Chinese State Party officials, kasama na ang mga military at defense apparatus. Habang pinasasara natin ang bawat POGO at service provider, napakahalaga na sabay nating siyasatin ang mga posible nilang bagong anyo. Marami na tayong natutunan sa investigasyong ito at kailangan nating manatiling alisto. Bukod dyan, nakatanggap din kami ng reports na may mga Pilipino pa ring natatraffic sa ibang bansa sa Asia at pilit na pinapaskam. Kung hindi sila makaskam, sinasaktan, tinotorture. They need our immediate help. Mr. President, binalak po nilang tumakas sa kanilang kinalalagyan nitong nakaraan lang na Chinese New Year. Ngunit maliban sa armadong gwardya ang kanilang kakaharapin, sinabihan sila na kailangan nilang lumangoy sa ilog sa pagitan ng Myanmar at Thailand para makarating sa kaligtasan. Literally and figuratively, iniwan natin sila sa alon ng Karimlan. Literally and figuratively, they are waiting for us, their country, their government, to throw them a lifeline. I hope that a rescue is forthcoming, and more importantly, that we can stanch the flow of this horrible, heartbreaking diaspora. Mr. President, dear colleagues, What a journey it has been. Karangalan ng buhay ko na maitawid ang mga hearing na ito na nagsimula sa isang rescue operation sa Myanmar, napunta sa isang mayor sa Bamban na wala pong alam, Your Honor, na napunta sa isang self-confessed Chinese spy na ngayon nakapiit sa Thailand. From Singapore to Suwal, from Bamban to Bataan, from Clarkson Valley to Kep, Cambodia, we have examined this issue from multiple dimensions and exposed the scale of human suffering on multiple fronts. The torture chambers, the glass aquariums used for sex trafficking, ang mga dingding na may bahid pa ng dugo ng mga biktimang pinaghahampas. Hindi po yan mawawala sa isip ko. I wish to thank my colleagues, Senator Loren Legarda, Senator Nancy Binay, Senator Grace Poe, Senator Doroy de la Rosa, Senator J.V. Ejercito, Senator Bong Revilla, Senator Lito Lapid, Senator Joel Villanueva, Senator Mig Zubiri, my co-chairperson, Senator Rafi Tulfo, Majority Leader, Senator Francis Tolentino, my Minority Leader, Senator Coco Pimentel, Senate President Pro Tempore Jinggoy Estrada, and of course, the Senate President, Senator Chis Escudero. A special shout out to my anti-POGO partner, Senator Sherwin Gatchalian, na halos wala yatang absent sa mga hearing ko. Panghuli, dear colleagues, as we end this chapter, I wish to, in these final moments, draw attention once more to Merly Castro. Ina, simpleng tao, namimili lang sa palengke. Ngayon, nakakulong sa salang human trafficking dahil ginamit ang kanyang ID ng mga masasamang loob gaya ni Guo Huaping. May justice be hers and may it be swift. Marami pong salamat, dear colleagues, and Mr. President, mabuhay ang Senado, mabuhay ang Pilipinas.
Thank you, Senator Ontiveros. Majority Floor Leader.
Yes, Mr. President, Senator Joel Villanueva is seeking the floor. I move that he be recognized.
Senator Villanueva is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, Majority Leader. This is just a short manifestation, Mr. President. First and foremost, this representation would like to manifest that we fully support all efforts to hold accountable not only Guo Huaping and her cohorts, but also to permanently put an end to the operations of all POGOs in the country. We again congratulate our chairperson, Senator Risa Ontiveros, for this in-depth, detailed committee report. If you recall, Mr. President, 2016 pa lang po ay isinulong na ng representasyong ito ang pagbabawal ng POGO sa ating bansa. Nahuli po natin mismo, nahuli ng ating opisina, yung mga tao ng Bureau of Immigration, dito po sa satellite office nila sa SM Aura na nagpapatong ng 5,000 per application na fee na wala pong resibo. Yung inimbestigahan po natin noon kasama si Senator Nancy Binay, Senator Gatchalian, doon sa Committee on Labor, na umabot po sa pagkakahuli ni BI Commissioners Al Argosino at Michael Robles sa kanilang pagtanggap ng suhol kapalit ng paglaya ng mga nahuling Chinese sa Clark Joint Operations. And fast forward, Mr. President, 2024, POGO operations continued to grow and their crimes continued to get worse. Hanggang po sa naging net cost ng patuloy na operasyon nila sa bansa ay umabot na sa 99.52 billion pesos kada taon. Yan po ay ayon sa Department of Finance. Hindi pa po rito kasama yung social costs gaya ng kawalan ng seguridad, kriminalidad, pagsira ng reputasyon ng ating bansa na hindi rin po matatansya, Ginoong Pangulo. Kaya po tayo nakikiisa sa pag-imbestiga dito sa Senado at nasaksihan po natin mismo kung gaano kalaki, kadumi at kalawak ang kanilang operasyon. Nakasaad po dito sa Committee Report number 514 ang naging resulta nitong mga pagdinig. And again, we commend the hard work of our committee in this investigation which started in 2022 and lasted for 2 years, Mr. President. For recommendations, Mr. President, as far as recommendations in the committee report are concerned, Mr. President, we respectfully submit just two suggestions, Mr. President, and let me place it on the record. Unang-una po, more than just amending the anti-money laundering law, it is our hope that there will be a strong regulatory framework for cryptocurrency and the enhanced coordination between the Bangko Sentral ng Pilipinas, Securities and Exchange Commission, and the Anti-Laundering Council. Ayon po sa ating mga ahensya, isa po sa dahilan kung bakit hindi nila agad na-detect ang mga illegal na transaksyon ni Guahuaping at mga POGO ay dahil sa kanilang paggamit ng cryptocurrency. Maalala po natin na sa bawat raid ng Ginoong Pangulo at ng ating mga kapulisan, palagi pong may nadidiskubring crypto wallets. Dapat ay magkaroon po tayo ng matibay na regulatory framework para hindi na po maulit ang ganitong pangyayari na umabot muna sa bilyong-bilyong piso o halaga bago na-discover. Pangalawa, Ginoong Pangulo, we feel that there is a need now more than ever to implement the provisions of our Freedom of Information Law, especially on the release of SALNs and bank records of public officials. Ang proseso po natin ngayon, kailangan i-disclose ng mismong iniimbestigahan ang kanyang bank accounts at sabihing hinahayaan niyang buksan ang mga ito para lamang pumakita ang mga transaksyon. Kung ang isa pong tao ay may nililihim sa batas, dadalhin po ba niya ang mga investigador kung saan niya mismo ito tinatago? We hope, Mr. President, that the spirit of the law will be implemented to achieve true transparency dito sa ating pamahalaan. The people's right to information is guaranteed by no less than our Constitution, which states in Section 7, Article 3, the right of the people to information on matters of public concern shall be recognized. Last but not the least, Mr. President, maging ang ating mga institusyon ay nabahiran po ng dumi dahil po sa patuloy na naging operasyon ng POGO. Clearly, Mr. President, the costs of POGO operations outweigh its perceived benefits. Because of this, we filed Senate Bill number 2752 or the Anti-POGO Act, which was considered in Senate Bill number 2868 under Committee Report number 342. We believe that the ban should go beyond the present administration. This proposed measure and also this committee report number 514 will be instrumental, Mr. President, in eradicating all traces of POGOs in our country, including any means for them to return and resume their operations. Muli, maraming salamat, Ginoong Pangulo, at pagpalain po tayong lahat ng ating Panginoong Diyos.
Thank you, Senator Villanueva. Majority Floor Leader.
Yes, Mr. President, Senator Lauren Legarda would like to deliver her co-sponsorship speech. Online.
Thank you.
Senator Legarda may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President, esteemed colleagues. Let it be clear and firmly placed on the record that this inquiry has never been solely about just one elected official, one mayor. It is about an extensive web of deceit, a network of human trafficking, money laundering, document falsification, corruption, owning hectares of lands by aliens for criminal activities and other illegal operations. The fraudulent acquisition of legitimate government documents by aliens carries grave and far-reaching consequences. It facilitates crimes such as human trafficking and identity theft, inflicting direct harm on Filipino citizens. It creates unfair competition for jobs and social services meant for our people. It enables foreigners to acquire land and even run for public office. Worst of all, it erodes public confidence in our institutions and jeopardizes our national security. To those who facilitated, conspired, and aided these despicable acts, whether seated in power or lurking in the shadows, your actions will not go unpunished. Justice will prevail, and the Filipino people will not be left to suffer in silence. I commend the leadership of the Committee on Women, Children, Family Relations and Gender Equality, led by Deputy Minority Leader Senator Risa Ontiveros, alongside Senator Win Gatchalian, for leading the charge in our pursuit of truth and accountability. To those within the government who have turned our nation's trust into a business, issuing birth certificates, passports, and other vital documents to aliens, betraying the very citizens you swore to protect. Remember this: being Filipino is not for sale, and your betrayal will not go unanswered. With this, I reiterate my consistent call for a comprehensive review of fraudulently issued birth certificates and a thorough investigation into the role of public officials and employees complicit in these transactions. These syndicates are becoming increasingly sophisticated in their methods, and as public servants, it is our duty to be smarter, to stay 10 steps ahead, constantly improving our strategies to protect our people. Thank you, Mr. President. My congratulations once again to the chair of the Committee on Women, Senator Ontiveros.
Noted and entered into the records.
Mr. President, I move that we suspend consideration of the Deputy Minority Leader.
What is the pleasure of the
quick
Honorable
manifestation.
Ontiveros?
Okay.
Just a brief manifestation, if I may, Mr. President, to say thank you to Senator Joel Villanueva and Senator Lauren Legarda for their manifestation and co-sponsorship of this committee report, and Senator Joel's warning that indeed cryptocurrency constitutes the next frontier of POGOs in the Philippines. And therefore, indeed, as Senator Lauren said, we must stay 10 steps ahead. And lastly, also, Mr. President, to make of record, thank you to Senator Bongo for his continuing concern as well about this phenomenon of POGOs in the Philippines, tulad ng ipinamalas nila nung pinirmahan din nila yung committee report na ito. Salamat tabi, Mr. President.
Noted and entered into the records. Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. President, I move that we suspend consideration of Committee Report number 514.
Any objection? Hearing none. Motion is approved. Majority Leader.
I move for a minute suspension, Mr. President.
Session is suspended.
Mr. President, I move to consider proposed Senate Resolution number 1296. Take into consideration proposed Senate Resolution number 1298. This is the resolution honoring former Senator Luisa Loy P. Ejercito Estrada. So move, Mr. President.
Is there an objection? Hearing none, consideration of proposed Senate Resolution number 1296 is now in order. The Secretary is directed to read the title of the resolution. Mike, please.
Resolution commending and honoring former Senator Luisa Loy P. Ejercito for her service and invaluable contributions to the country and the Filipino people.
Majority Leader.
Mr. President, may we recognize the principal author, Senate President Francis Cheese Escudero, to sponsor the proposed Senate Resolution number 1296.
The Senate President, Cheese Escudero, is recognized to sponsor the resolution.
And likewise, Mr. President, the Senate President will sponsor both resolutions, including proposed Senate Resolution number 1295, honoring former President Joseph Ejercito Estrada.
Right. The Senate President Cheese Escudero is recognized to sponsor the twin resolution. Secretary, please read the title of the resolution.
Resolution honoring and commending Joseph Ejercito Estrada, former President, Vice President, Senator, and Mayor, for his legacy in public service and contributions to the country and the Filipino people.
Senate President.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, distinguished colleagues, today we welcome back to the Senate a man who opened his heart, lent his voice, and consecrated his life in fighting for the Filipino people. And it was in this arena that he championed their dreams of progress amidst poverty and sovereignty over subjugation. It was in this chamber that he called for a fair society where hard work is rewarded with a better life and a just one in which no one is denied the fruits of their labor. What he said here more than 3.5 decades ago are not faint echoes of the past, but remain as urgent things to do. Because of what he said then, were not meant for the moment, but also served as a memorandum to all of us senators now who will serve and who have served after him. What he fought for then, for our people to be safe in their homes, secure in their jobs in an economy that is stable, and served by a government that is strong and caring, became part of the permanent order of business in the agenda of the Senate. And this is because of these former President Joseph Ejercito Estrada remains as relevant now as he was then. He is no relic to be reminisced in the past tense. His views remain relatable to the people who continue to articulate them in future perfect, especially in this Senate, where the true measure of the correctness of the causes one fought for is that they do not have expiry dates. Kasalatan sa pagkain, pagyurak sa soberenya, kahirapan ng masa, kawalan ng oportunidad. Ito pa rin ang ating mga kinakaharap na problema. Kaya ang kanyang pinaglaban noon ay lalagyan ng titulo na parang sine, maaaring ito yun. Ganito kami noon, paano kayo ngayon? Bakit tila ganyan pa rin? At ito po ang sagot namin. Patuloy pa rin po kami magtatrabaho upang isakatuparan ang inyo pong mga mithiin. So while you, Mr. President, answered your last roll call in the Senate 33 years ago, the fact is you actually never left. First, you left an unfinished business for subsequent senators to work on. And while the Senate may have changed homes, you lived rent-free in the minds of senators on how they can win their mandate effortlessly and exercise that mandate while keeping themselves endeared to the people. The secret to this is taking seriously the slogan you campaigned for as a candidate, as the guide in serving as an incumbent. Masa to you was not only a made-for-election tagline to be ditched after proclamation, but the set of beliefs that should genuinely define your public service as a public servant, which, Mr. President, you truly did. To the cynical massa, you were the genuine article simply because he never used the Senate as a springboard for his ambition. He used it as a stage to do good. And lastly, Mr. President, you have your sons who are serving here, who have to wake up every day with the burden of matching the quality of service that you have done here. The two good ones, Mr. President, have you, Mr. President, the great one, to live up to. And nobody here wants to be in their shoes as they face a high bar to meet. In the Senate, Mr. President, as it is on the silver screen, the sequels are always judged against the original. And let me say this, with certitude who witness up close and personal the work of your two sons, they are definitely an improvement of the original. Mr. President, while accolades on your 36 years of public service come thick and fast, you yourself temper them, often with self-deprecating humor that you unleash with your usual charm. When praises become effusive, you fact-check them with deadpan humor, to the effect that while Joseph of San Juan can be president, he can never be canonized as Saint Joseph of San Juan. And it is this kind of fidelity to truth, Mr. President, that endear you to the people. By so doing, you have also rewritten the playbook in politics, the foremost of which is that truth must not only be told to power, power must also tell the truth to the people. While others conceal their weaknesses, you own them, Mr. President, thereby allowing you to control the narrative. Take, for example, your facility with the English language. But the fact is, you can string words better than any incumbent or past U.S. president and deliver a speech in the King's language at the hints of Arneo accent. While others conceal their lack of academic pedigree, you tout your lack of a college diploma without resorting to anti-intellectualism of the insecure. In fact, Mr. President, your cabinet, some of whom are here, you surrounded yourself with were the best and the brightest, chosen for their competence and not necessarily for their connections. They were so good that after inheriting an economy that was battered by the headwinds of the Asian financial crisis in 1997, which plunged our GDP growth to 0.5% in 1998, the year you assumed the presidency, it bounced right back to 3.6% in 1999, with agriculture, if you remember, surging to a powerful 6.6%. This is the point I have been hammering on since. There are many undisclosed ties of your presidency, like the one I just mentioned, which in today's superficial political recollection has been buried in political events of that time. I sincerely believe, Mr. President, then and now, that a dispassionate appraisal of your tenure would lead a more fair and factual accounting of your administration. Congratulations, Mr. President. We are proud of you, and we welcome you once more to this august institution that you once belonged to with open arms, together with your two sons, of course. With the permission of the President and the body, may I continue with the sponsorship speech for Senator Loy.
Please proceed.
We honor today a woman and senator who is a leading lady in her own right. Standing beside the great Arab Estrada, she did not become a spouse who dwelled in the shadows, but a stateswoman who stepped out and up into the spotlight. In so doing, she further shattered the highest and hardest ceiling of politics by securing a national mandate, not only on the power of her husband's name, but largely on the substance of her abilities. Indeed, she proved that a woman's rightful place in the House, that is the upper house, whose archives today contain the prodigious work of this Filipino patriot for future generations to appreciate. One article said it best. She did not only care for President Estrada, she cared for the people. She is none other than the Senadora ng Masa, former Senator Luisa Loy, Doctora P. Ejercito. Senator Loy's early career indicates that she would have a long and prestigious career in the field of medicine. She earned her medical degree from the University of Santo Tomas, worked in a series of government hospitals, completed her training fellowships in Australia, and set up a mental health department in Davao. But her life would change when she fell for the charms of a handsome gentleman from Tondo and San Juan. It was a classic case of opposites attracting. A well-educated doctor falling for a man whose rebellious streak led him to leave school and enter the world of cinema. In the end, she rescued him from a life of bachelorhood. It was a decision that would lead her to unexpected heights in public service. She became his best supporting actress in a political odyssey that would span nearly 6 decades, including a leading role in Malacanang. She took on the job of First Lady reluctantly, but performed it admirably. She was a First Lady who, like her husband, put the people first. With President Estrada's being the nation's pare, Dr. Aloy became our nation's mare. Through the Masa ng Riwasani Arab Foundation, she provided medical, surgical missions and relief missions to millions of Filipinos who saw Arab as their champion. She embraced the masses and they embraced her back, leading to a Senate seat in 2001. When she showed up for work here, out went the news far and wide that a doctor, the doctor, is in the house. She lost no time in using her training as a physician, in sparing our people of diseases, and in curing our society of its ills. In her speeches here, she stressed time and again that poverty is the greatest comorbidity to whatever sickness there is. Likewise, her bills were prescriptions which sought to cure the many maladies ailing Philippine society. She wrote laws to protect women and outlaw trafficking, promote public health and provide clean water, protect the people from tobacco and drugs, and empower local cinema. She did all these while speaking on behalf of her husband, who was at that time incarcerated. Instead of turning bitter, she preached the politics of healing. She was indeed a portrait of courage under fire during those times. This classic composure was the powerful rebuff she dealt to her husband's persecutors, and critics. Years before the word nonchalant became in vogue, she personified it that early on. It is with that same composure that she went gently into retirement, never raging against the dimming lights of the final curtain, but not before inculcating a spirit of public service to her children, who have continued her work in their own capacities, but with the same mission as hers of building a kinder and gentler society. Mr. President, Dr. Aloy left behind a legacy of compassion and public service, which is certainly work worth remembering and emulating. Indeed, Senator Aloy's life history and works are no more a footnote to history or to his story. In our annals, her story deserves its own chapter. It is a story, Mr. President, distinguished colleagues, for young girls to learn from and emulate. For out of the glass ceiling she shattered are the sparks that illuminate the bright future that awaits the younger generation. To Senator Loy, Ma'am Loy, thank you, ma'am, for your many years of service to the nation. Your empathy and concern for the masa continues to inspire us, as it shall inspire generations of Filipinos in the years and decades to come. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you.
Thank you, Senate President. Majority Leader.
Mr. President, next to deliver her co-sponsorship speech is our father's inaanak, Senator Grace Po, of course, the daughter of the best friend, Fernando Po Jr. I move that she be recognized.
Senator Grace Po is recognized.
Good afternoon. Mr. President, I would not pass on this opportunity to recognize and give commendation to my ninong, former President Joseph Erap Estrada, for his contributions to the country, especially to Philippine politics. Before entering politics, he was popularly known as a film producer and movie actor, starring in more than 80 films throughout his showbiz career. But he wasn't just any actor. He was a famous Hall of Fame awardee and an outstanding star of the century. Dito naging matalik na magkaibigan ng aking amang si FPJ at si former President Erap. In fact, it was FPJ who gave the former president his screen name Erap as a play on the word pare or buddy. In their many films together such as Tatak ng Tondo, Digmaan ng mga Angkan, Ito ang Maynila, FPJ was usually the perfect gentleman while former President Erap was the naughty one. Their tandem was a blockbuster, the most hyped and exciting combination of stars during their time. But in real life, President Erap Maininong is actually very gentle and kind. Hindi ko makakalimutan, maasikaso. Katulad ni FPJ, palaging tinatanong, kumain ka na ba? At talaga namang pag ikaw ay kanyang bisita, ay hindi ka magugutom. Pagsisilbihan ka, paghahandaan ka. Maraming pinagdaanan sa buhay si President Erap. Pero marami ang hindi nakakalimot sa kabaitan niya sa kanila. Kaya nga kahit ano pa rin ang nangyari, nakabalik pa rin siya, naging mayor pa rin ng Maynila. Alam niyo, pag nag-uusap-usap tungkol sa mga relasyon, dapat ay sabihin ko na ngayon na ang tunay na third party sa relasyon ni FPJ at Susan Roses ay walang iba kundi si Erap Estrada. Dahil siya talaga ang pag merong minsan mga alam mo na pag hindi pagkakasunduan ng mga mag-asawa ganyan, usually dahil kasama ni FPJ si Erap. Ewan ko kung anong ginagawa nila. Pero ang hindi ko rin makakalimutan, kwento sa akin ng nanay ko na parang hindi niya alam kung matutuwa siya o maiinis siya. Pero nung 1980s, kauna-unahang panday na pelikula, nagulat lahat na ganon kalakas sa takilya ang panday. Mga 2:00 ng umaga, may kumakatok sa kwarto ng aking mga magulang, talagang bubugbog, ganyan. So, parang sino yan? Kinabahan. Pagbukas, si Erap. Sabi niya, ang yabang-yabang mo, lakas-lakas ng pelikula mo, ha? Bagong gising si FPJ. Ganon yung kanilang pagkakaibigan. Alaskahan, kantsawan, pero hindi sila nag-iiwanan. Ang hindi ko rin makakalimutan, silang dalawa, pag mag-a-attend ng mga formal na kasal, no, syempre, mga nakabarong o kaya mga naka-Amerikana, pagtapos na yung simbahan, nandun na sa reception, silang dalawang magkaibigan at minsan hinahatak ako, halika, doon tayo. Doon sila nag-iihaw ng baka. O doon sila nandun yung lechon, doon tayo, ayaw nila sa presidential table. Nandun sila kasama ng mga waiter, kasama ng mga caterer, doon sila umiinom at nagkwekwentuhan. So, talagang malapit sa tao silang dalawa sapagkat pareho silang lumaki rin sa lansangan, kung masasabi mo, hindi ba? When President Erap first entered politics in 1967 as the mayor of San Juan, napakahirap ang laban na yon dahil dehado siya. Sinasabi, artista lang siya eh. So yung mga tao hindi siya sinusuportahan at saka hawak na siguro ng incumbent, yung machinery doon ng mga politiko. Ang ginawa ni FPJ, nagpagawa siya ng mga t-shirt. At yung t-shirt na yon, pinasuot niya sa mga bata. Dahil nga walang nagsusuporta, yung nakalagay sa t-shirt, nanay ko, tatay ko, para kay Erap. So siguro yun yung pero nanalo si Mayor Erap noon. He was recognized as the outstanding mayor and foremost nationalist by the Interprovincial Information Service in 1971 and hailed as the most outstanding Metro Manila mayor by the Philippine Princeton poll in 1972. As a legislator, he was cited as one of the 3 outstanding senators of the year by the Philippine Free Press in 1989. As one of the few public servants who rose from the ranks, he became vice president and focused his efforts to fighting criminality. Siya yung original pa yan noon. But the peak of his public service career was his overwhelming presidential victory. I don't think I've seen that much support that was galvanized for a presidential run at that time. His presidency, which focused on agricultural growth, pro-poor problems, and low-cost housing, was a revelation to his spectators. At huwag din natin kakalimutan yung Carabao Institute. Napakahalaga nun. Yung iba nung umpisa, minamaliit yon. Pero ngayon nakita natin kung gaano ka-importante yan sa agrikultura natin, pati na rin sa mga produkto na binibigay ng ating Carabao Institute. Behind all these, I will always remember President Erap for opening the door of public service for my father and I. Pinakita ni Erap kung gaano ang pangangailangan ng ating mga kababayan at kung paano maaari sanang nakatulong noon si FPJ. Dahil alam niya si FPJ ay direkta rin na tumutulong sa mga tao. Sabi niya, yan ang pagkakataon na matupad mo ang gusto mong pagtulong na direktang mapupunta sa ating mga kababayan. Former President Erap was one of those who convinced FPJ to run for the presidency in 2004. At noon namang ako ay tumakbo, hindi rin siya nagdalawang isip na suportahan ako. And for that, I will always be grateful. Despite his being away from the limelight and simply enjoying his time finally with the family, the impact and enduring legacy of former President Erap through his strong po-poor advocacy under the principle of the greater good for the greatest number will always remain a relevant era in Philippine politics. Katulad ko rin ang aking mga kasama dito, mga tinuturing kong kapatid, ang ating pro temp na si Senator Jinggoy at syempre ang aking kinakapatid na si Senator JV. Alam ko, nais natin bigyan talaga ng tribute ang mga naggawa para sa atin ng ating ama, ating mga magulang. At napakahirap yon. Kaya gusto ko naman sabihin na nakita ko ang kasipagan ng ating pro temp at ng ating madalas na majority leader na si Senator JV. Nakita natin ang suporta dahil sa pagmamahal kay Erap, patuloy na nagwawagi para magsilbi dito sa Senado. So, salamat din dahil sa example ni Erap, kayong dalawa, kahit papano, tinutulungan niyo ako, ginagabayan niyo ako ng tama, lalo na si JV. Si Jinggoy, Senator Jinggoy, basta sinusuportahan lang niya ako. So, again, aking pagpuri at pasasalamat sa aking ninong at ating mahal na former President Erap. And if I may also continue with my manifestation for Senator Loy Estrada. Mr. President, allow me to express my full support for this resolution commending former Senator Luisa Loy Ejercito Estrada for her invaluable contributions to the country. Hindi naman magtatagumpay ng ganon si President Erap kung wala si Dr. Loy na mapasensya at maalaga sa kanya. Katulad rin ng tatay ko, alam ko ang pagmamahal at sakripisyo ng aking nanay. Kaya hindi yan pwedeng baliwalain. In her many roles, Dr. Loy has always prioritized those who have less in life. When her husband, former President Erap Estrada, ran for politics, she established notable projects that became the pillar of the Estrada's family's political journey. One of these is the Erap Para sa Mahihirap foundation that provided scholarships to underprivileged but deserving students. Owing to her background in medicine, She also conducted medical and dental missions in depressed and far-flung areas, bringing skilled doctors and medical practitioners to the barrios. Siya yung kauna-unahang Vice President na mismong siya ang nagbabakuna at nagbibigay ng bakuna sa mga pasyente at mga bata. She pushed for the provision of the basic and developmental needs of the citizenry, especially the poor, through the MARE program that advocated for access to water, for health, medical services, and livelihood for the poor. In her valedictory speech, sabi ni Dr. Loy ay hindi siya sanay sa mga debate at mahabang usapan and is more after immediate results. That is why in the Senate, she continued her programs and advocacies which she started when as First Lady. Nonetheless, through her leadership of the Committee on Youth, Women, and Family Relations during the 12th Congress, she led the passage of the landmark legislation's Republic Act 9208 or the Anti-Trafficking in Persons Act na ngayon ay talagang ating pinapahalagan mas lalo dahil sa mga nangyayari, and Republic Act number 9262 or the Anti-Violence Against Women Act, Against Women and Children Act. Mr. President, true to her moniker as the Senadora ng Masa, charity became the operative word of her political career and will remain her lasting legacy. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you, Senator Grace Po, for the kind words for my parents. Majority Leader.
Yes, Mr. President, next to co-sponsor the resolution is another inaanak, Senator Ramon Bong Revilla Jr. I move that he be recognized.
Senator Ramon Bong Revilla Jr. is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. We join our colleagues in honoring and commending former President Joseph Ejercito Estrada for his invaluable contributions to our nation and our people. Mula sa pagiging isang sikat na aktor hanggang sa pagiging isang lingkod bayan, ipinakita at isinabuhay ni Pangulong Erap ang kanyang matinding hangaring maglingkod. Bilang alkalde ng San Juan, senador, pangalawang pangulo at pangulo ng ating bansa, isinulong niya ang mga adhikain na nagbigay ng mas malawak na puwang at pagkakataon para sa mahihirap, sa mga manggagawa at sa mga nasa laylayan ng lipunan. Ilang beses na niyang napatunayan ang kanyang kakayahan sa pagsisilbi sa bayan at marami sa atin ang nakasaksi kung paano niya napagtagumpayan ang pagsusulong ng kanyang advokasya. Failure is inevitable, but giving up is unforgivable. Over the years, I have clung to this quote which my Ninong Erap would always lovingly tell me, and San Jinggoy. Lahat tayo magdadaan sa pagsubok, pero ang mahalaga ay gaya nga ng pelikula, sa bawat dapa, babangon at lalaban ulit. And his life is no less than a testament to how he has always risen after every blow, stronger than ever before. Napatunayan niya na hindi tayo nasusukat sa dami at bigat ng hamon sa buhay. Kung hindi sa makailang beses nating pinipiling tumindig sa kabila ng mga ito. Pero higit dito, mas pinahanga tayo ni President Erap na simple, diretso, ika nga common sense na mga polisiya. Through his remarkable career, Ninong Erap exemplified the rare ability to bridge policy with the everyday struggles of Filipinos. His brand of leadership has always been punctuated by practicality, what is needed, but more importantly, what will be most felt by our countrymen in the slums, in the countryside. Those who toil under the sun, those who have to work twice as hard. Kaya nga, napakalapit niya sa puso ng ordinaryong Juan at Juana. He is not only aware, but he profoundly understands the plight of Filipinos, especially those who form part of the marginalized sectors who are unfortunately often sidelined. Tunay na malalim nga ang ugat ng samahan na tinanim ni Ninong Erap sa mga Pinoy. As we recognize his contributions today, we not only celebrate his many accomplishments, but also express our gratitude for the decades of service he devoted to improving the lives of the Filipino people. His impact on our nation remains profound, and his influence in governance continues to be felt in the halls of government and the communities he served. It is with great respect and admiration that we honor Joseph Ejercito Estrada today, not only for his service as President, Vice President, Senator, and Mayor, but for his enduring commitment to the welfare of the Filipino people. His legacy is a powerful reminder of the impact that one individual, driven by passion and service, can have on the nation. Pangulong Erap, maraming salamat po sa inyong patuloy na serbisyo sa bayan at sa masang Pilipino. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Bong Revilla Jr., Majority Leader.
Mr. President, next to deliver his co-sponsored speech is Senator Joel Villanueva. I move that he be recognized.
Senator Joel Villanueva is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Majority Leader. Mr. President, this representation filed Senate Resolution numbers 1297 and 1298. Will I be allowed, Mr. President, to just deliver both sponsorship speech, Mr.
Yes,
President?
please proceed.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Ginoong Pangulo, mga kasamahan po natin dito sa Senado, mapagpala at makasaysayang hapon sa ating lahat. Isa pong karangalan na kilalanin po at bigyan ng karampatang pagkilala ang ating dating Pangulo ng Republika ng Pilipinas, Joseph Ejercito Estrada, at dating unang ginang at senadora ng Pilipinas, Luisa Loy Ejercito Estrada. Ang kanilang kontribusyon at paglilingkod sa bansa ay nag-iwan markang hindi po natin may kakaila. Mr. President, as mentioned earlier, this representation filed Senate Resolution numbers 1297 and 1298, recognizing and honoring the service to the nation of His Excellency President Joseph Ejercito Erap Estrada and the Honorable Loy Ejercito Estrada, respectively. Ginoong Pangulo, President Joseph Ejercito Estrada's career in public service was a long, meaningful, and worthwhile journey that has spanned 5 remarkable decades. Long before this representation was even born, this man had already dedicated his life to serving the Filipino people. 2 of our colleagues here and very good friends of this representation, Senator Jinggoy Estrada and Senator J.V. Ejercito, are living testaments to their father's enduring legacy in public service. Kaya, Mr. President, President Erap, I'm sure proud na proud po kayo sa inyong dalawang anak. Grabe po ang teamwork nila dito sa Senado. Marami pong nagugulat sa kanilang hindi masusukat na pagmamahalan dito po sa Senado, lalo na ho dito sa plenaryo. At maraming tao hindi alam po yun, yung matinding pagmamahalan nila. Pero mas matindi po pag nasa loob na ng lounge, Ginoong Pangulo. Mr. President, sino nga po ba ang makakalimot sa tanyag na slogan na era para sa mahirap? Hindi po ito nanatiling slogan lamang, bagkos ito po ang naging pundasyon at sentro ng pamamahala ni Pangulong Erap. Inilapit po niya ang gobyerno sa taong bayan sa mga nangangailangan at mga nasa laylayan ng lipunan. Ipinamalas po ni Pangulong Erap ang makamasang pamumuno sa pamamagitan ng mga programa tulad ng Lingap para sa mahirap. Naglayo nitong magbigay ng tulong pangkalusugan, hanap buhay, sapat at ligtas na tubig, pabahay, at masustansya at sapat na pagkain para sa milyong-milyon nating mga kababayan. Sa kanya pong pagsisilbi sa bayan, naging katuwang naman niya ng ating Pangulong Erap Estrada, ang dating First Lady Loy Ejercito Estrada. Proud Tomasian. Natatawa yung ating presiding officer. Hindi po niya alam kanina, nag-cheer kami, nag-practice kami ng go uste, go uste. At bilang doktor at lingkod bayan, ginugol po niya ang kanyang lakas at panahon sa pagbibigay serbisyo sa mga Pilipino. Dahil po dito, nahalal siya bilang senador noong 2001 hanggang 2007. Senator Loy was a voice of reason and compassion at the Senate. She strongly advocated for eliminating all forms of violence and exploitation and tirelessly worked to protect the rights and welfare of women and the youth. She authored landmark legislations kagaya po ng Anti-Trafficking in Persons Act, Anti-Violence Against Women and Their Children Act of 2004. She introduced wide-ranging measures that had a major impact on various sectors, particularly, Mr. President, in the areas of health, women and youth empowerment, education, environment, electoral reforms, and peace and order, among others. Mr. President, hindi na po ako magmamahabang talumpati pa dahil alam ko marami pa akong gustong magsalita. But I have to say, Mr. President, I have encountered these two individuals at the dawn of my political career. We know how public service comes with immense challenges, often requiring the strength to face and move mountains. The former president and former first lady were no exception to this, but they face each trial with unwavering resolve and grace. Pangulong Erap, First Lady Loy, Senator Loy, Estrada's unwavering dedication to serve the people, especially the poor and disenfranchised, and their enduring legacy rightfully earned them a place in our nation's history. Sa inyo po, maraming salamat at pagpalain po kayo ng ating Panginoong Diyos. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Senator Joel Villanueva. Majority Leader.
Yes, Mr. President, next to deliver his co-sponsor's speech is another good friend of our father, Senator Win Gatchalian. I move that he be recognized.
Senator Sherwin Gatchalian is hereby recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Majority Leader. Mr. President, esteemed colleagues, a pleasant day to you all. Today I rise not just to honor a man, but to recognize a legacy, one built on grit, resilience, and unwavering connection with the Filipino people. Joseph Ejercito Estrada, Mayor, Senator, Vice President, President, a public servant whose name is forever written in the story of our nation. His journey was never ordinary. He was a man of the masses long before he held public office. He captured the hearts of Filipinos through film, not just as a celebrity, but as an icon of justice, fighting for the underdog, standing up for the poor. And even then, he was not content to simply act out those stories. He made it his life's mission to bring them to reality. Kaya hindi nakapagtataka na mula pelikula, ang kanyang kwento ay naging bahagi ng kasaysayan ng ating bansa. His transition to public service was natural, driven by a genuine love for the people. As mayor of San Juan, he transformed the city, modernized real estate tax systems, and elevated education, health, and infrastructure. Hindi lang siyang umupo bilang alkalde. Trinabaho niya, binago niya, he set the bar for what local governance should be. At alam ko yan because I, too, serve as a mayor. Alam ko ang bigat ng responsibilidad kung paano araw-araw kang haharap sa tao, hahanap ng solusyon sa problema, magtatayo ng mga proyekto, at higit sa lahat, magpapasya hindi para sa sarili mo, kundi para sa kapakanan ng lahat. That is why I have great respect for Mayor Erap. He never led from a distance. He led from the streets, from the barangays, from the very pulse of the people. His leadership did not stop there. As senator, he authored landmark laws, Republic Act number 7307, which created the Philippine Carabao Center, and Republic Act number 6978, which accelerated irrigation projects for the farmers. In 1989, he was even recognized as one of the 3 outstanding senators for the year by the Philippine Free Press. Bilang Vice Presidente, pinangunahan niya ang Presidential Anti-Crime Commission at inulunsad niya ang Philippine Drug Abuse Resistance Education. Hindi siya natakot harapin ang pinakamalalakas na kalaban ng batas, mula sa mga drug lord hanggang sa mga kidnap for ransom gangs. Sa kanyang pamumuno, hindi lang basta nilabanan ang krimen, binigyan niya ng proteksyon ang susunod na henerasyon ng Pilipino. And as 13th President of the Republic of the Philippines, he championed proper programs and mass housing projects, expanding the coverage of the Comprehensive Agrarian Reform Program, and establishing the educational re-entry agenda of the President for the Poor. He signed into law Republic Act number 8791, which bolstered the Bangko Sentral ng Pilipinas, and Republic Act number 8792, which propelled electronic commerce forward well ahead of its time. Even after serving as president, he returned to local governance, elected as mayor in 2013. He once again proved that leadership is not about titles, but about service. Hindi siya kailanman napagod, hindi siya kailanman lumayo sa masang Pilipino. Today, Mr. President, we honor him not just for the positions he held, but for the impact he made. He was always real, and he never turned his back on the people who stood by him. He faced numerous challenges in his life, yet he never stopped serving. Through it all, he was never alone. His greatest pillar of strength, Dr. Loy Carcito, has been with him every step of the way. Ma'am, we recognize you today as well. Your sacrifices, your grace, and your quiet strength have helped shape his legacy we celebrate. My dear colleagues, this resolution is more than just a tribute. It is a reminder of what true public service looks like. It is about the ability to connect policies with realities on the ground. It is about rising, falling, and rising again, because leadership is not just about failing, it's about never giving up. And if there's one thing former President Estrada has taught us, it is the best leaders are not those who sit above the people, but those who remain among them. Maraming salamat. Thank you, Mr. President, esteemed colleagues. And Mr. President, allow me to continue my co-sponsorship speech for Dr. Loy.
Yes, please proceed.
Mr. President, esteemed colleagues, again, a pleasant day to you all. Today, we honor a woman whose name may not always be in the headlines, but whose work has transformed the lives of countless Filipinos. Dr. Luisa Loy Pimentel Ejercito Estrada, doctor, legislator, First Lady, advocate. He has worn many titles, but above all, she has always been one thing, a woman of service. Here is a story of a quiet but unwavering dedication, of service that never sought the limelight, but left an undeniable impact on this nation. Born in Iba, Zambales, he pursued her dream of becoming a doctor, earned her degrees from the University of Santo Tomas. But her calling was never confined to the walls of a hospital. He took her expertise to where it was needed the most, San Lazaro Hospital, the National Institute for Mental Health, Davao General Hospital, and St. Martin de Porres Charity Hospital. And long before mental health became a national conversation, she was already leading the way. She trained abroad, completed fellowships in Australia, and upon returning home, established a mental health department in Davao General Hospital. Proof that even before she held public office, she was already changing lives. When she became First Lady, she could have stayed in the background. Instead, she took action through the masa ang Riwasa ni Erap Foundation. She championed healthcare and livelihood programs for the unprivileged, efforts that continue today through the leadership of her daughter, Jackie. But perhaps what makes Dr. Loy truly remarkable is she did not stop there. She stepped forward, ran for office, and made history as the first and only former First Lady to become a senator. And in the Senate, she proved that she was more than just a wife of a former president. She was a formidable legislator in her own right. Bilang senadora, pinamunuan niya ang Committee on Youth, Women and Family Relations at ang Committee on Health and Demography. Ngunit higit sa anumang titulo, ang pinakamahalaga ay ang mga batas na kanyang ipinaglaban. Anti-Trafficking in Persons Act, Anti-Violence Against Women and Their Children Act, National Health Insurance Program, Tobacco Regulation Act, Comprehensive Dangerous Drugs Act, Philippine Clean Water Act, at marami pang iba. And even after her name in the Senate, she remained Dr. Loy, bringing medical missions to communities, helping those who could not afford health care, and proving that public service is not about position, it is about purpose. After her life's work is a testament to what leadership should be, not performative, but transformative. She did not seek power, yet she wielded it with compassion. She did not demand recognition, yet she earned the respect of an entire nation. Mr. President, colleagues, today we honor not just a former First Lady, not just a former senator, but a woman who has shaped this country in ways we must never forget. Dr. Loy, bilang senadora ng masa, hindi lang mga batas ang iniwan mong pamana, iniwan mo ang inspirasyon kung paano tunay na maglingkod. At ngayon, ang Senado ay nagbibigay pugay sa iyo, hindi lang para sa mga nagawa mo, kundi para kung sino ka, isang ina ng bayan. Maraming salamat. Thank you, Mr. President, esteemed colleagues.
Thank you so much, Senator Sherwin Gatchalian, Majority Leader.
Mr. President, next to co-sponsor the resolution is Senator Nancy Binay. I move that she be recognized.
Senator Nancy Binay is recognized.
Mr. President, esteemed colleagues, allow me to take 3 decades back in history. On September 16, 1991, 12 senators voted to reject a proposed basis treaty that would have extended by another 10 years the United States' grip on one of its most pivotal strongholds in the Asia-Pacific, the Subic Naval Base, and thus ending a century of U.S. military presence in our country. Those senators, who would be called the Magnificent 12, were crowned as heroes by a nation that had been clamoring for true independence. Their names were on everyone's lips, be it the adults who talked about the unexpected victory on the streets or the young ones who learned about them in school. As a college freshman at UP then, I was among those who had been overjoyed at the nationalism of those 12 and had learned their names by heart. Senators Salonga, Tanyada, Gingona, Sagisag, Ziga, Laurel, Maceda, Aquino, Ponce Enrile, Mercado, Pimentel, and Ejercito Estrada. Some of them I already knew about because they had been peers of my father in the Parliament of the Streets. Unang tumatak sa aking gunita si then Senator Joseph Erap Ejercito Estrada bilang tunay na lingkod bayan dahil sa pakikipagkapit-bisig niya bilang miyembro ng Magnificent 12. Bagamat matagal na siya sa serbisyo publiko bilang long-time mayor ng San Juan mula po noong 1969. Para sa akin, nadistila ang imahe niya bilang bayani ng masa dahil sa pagiging miyembro niya ng Magnificent 12. Here is Erap, the larger-than-life movie star turned mayor, now a senator, showing the people that he is on their side. Erap para sa mahirap. In a fight akin to that of David and Goliath. From that point, it had not been a surprise for me that he will then go on to become the Vice President and then eventually the President of the Philippines. Ladies and gentlemen, throughout his career in public service, former President Erap was dismissed as artista lang yan. Yet he is proof that just an actor is not bad at all. And that really, it isn't one's background that defines how well one serves the people. Mahalaga na ang isang tao ay tapat at sincero. Mula sa kanyang panahon bilang alkalde, kung saan naging mahalaga ang kanyang papel sa pagpapalago ng bayan ng San Juan tungo sa progresibong lungsod sa pamamagitan ng pagtutok sa edukasyon, infrastruktura at serbisyong pangkalusugan para sa mahihirap. Hanggang sa kanyang nag-iisang termino bilang senador kung saan siya ay nag-akda ng mahalagang batas na nagbunga ng pagkakatatag ng Philippine Carabao Center at ng pag-aatas sa National Irrigation Administration na bumuo ng mga proyekto sa irigasyon para sa 1.5 milyong ektarya ng tuyong lupain upang pasiglahin ang kaunlaran sa kanayunan. Sa pagbuwag ng mga sindikato at kriminal noong siya ay vice-presidente at hanggang sa pagkapangulo kung saan isinakatuparan niya ang isang pro-poor na plataporma sa pamamagitan ng iba't ibang programa sa pabahay, agrikultura at edukasyon. Si President Erap ang imahe ng aksyon, pelikula man at mapapolitika. Kaya siya minahal ng masa ay dahil nakita't nadama nila hindi lamang ang pagnanais na makatulong, kundi mga konkretong programang mapakikinabangan ng bawat masang Pilipino. On a personal note, I would also like to share the former President's role in my becoming a public servant. Si President Era po ang isa sa mga katalista kung bakit napadpad po ako dito sa Senado. Hindi marahil ako magiging isang senador kung hindi nila napagpasyahan ni former Senate President and now Presidential Legal Counsel Juan Ponce Enrile na patakbuhin ako noong 2013. Maraming salamat po, President Erap, dahil kung hindi dahil sa inyo ay walang Senator Nancy Binay na naglilingkod ngayon. A mayor, senator, vice president, president, and again a mayor. Much of Joseph Ejercito Estrada's life has been dedicated in service to the Filipino people. There are perhaps only a few people who could rival not only his longevity in service, but much more difficult, the high esteem of those he strove to serve. How do we measure how well one has served the people? To this day, President Erap remains a well-loved figure, especially among the poor, whom he has embraced and served wholeheartedly. Perhaps beyond programs and laws, it is this affection by the people we have professed to serve that should bear the greatest weight. Maraming salamat po. Mr. President, may I be allowed to continue with my sponsorship speech for Senator Loy Estrada?
Yes, please proceed.
Mr. President, esteemed colleagues, when I was a neophyte senator back in 2013, former First Lady and Senator Dr. Luisa Loy Pimentel Ejercito Estrada, who had just bid farewell after her long term in the Senate, was among those whom I first approached for guidance. Not only because she was a friend of my family, whom I knew gave excellent advice, but also because just like me, she was a woman, a wife, and a mother, but foremost, she was a reluctant politician when she was thrust into the limelight. Mula sa mga payo para sa mga praktikal na gawain sa Senado, marami ring naibahagi sa akin si Tita Loy tungkol sa buhay na hanggang ngayon ay pinakaiingatan ko. Dahil sa mga payo niya, nabigyan ako ng kaliwanagan at paunang paghahayag kung ano ang aking kakaharapin sa larangang pinasok ko. One of the most precious things I have learned from Senator Loy Estrada is that sometimes those who are reluctant are the most cautious and aware of the weight of their decisions precisely because they are aware of the moral consequence of any decision or action. Bit-bit ang abang-gabay na ito, bagamat 6 na taon lamang siya sa Senado, ay naisiksik niya ang mahabang obra ng mahalagang panukala na isabatas dahil sa kanyang aktibong partisipasyon. Kabilang narito ang Anti-Trafficking in Persons Act, ang Anti-Violence Against Women and Their Children Act, National Health Insurance Program, Tobacco Regulation Act, Film Development Council Act, Comprehensive Dangerous Drugs Act, at Philippine Clean Water Act. Iba't ibang mga batas na nagsusulong ng interes ng sambayanan, lalo na ng mga sektor na matagal na niyang ipinaglalaban ang mga mahihirap, pamilya, kababaihan at kabataan. It is a mistake to call Senator Loy as simply President Erap's wife, for she has a track record to prove that she is much more than that. Her public service record should not even come as a surprise, considering that as a young doctor, she had poured her efforts into serving the underprivileged in various government hospitals, such as the San Lazaro Hospital, National Institute for Mental Health, St. Martin de Porres Charity Hospital, and the Davao General Hospital, where she established a mental health department after completing her training abroad. But at the same time, we must not also discount how crucial it was that she was the former president's partner. I cannot help but draw parallels with my own mother, who also happens to be a doctor. Marahil dahil sa kanilang propesyon, nabigyan nila ng mukha ng malasakit at pagkalinga ang pamumuno ng kanilang mga katuwang. Lalo't pat pinagtuunan nila ng pansin ang mga issue gaya ng kalusugan, edukasyon at pamilya. Which is why, much like President Erap, Senator Loy retains a fond place in our national consciousness. Countless Filipinos have valued her efforts to serve the people and the authenticity and warmth which underpinned her service. Senator Loy, nagpapasalamat ang sambayanan sa inyong paglilingkod bayan. At mula sa akin, taos-pusong pasasalamat para sa mga pangaral na patuloy na pinahalagan at sinasaligan. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Nancy Binay, Majority Leader.
Yes, Mr. President, next to deliver his co-sponsor speech is Senator Ronald Bato de la Rosa. I move that he be recognized.
Senator Bato de la Rosa is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President, Majority Leader. Mr. President, esteemed colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, it is with deep honor and great respect that I rise today to co-sponsor proposed Senate Resolution number 1295, taking into consideration proposed Senate Resolution number 1297, honoring and commending Joseph Ejercito Estrada. Is there any other leader, local or national, who can rightfully claim that their name has become practically synonymous with being one with the masses? I dare say there is none, Mr. President. There is only the incomparable, indomitable Erap Estrada. You do what you have to do to make your city safe. During last year's hearing of the Blue Ribbon Committee, former President Duterte stated that these were the very words of guidance that former President Erap Estrada told him. Words said from one mayor to another, no filter, no frills, fully cognizant of the glaring truth that leadership, when stripped of all the glamour of the spotlight and the glory of applause, is always ultimately a matter of knowing, but also of doing. Knowing what you have to do, knowing how hard it will be, and doing it anyway. Before he ascended to the highest office of the land, President Estrada first made his mark in local governance. Nagsilbi siya bilang mayor ng San Juan mula 1969 hanggang 1986. During this time, San Juan underwent a change for the better, turning into a progressive, peaceful, and well-managed city. Sa usapin ng public order at safety, mga aspeto ng pamumuhay na malapit sa aking puso, maraming isinagawang pababago si din Mayor Erap. He prioritized crime prevention, ensured the effectiveness of the local police force and implemented policies that significantly reduced criminal activities. Under his leadership, San Juan City became the proof that indeed effective governance should mean order and safety in the community. At sa buong early stage sa aking pagiging military at police, Mr. President, sa panahon lang po ni Pangulong Erap Estrada, ako naka-experience ng all-out war against all forms of organized crime groups and Southern Philippines separatist groups, Mr. President. Higit pa sa kapayapaan at kaayusan, naglunsad din siya ng mga social welfare program. He introduced projects that uplifted the lives of ordinary citizens, earning him the love and trust of the people he served. Yung kanyang dedikasyon at commitment para sa mahihirap ang siyang naghatid sa kanya sa mga sumusunod niya mga responsibilidad. Alkalde, senador, vice-presidente at noong 1998, siya ay nahalal bilang presidente ng Republika ng Pilipinas. Irap para sa mahirap, ibig sabihin, irap para sa akin, na nagkonduktor at nagkargador para makapag-aral, para sa mga magulang ko na umasa rin sa 5-6, para sa mga kapatid ko na namulat sa payak na pamumuhay. I have no illusions about my own background, Mr. President. I was born into a dirt poor family. Ibig sabihin, kasama po ako at ang aking buong pamilya sa mga mahihirap na niyakap ng buong puso si President Erap Estrada. Isang leader na hindi pinilit o hinimok ang mga mahihirap na lumapit sa pamahalaan. Siya na mismo ang lumapit sa mahihirap. Imbes na vertical, top-down approach, ang ginawa niya ay horizontal, reaching out approach. Walang kaibigan, walang kumpare, walang kamag-anak o anak. Tayong lahat ay pantay-pantay dahil tayong lahat ay Pilipino. Sa kanyang inauguration speech noong 1998, inilahad ni President Erap ang kanyang pangarap, kalayaan. Kalayaan mula sa mapang-aping kahirapan. Sa araw na ito, ipinapangako ng bulwagang ito na gagawin namin ang aming makakaya tungo sa katuparan ng pangarap na ito. Kasama tayong lahat ni Erap, magsisikap hanggang sa wala nang naghihirap. Yes, Mr. President, we too shall do what we have to do to make our communities, cities, municipalities, our entire country safe, peaceful, and progressive. So help us God. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator De La Rosa.
Yes, Mr. President, next to deliver his co-sponsor speech is Senator Robin Hood Padilla.
Senator Robin Hood Padilla is recognized.
Maraming salamat po, Ginoong Pangulo at sa ating pinunong mayorya. A'udhu billahi minash shaitanir rajim, bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alam niyo po, mga mahal kong kababayan, lahat po ng magagandang kwento, katotohanan ay nasabi na po ng aking mga kasama. At ito pong mga bagay na ito, ang natitira na lamang po sa akin ay dalawang personal na bagay na kwento. Una, ang atin pong mahal na Pangulo Joseph Estrada ay ang nagbigay po ng break sa pelikula ay ang aking ama. Ito po yung pelikulang Kandilang Bakal. At ang direktor po nito ay si Consuelo Ating Osorio. Auntie ko po yon, kapatid ng tatay ko. At ang producer nga po ang tatay ko. After 30 years, noong ako naman po ang mag-aartista, ako po ay nagtungo sa San Juan. Nung nalaman po, meron po kasing audition. Nung nabalitaan po ng ating mahal na Pangulo, Joseph Estrada, na yung anak ni Mokong, yun po ang tawag nila sa tatay ko, Mokong, ay naandoon po at nakapila. kagyat niya po akong pinakuha at ipinakilala po kay Senator Jinggoy Estrada. At ako po ay ibinilin kay Senator Jinggoy na alagaan mo to dahil ito ay anak ni Mokong. Ako po'y probinsyano, galing po ako ng Baguio. Doon po ako unang nakatikim ng McDonald. Hindi po commercial to, pero katotohanan lamang po, si Senator Jinggoy Estrada po ang unang nagpatikim sa akin. Alam niyo po, hindi ko po makakalimutan ito dahil parte po ng buhay ko ang mga Estrada. At ang pangalawang personal ko pong issue, susundan ko lamang po ang sinabi ni Senator Binay, Senator Nancy. Kung meron po tayong mga pangulo na dapat tandaan sa bayang ito, tandaan po natin yung mga pangulong lumaban sa mga dayuhan. Nandiyan po si Andres Bonifacio na lumaban sa mga Espanyol. Siya ay pangulo. Alam natin yan. Naipaglaban na po natin yan na siya ang unang pangulo. Pangalawa, si Sakay, si Macario Sakay. Si Macario Sakay ay naging pangulo rin ng Pilipinas. Lumaban sa mga Amerikano. At binitay ng mga Amerikano. Pagka sinaliksik po natin ng kasaysayan, si Andres Bonifacio at si Macario Sakay ay artista sa entablado. Madalas gumaganap ni Bernardo Carpio, madalas yung French Revolution, kanila pong sinasabuhay yan at kanilang pinakikita sa entablado. Saan po ba ako patungo? Isa lamang po ang dapat nating tandaan. Si Pangulong Joseph Estrada ay tumindig laban sa opresyon ng mga US bases dito sa ating bansa. Una, sa pamamagitan po ng pelikula, Ang Kuko ng Agila, na kanya pong pinagbidahan, kanya pong ginawa upang imulat ang ating mga kababayan. Hindi po tayo anti-American, hindi po tayo laban sa Amerikano. Ang ipinaglalaban po ni Andres Bonifacio, ni Macario Sakay, at ni Joseph Estrada ay ang tunay na kalayaan at independensya. Yan po ang dapat nating matandaan, mga mahal kong kababayan. At itong mga taong ito, si Andres Bonifacio, pinagbintangan na traidor. Pinagbintangan na espiya ng mga Espanyol. Si Macario Sakay, pinagbintangan na bandido, pinagbintangan na magnanakaw. Lahat po ginagawa ng mga propaganda ng mga dayuhang mananakop. Kaya po sana, mga mahal kong kababayan, huwag po nating kalimutan na tumindig si Pangulong Joseph Estrada laban sa mga dayuhan upang labis po nating makamit ang sinasabi nating kalayaan at kasarinlan. Kaya po, bilang pagtugon naman po at pagsaludo sa kanyang may bahay, tandaan po natin sa wikang Ingles, every great man, there's a woman behind. At yan po si Doktora, kung hindi po siya naging reyna. Alam niyo po, ang reyna ang pinakamatindi sa lahat. Sa laro nga pong chess, ang reyna ang may maraming pinaka-moves. Because the queen will always protect the king. Yun lamang po. Maraming salamat. Mabuhay po kayo.
Maraming salamat, Senator Robin Hood Padilla, Majority Leader.
Yes, Mr. President, next to co-sponsor the resolution is Senator Christopher Lawrence Bongo. I move that he be recognized.
Senator Christopher Bongo is recognized.
Mr. President, esteemed colleagues, I rise to co-sponsor the resolution honoring and commending former President, Vice President, Senator, and Mayor President Joseph Ejercito Estrada for his outstanding legacy in public service and immense contributions to our nation and the Filipino people. Known as Era para sa Mahirap, maalala ko po noong 1998 na nagkampanya po sa Davao, talagang
dinudumog po ito si President Erap at talagang totoong makamasa. Doon ko na patunayan na malapit po siya sa masa. Former President Estrada is a true leader, one who dedicates his life to uplifting the poor and advocating for social welfare programs. Si dating Pangulong Pangulong Joseph Ejercito Estrada ay isang tunay na makamasa, isang leader na nag-alay ng kanyang buhay sa paglilingkod sa mahirap at inaapi. His passion for serving the underprivileged resonated throughout his career, from his days as a mayor to his presidency, leaving an enduring impact on countless lives. Maraming salamat rin po, Mayor President Erap, noong 2019 sa inyong pagtanggap sa akin sa inyong opisina sa City Hall ng Maynila. Mula sa pagiging aktor hanggang sa pagiging Pangulo, kanyang pinatunayan na ang paninindigan para sa masa ay hindi lamang isang pangako, kundi isang layunin. Higit pa rito, siya rin po ang founder ng Metro Manila Film Festival, isang institusyong patuloy na nagpapalakas sa industriya ng pelikulang Pilipino. Bilang kasapi ng MMFF Executive Committee, pinagmamalaki kong ipagpatuloy ang adhikain ni Pangulong Estrada sa pagsusulong ng dekalidad at makabuluhang pelikulang Pilipino. Malapit rin po ako sa mga artista tulad ni aking idol, Senator Robin Padilla, sila Ipe. At dati po, napapanood ko lang sa pelikula at hindi ko akalain ngayon na ang dalawang senador na kanyang anak, si Senator Jinggoy Estrada at si Senator JB Ejercito ay makakasama ko rito. Kasi kung walang Erap, walang Jinggoy at JB. Yun ang totoo. Former President Estrada is a great leader and a devoted father, especially to his sons who follow his footsteps in public service. His profound impact on politics and governance continues through Senator Jinggoy and Senator JB, both of whom are dedicated to advancing the welfare of the Filipino people. Again, Mr. President, salamat sa inyong serbisyo sa ating bayan. President Erap's legacy is one of unwavering service and dedication to the Filipino people. It is only fitting that we honor him for his remarkable contributions which have shaped both our political landscape and cultural identity. And of course, I also wish to co-sponsor the resolution honoring and commending former Senator Luis Loy Ejercito for his service and invaluable contributions to the country and the Filipino people. With this, Mr. President, tulad po ni former President Joseph Estrada, it is only fitting that we also honor her for her remarkable contributions for the country and for the entire Filipino people. Mabuhay po kayo, President Erap Estrada. Mabuhay po kayo, Senator Loy Estrada. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Bongo. Thank you very much.
Mr. President, Senator Lauren Legarda and our Majority Leader, Senator Francis Tolentino, would like their co-sponsorship speeches be inserted to the records.
The co-sponsorship speeches of Senators Legarda and Tolentino are hereby inserted into the records.
Mr. President, that's all for our colleagues. But before that, Mr. President, I be recognized for a short manifestation.
Yes, you're recognized, Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. First of all, I'd like to thank our colleagues for this honor that has been that will be given to our father, former senator, former mayor, former senator, former vice president, former President Joseph Ejercito Estrada, and also former senator, my Tita Loy Ejercito Estrada this afternoon. Gusto ko lang magpasalamat dahil ito ay isang malaking karangalan na sa kanila pong edad ay sila po ay nabigyan pa ng recognition ng ating pong institusyon na kanila rin pong pinagsilbihan ng matagal na panahon. Nagpapasalamat po ako sa ating mga kasamahan sa kanila pong magagandang mga sinabi para po sa ating ama at kay Tita Loy. Siguro po I just like to say that tama po yung sinabi po nila, kung wala naman po walang Erap, wala rin siguro tayo dito. Pero ang nais ko lang pong sabihin siguro ay yung po mga ginagawa po natin ngayon ay malaki pa rin po ang naging impluwensya ng aking ama. Una sa lahat, nung pumasok po ako sa public service, when I first became mayor in 2001, ang lagi lang niya sinasabi, kung kinakailangan kang magdesisyon, always side and always fight for the greatest good of the greatest number. Lagi mong tutulungan ang ating mga kababayang may hirap. And probably in our present work right now in advocacy sa Mr. President, sa kanya ko siguro nakuha, no, yung hindi po siguro alam ng marami na yung kanya pong nasyonalismo at yung paglaban para sa ating soberenya, sa kanya paglaban sa establishment ng US bases doon, kasama po si Senator Aquilino Pimentel, no, yung magnificent Aquilino Pimentel Jr., yung Magnificent 12 na tinatawag na senators na lumaban para po magkaroon tayo ng tunay na kalayaan at kasarinlan nung sila po ay nandito sa Senado. At siguro yung din pong nung siya po ay Pangulo, Mr. President, ang marami pong hindi nakakaalam na siya lang po ang Pangulo na tumindig labang sa China, no, na yung pong nagpasadsad ng BRP Sierra Madre ay siya po ang Commander-in-Chief at that time. Dahil lumang panahon na yon ay doon po nag-aalig-aligid na at nag-establish na ang China. Kaya nga po pinalagay niya ang BRP Sierra Madre upang magsilbi bilang ating pong bilang marker and our temporary base for our Philippine Marines, no, para po ipaglaban natin soberenya. And during the ASEAN Plus 3 Forum at that time, President Joseph Estrada was the first leader who stood up against China. Sa kinagulat po ng lahat ng leaders ng ASEAN sa ASEAN Plus 3, nandun po in the presence of the Vice President then of China, nagulat po sila nung nagsalita po si President Estrada nung kanya pong sinabi sa buong mundo yung expansionism ng China at kanila pong sinusubukan sakupin na ang ating territorial waters. Kaya anuman ang sabihin po nila kay Erap Estrada, ay siya po ay may lakas na loob para tumindig sa isang superpower tulad ng China noong mga panahon na yon. Yung po nga siguro yung paglalaban po natin, maikli lang po, yung po nga railways and infrastructure, supposedly when, on a hindsight, Mr. President, when during his time as President, gusto niya na po sanang ituloy yung North Rail and South Rail at that time. Unfortunately, hindi po natapos ang kanyang termino. Kaya nga po, 25 years after, ngayon pa lang natin nakikita na nagkakaporma ang North-South Commuter Line. 25 years po yung nawala. Sayang po nung panahon na yon dahil naniniwala si President Erap through infrastructure, ang ekonomiya natin ay sisiglang na. Yan naman po ang ating pong itinutuloy ngayon. And last but not the least, Mr. President, siguro para sa aking ama, kay Tita Loy, siguro yung iniwan ninyong legasiya na pagmamahal at pagtingin sa ating mga kababayang may hirap, hopefully as the principal sponsor of the Universal Healthcare Act, ito po ay sa ating pong tututukan upang maisakatuparan dahil malaking bagay po na imababa ang out-of-pocket expense ng bawat Pilipino. Malaking kagaanan po ito sa bawat Pilipino dahil alam naman po natin na yung salitang masa ay nanggaling po at nagkaroon ng kahalagahan dahil kay Erap Estrada. Kaya kay Tita Loy, nagpapasalamat din ako sa iyo na kahit na nakakaiba ang ating pong alam niyo naman ang ating pong structure ng family, pero naging napakabait din sa akin at ako'y inalagaan din po niya, no, na laging tinatanong kapag kami nagkikita, talagang laging nangangamusta, no, at laging nakangiti kapag nakikita natin. Kaya siguro magagawa for that, Mr. President, the only the legacy that they have left in the Senate and in public service, I hope that we will be able to continue together with my brother, si Senator Jinggoy. Pagpatuloy po natin ang kanilang iniwan na legasiya na pagtingin sa masang Pilipino. Kaya nga po, ang gusto natin, sumigla ang ekonomiya para po umangat ang kalidad ng buhay ng bawat Pilipino. With that, Mr. President, again, I would like to thank our colleagues for this honor that will be bestowed upon my father, President Joseph Ernesto Estrada, and Senator Luis Aloy Ernesto Estrada by the Senate. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Majority Leader. And to give a response in behalf of former President Joseph Estrada and former Senator Lawyer Cito is no other than our Senate President Pro Tempore, Senator Jingoy Estrada.
Thank you, Mr. President. I am tasked to read both the acceptance speeches of my mother, former Senator Luisa Loy Ejercito Estrada, and my father, former President Joseph Estrada. First, I will read the acceptance speech of my mother. Honorable Senators, distinguished guests, and my fellow Filipinos. Buong pagpapakumbaba at taus-pusong pasasalamat sa pagkailalang ito. Hindi ko inaasahan na darating ang araw na kikilalanin ang aking munting ambag sa lehislatura. I thank the Lord Almighty for the guidance He has given me, not only during my term in the Senate, but throughout my entire life and career in the service of our countrymen. Mula't mula pa, ang nais ko lamang ay tahimik na makapagbigay serbisyo sa ating mga kababayan gamit ang aking pagiging dalubhasa sa larangan ng medisina. Ngunit may ibang plano pala ang may kapal. Biyayang may tuturing ko ang pagiging miyembro ng Senado noong ika-12 at ika-13 Kongreso. Mga panahong matindi ang pagsubok sa ating demokrasya at maging bahagi sa pagsusulong ng katotohanan at katarungan sa mga katiwalaang bumalot sa ating bansa gaya ng Hello Garci Scandal, PCL Fund Misuse, Jose Pidal Accounts, Fertilizer Fund Scam at iba pa. Noong mga panahon yon ay natanong ko sa aking sarili, para saan nga ba ang panunungkulan ko sa Senado? Hindi ako sanay sa debate. Mas lalong hindi ako bihasa sa interpellation o makipagdiskusyonan ng mahabang oras. But I realized that I could be of greater service to our countrymen by advocating for the people's right to basic health services, as well as for the rights of women and children, being a wife and a mother myself. Thus, I take pride in my accomplishments in successfully sponsoring, defending, and passing 2 landmark pieces of legislation aimed at protecting women and the youth from all forms of violence. Republic Act No. 9208, the Anti-Trafficking Persons Act of 2003, and Republic Act 9262, also known as the Anti-Violence Against Women and Their Children Act of 2004. Bukod dito, marami rin ako naisulong at naisibatas na mga panukala sa maikling panahon ko sa Senado. Pinatunayan ko na kung nasa ating puso ang dedikasyon na makapaghatid na tunay na serbisyo ay maisasakatuparan natin ang ating mga layunin. Marami nagtanong kung bakit hindi na ako tumakbo para sa ikalawang termino. Kaya nang sinabi ko sa aking valedictory speech dito noong 2007, politics was the last thing on my mind. Throughout President Estrada's career in public service, I avoided the publicity that came with his position. I preferred to work quietly, without the spotlight of fame or the need to promote my activities. Kontento na ako sa buhay ko bilang doktora at lingkod bayan sa paraang alam ko. Walang pagsisisi ang desisyon ko na hindi na tumakbo matapos ang isang termino. Alam ko na tinupad ko ang aking mandato sa Senado na may katapatan. Lingid sa kaalaman ng marami, itinuloy ko ang pagiging likod bayan bilang isang pribadong mamamayan at sa mas tahimik ngunit epektibong paraan. Sa mga kasalukuyang miyembro ng mataas na kapulungan, kay Senate President Francis Cheese Escudero, maraming salamat sa pagpapahalaga at pagkilala sa aking mga naging ambag sa legislatura. It has been a fulfilling and rewarding experience for me. Personal growth happens when we push ourselves beyond our perceived limits and take on tasks we once thought were impossible. As what former U.S. First Lady Eleanor Roosevelt said, you gain strength, courage, and confidence by every experience in which you really stop to look fear in the face. You must do the thing you think you cannot do. Thank you for this honor and resolution. I am truly very grateful. And secondly, I would like to read the acceptance speech of my father, former President Joseph Estrada, if I may, Mr. President.
Continue.
Thank you, Mr. President. I stand before you today with deep gratitude and appreciation, honored to be recognized by this esteemed institution through the initiative of Senate President Francis Cheese Escudero. Thank you for the kind words you have shared with me. This honor bestowed upon me and my wife, former First Lady Luisa Loy Estrada, reaffirms that our service and contributions to this nation are never forgotten. While the halls of the Senate may feature the new faces, the legacy we built together endures. Nang maluklok ako sa Senado noong 1987, dalawa lamang kami ni dating Senate President Juan Ponce Enrile ang nanalo mula sa hanay ng oposisyon. Bagamat isang termino lamang ako nanilbihan bilang senador, masasabi ko na naging makabuluhan ang 5 taon ko sa Senado. Nagsilbing mentor ko noon si Senator Enrile at si dating Senate President Jovito Salonga. Marami ang nagduda sa aking kakayahan noon. Isa lamang daw akong action star at mayor ng San Juan. But if there's one thing that I learned from my time in the Senate, it is that laughter that can lead to legacy. When people poked fun at my Carabao English, I responded not with resentment, but with legislation. In those moments, I remembered the saying, when life gives you lemons, make lemonade. They called it Carabao English, so I gave them a Carabao law. The Philippine Carabao Act of 1992, or Republic Act 7307, which established the Philippine Carabao Center in Nueva Ecija. The PCC not only provides employment, but its groundbreaking research benefited the livestock industry and value chain stakeholders, foremost of which are the smallholder farmers. But levity aside, hinikayat ko noon ang aking mga kasamahan dito sa Senado na gamitin ang wikang Pilipino sa mga talakayan, sa bulawagan ng plenaryo, pati sa mga pagdinig ng komite. Kaya kung inyong babalikan ang talaan ng Senado, makikita ninyo na may mga pagkakataon na wikang Filipino ang gamit namin noon. Kaya paumanhin sa inyo, Ginoong Senador Robin Hood Padilla at Senator Lito Lapid, naunaan yung lingkod sa paggamit ng wikang Pilipino dito sa Senado. Ninais ko na mas mapalapit ang Senado, ang legislatura sa masang Pilipino at para mas maintindihan nila ang kahalagahan ng ginagampanan nating mandato. Alam natin lahat na hindi nasusukat ang pagiging tunay na leader sa galing sa pagsasalita ng wikang Ingles, kundi sa gawa. Mula sa pagiging artista hanggang sa panahon ng panunungkulan ko bilang alkalde, senador, vice-presidente at pangulo, lagi kong dala ang aking paninindigan na ipaglaban ang kapakanan ng masang Pilipino. Ang puso ko ay nanatiling nasa masa at ang hangarin kong paglingkuran sila ay hindi kailanman magbabago. Maraming pagkakataon na sinubok ang aking paninindigan, tulad na lamang noong panahon na mainit na pinag-uusapan ang patungkol sa US bases sa ating bansa. Ngayon ko lamang ito ilalahad. Bago nangyari makasaysayang botohan ng Senado sa RPS Treaty of Friendship, Cooperation and Security na magbibigay sana sa Estados Unidos ng 10 taon na withdrawal period ng kanilang mga base militar sa bansa, isa ako sa mga inimbitahan ng dating Pangulong Cory Aquino sa Premier Guest House ng Malacanang para personal na kausapin at kumpinsihin sa pagpapanatili ng US bases ng 1 dekada. It was very difficult to say no to Mrs. Aquino then, but my principles and convictions ultimately prevailed. The day I voted for Senate Resolution number 1259 of non-concurrence to a Treaty of Friendship, Cooperation and Security on September 16, 1991 was what I called our finest hour in the Senate. As I said in my speech on that day, our nation has become known as a nation of beggars, of prostitutes and mendicants. And if we had not voted against the bases, we would have also been known as a nation of cowards. Kaya naman isa sa may pagmamalaki ko sa aking pamilya, sa aking mga anak at apo, na sa aking paninilbihan dito sa Senado ay naipaglaban ko ang ating soberanya. I will forever cherish the moment when I stood with the Magnificent 12 in voting in the Senate to end the foreign military presence in our country. Ang pagboto ko noon laban sa panatili ng mga base militar ng Amerika ay pagpapakita ng aking paninindigan na ang Pilipinas ay isang bansang malaya, may sariling dangal at may kakayahan tumayo sa sariling mga pulisya at pagpapasya. Sa pagtanggap ng parangal na ito, hindi ko maiwasang balikan ang mahigit 5 dekada kong paglilingkod sa bayan. Isang paglalakbay na puno ng tagumpay, ngunit kaagapay ang maraming pagsubok. My journey in public service has been significantly shaped by my experiences in the Senate. It was here that I learned the complexities of governance, the importance of crafting meaningful legislation, and the art of debating policies that would influence the future of our nation. Looking back, I never imagined that a college dropout and a former actor would be able to serve the highest offices of government. I took my father's advice to heart when he allowed me to pursue a career as a movie actor to try to be the best in the field. And so I did. Not only the field of acting, but likewise in the field of public service. Public service has never been easy, but my commitment has never wavered as I've drawn strength from those I love and cherish most, my family. To my children who have continued the legacy of public service, and to my wife, Dr. Aloy, who has stood by my side through every triumph and trial, who has been the most understanding and tolerant of me, I want to express my deepest gratitude. You have been my inspiration, my refuge, and my greatest source of strength. Without your love and support, my journey would not have been the same. Totoo ba yan, Dad? As I accept this recognition, I do so with the deepest appreciation for everyone who has walked this path with me. I am grateful to my colleagues, both past and present, for the lessons learned and the friendships formed. Ngunit higit sa lahat, maraming salamat sa sambayang Pilipino si tiwala, pagmamahal at suporta sa loob ng maraming taon. Paulit-ulit kong sasabihin na nabuhay at mamamatay sa erap na hindi makakapagbayad ng utang na loob sa ating mamahirap at makapuspalad na mga kababayan. Patuloy akong maninindigan para sa inyo dahil kailanman patuloy sa erap para sa mahirap. Muli, maraming salamat, Ginoong Pangulo, sa pagpupugay na ito. Mr. President, can I read in behalf of my family the response for the recognition given to both my parents, Mr. President, if I may proceed?
The gentleman may proceed.
Mr. President, esteemed colleagues, distinguished guests, today is a deeply humbling and emotional moment for my family and me. Standing before this esteemed chamber to witness a tribute honoring my parents for their contributions to our beloved nation is truly an honor beyond words, one that my family and I will cherish forever. I just want to take a moment to thank you, Mr. President, and my colleagues for your kind words to my parents. It truly means a lot to us. Isang pambihirang pagkakataon ang mabigyan ng pagkilala at parangal ang aking ama at ina dito sa bulwagan ng Senado kung saan minsan ay naging bahagi sila. At sa ganitong pagkakataon, masasabi kong pinagpala akong magkaroon ng mga magulang na tulad nila. Their journey in public service has been marked by triumphs and challenges, but they have remained steadfast in their commitment to improving the lives of our countrymen. My father dedicated his life to championing the causes of the masses. Even before he began his foray in politics, he fought to address the needs and concerns of his colleagues in the movie industry. This led him to establish the Movie Workers Welfare Foundation, or MOWEL Fund, which is now considered an institution supporting and uplifting the lives of film industry workers. Erap para sa mahirap is more than just a slogan. It embodies a philosophy and leadership style that is deeply rooted in a genuine concern, in genuine connection with the masses. This rallying cry resonated with millions of our fellow countrymen who viewed him as a leader who understood their struggles. It propelled him into the Senate in 1987, led him to the Vice Presidency in 1992, and ultimately resulted in his election as the 13th President of the Republic 6 years later. Hindi ko tinatanggi, Ginoong Pangulo, na iniidolo ko ang aking ama. Maraming pagsubok ang hinarap ng aking ama, ngunit ni minsan ay hindi siya natinag. Up to now, I am still in awe of my father's strength of character and his resilience in the face of adversity. Kaya nga lagi ko sinasabi sa aking mga talumpati sa labas, lagi ko iniidolo ang tatay ko, naging artista siya, naging artista din ako, naging mayor siya, naging mayor din ako, naging senador siya, naging senador din ako, nakulong siya, nakulong din ako. My mother, Mr. President, a woman of quiet strength and deep compassion, dedicated her years in the Senate to advancing healthcare, women's rights, and social welfare programs. Known as the Senadora ng Masa, she has touched countless lives both as a doctor and a public servant. Through her example, I learned that true leadership is rooted in humility, compassion, and trust in God's divine plan. Hearing your tributes to my parents reminded me of the values they instilled in us: integrity, dedication, and a profound sense of responsibility to serve our fellow Filipinos. These are the values I strive to uphold in my own journey as a public servant. Honoring their efforts in this way is not only a tribute to their personal legacies, but also a reaffirmation of their unwavering dedication, service, and love for the Filipino people. Mr. President, dear colleagues, I want to express my deepest gratitude on behalf of my entire family for acknowledging my parents' contributions and recognizing their impact on our nation. Mr. President, my dear colleagues, from the bottom of my heart and on behalf of my entire family, thank you for acknowledging my parents' contributions and for recognizing their impact on our nation. This tribute is not just for my parents, but for all those who have dedicated their lives to serving our beloved country. Muli, maraming salamat po.
Duly noted, entered into the records, and on behalf of the members of the Senate, you are most welcome. Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. President, no other member wishes to interpret or propose amendments to the measure. I move that we adopt proposed Senate Resolution number 1296. Take into consideration proposed Senate Resolution 1298, subject to style. So move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, motion is approved. The aforementioned Senate Resolution number 1296 is adopted and adopted unanimously. Majority Leader.
Mr. President, no other member likewise wishes to interpret or propose amendments to the measure. I move that we adopt proposed Senate Resolution number 1295. Take into consideration proposed Senate Resolution number 1297 as subject to style. So move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, motion is approved. Senate Resolution number 1295 is hereby adopted and adopted unanimously. Majority Leader.
Mr. President, I move that all present members be made co-authors of both resolutions.
So ordered.
Mr. President, I move for a minute suspension to invite our distinguished guests, former President Joseph Ejercito Estrada and former Senator Luis Aloy Ejercito Estrada, to accept from the Senate President the respective Senate resolutions, and may I also invite their family members as well as our other colleagues to join our Senate President, former President Joseph Estrada, former Senator Luis Aloy Ejercito Estrada, here and in front.
Session is suspended, but we would rather that we go there to where the President and former Senator Loy is. Session is suspended. Leader.
Mr. President, I move that we transfer from the calendar for ordinary business to the calendar for special orders. House Bill number 10242, House Bill number 10483, House Bill number 10243. These are the bills granting franchises to electric cooperatives.
Any objection? Hearing none. Consideration of the aforementioned bills omnibussly is now in order. Majority Leader.
Mr. President, I move to recognize Senator Rafi Tulfo, Chairperson of the Committee on Public Services, to deliver an omnibus sponsored speech.
Any objection? Hearing none. Senator Tulfo, the Chairman of the Committee on Public Services, is recognized to deliver his omnibus sponsorship speech at the measures as aforementioned by the Majority Leader. You may proceed, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President. Today, I have the pleasure of sponsoring the franchises of 3 electric cooperatives: the Pampanga Rural Electric Service Cooperative, or PRESCO, Aklan Electric Cooperative, or AKELCO, and Benguet Electric Cooperative, or BINECO. As franchise holders, PRESCO, AKELCO, and BINECO are authorized to construct, install, establish, operate, own, manage, and maintain in the public interest and commercial purposes a distribution system for the conveyance of electric power to the end users in the respective jurisdictions. PRESCO covers 34 barangays in Pampanga. AKELCO services 17 municipalities in Aklan and 2 municipalities in Antique, and BINECO with 13 municipalities in Benguet, as well as Baguio City. The grant of the renewal of these franchises will ensure continuous operation of the aforementioned cooperatives and guarantee convenience of the respective markets, with PRESCO catering to 30,000 households, AKELCO servicing 164,000 households, connections, and BINECO supplying electricity to 240,000 connected accounts. The 3 electric cooperatives also exhibited exemplary performances. PRESCO and AKELCO were both AAA rated from 2016 to 2023, while BINECO got the same rate from 2016 to 2019. And 2023, the highest performance assessment which the National Electric Administration awards to electric cooperatives. I would like to thank my colleagues for supporting these measures, and I'm looking forward to the approval of House Bill number 10242, 10243, and 10483 as amended by the Senate. Thank you and good afternoon. Thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. President, I move that we suspend consideration of House Bill number 5. I'm sorry, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move that we suspend consideration of Senate Bill number 1, the aforementioned House Bill, Your Honor, Mr. President.
Any objection? Any objection? Hearing none, motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. President, I move that we transfer from the calendar for ordinary business to calendar for special orders committee report number 522 on Senate Bill number 2975. This is the bill on the revised Animal Welfare Act. So move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, consideration of the bill is now in order. Senator Grace Poe is recognized to deliver her brief sponsorship remarks. The lady may proceed. Darling, na-recognize na kita.
Minute suspension, Mr. President.
Majority Floor Leader.
Ito muna. Mr. President, I move that I withdraw the previous motion. Instead,
Any objection? Previous motion to consider Committee Report number 522 on Senate Bill number 2975 is now withdrawn. Majority Leader.
Mr. President, we are in receipt of the Conference Committee report on the disagreeing provisions of Senate Bill number 2863 and House Bill number 10466. These are the bills on the Foreign Affairs Pension Differential Act. With that, I move to recognize Senator Mark A. Villar, the chairperson of the Senate panel, to give the highlights of the Conference Committee report. So move, Mr. President.
Senator Villar is recognized. You may proceed, sir.
Yes, before I submit for ratification the report. I'd just like to make a quick manifestation about the Senate Bill number 2647, or the Act Strengthening the Basis Conversion and Development Authority. Mr. President, we cannot deny that BCDA has played a special role in our grand and ambitious infrastructure plans over the years. They transformed former U.S. military bases into districts of growth that we know of today, Clark and Pampanga and the Bonifacio Global District in Taguig being two of the most progressive economic hubs. Through this measure, BCDA will be granted 30 more years of extension to their corporate life upon the expiration of the original term. This is 30 more years of competent contribution to our nation building through infrastructure development. Mr. President, one of the important provisions of this bill is the declaration of around 15% of BCDA special economic and Freeport zones will be used for residential and residential mixed areas and institutional and industrial purposes. Ang bill na ito ay magbibigay suporta sa 4PH program o ang pabahay para sa Filipino housing na naglalayong masolusyonan ang kawalan ng sapat na pabahay sa ating mga kababayan na walang kakayanan na makapagtayo ng sariling bahay. Kasabay po ng patuloy na development ng ating mga economic hub, hindi po natin iiwan sa pagunlad ng ating mga kababayan. Mr. President, I thank our colleagues, especially Senator Peter Cayetano, for seeing through the importance of this bill and approving it timely and effectively. I would also like to thank our counterparts in the lower house, particularly the chair of the House Special Committee on Basis Conversion, Congressman Jefferson Konghun, for their support of the bill. Mr. President, we can now be assured that the BCDA will be able to continuously execute their mandate of not just transforming economic hubs, but also the lives of the Filipino people. Thank you.
And for the record, this is in connection with what Senate bill? So that we can reference it. Yes, so that we can reference it for the record, because this is not
Yes, I would just like to inform, this is just a manifestation to inform the body that the Senate bill has already been, the Senate version of the bill has been adopted by the House of Representatives. I just want to make a manifestation, Mr. President. And just to inform the body.
Secretary is directed to make note of the Senate bill.
Yes, it's not a motion. It's just point of just information.
By Senator Bill. You may proceed, sir, with respect to the Bicameral Conference Committee report.
Yes. I have the honor of submitting for ratification the Bicameral Conference Committee report on the disagreeing provisions of Senate Bill number 2863 and House Bill number 10466, otherwise known as the Adjusted DFA Retirement Benefits Act. Mr. President, this legislation aims to aid our lifelong foreign service personnel throughout their twilight years as they retire from the front lines of our diplomatic relations. Our DFA retirees dedicated their lives to representing the Philippines in the international arena, defending the best interests of every Filipino here at home and from every corner of the globe. They have sacrificed being with family and loved ones to provide a strong fort for the country's bilateral ties to other nations. It is no overstatement to say that they are one of our modern heroes, as such needing to be recognized and treated similarly. This measure will entitle DFA retirees to receive a monthly pension differential, aiming to augment the pension they receive to be at par with the existing rate of the salary grade of the rank they held upon their retirement. Mr. President, I would like to thank the members of the Bicameral Conference panel of both the Senate and the House of Representatives for their invaluable contribution in refining this important legislation. I would also like to express my gratitude to the co-sponsors of this bill, Senator Bato de la Rosa, Senator Loren Legarda, Senator Pro Tempore Jinggoy Estrada, Majority Leader Francis Tolentino, Senator Grace Poe, Senator Joel Villanueva, Senator Nancy Binay, and Senator Mig Subiri for their relentless support to our mission for our DFA retirees. I would also like to thank our distinguished Minority Leader, Senator Coco Pimentel, for the immeasurable input for the refinement of the bill, and of course our beloved Senate President, Senator Chis Escudero, for his unwavering support of this bill. Mr. President, with the permission of the body, I move that the joint explanatory statement of the disagreeing provisions of Senate Bill number 2863 and House Bill number 10466 be read into the record and that the Bicameral Conference Committee report be ratified. Thank you, Mr. President.
Any objection? There being none, the motion is approved. The Bicameral Conference Committee report on the disagreeing provisions of Senate Bill number 2942 and House Bill number 11144 is hereby approved and ratified. Majority Leader.
Mr. President, we are in receipt of the Conference Committee report on the disagreeing provisions of Senate Bill number 2942 and House Bill number 11144. These are the bills resetting the first regular elections in the Bangsamoro Autonomous Region in Muslim Mindanao. With that, I move to recognize, Mr. President, may I be recognized as the chairperson of the Senate panel to give the highlights of the conference committee report. So move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, motion is approved. The sponsor is recognized.
Mr. President, esteemed colleagues in the Senate, I have the honor of submitting for ratification the bicameral conference committee report on the disagreeing provisions of Senate Bill number 2942 and House Bill number 111444, or an act resetting the first regular elections in the Bangsamoro Autonomous Region in Muslim Mindanao, amending for the purpose Section 13, Article 16 of Republic Act number 11054 as amended, otherwise known as the Organic Law for the Bangsamoro Autonomous Region in Muslim Mindanao. The Senate panel is composed of Senate President Chis Escudero and Senate Minority Leader Aquilino Coco Pimentel III and this humble representation. The bicameral conference committee, which convened this morning, adopted the Senate version of the bill as the working draft. As chairperson of the Senate panel, allow me to report the provisions of the present reconciled bill accompanying our conference committee report. Under the reconciled version, the conference came to an agreement to set the first regular election of Barm on October 13, 2025, and that the next election shall be held and synchronized with the 2028 national elections and every 3 years thereafter. Furthermore, the conference committee members agreed to adopt provision in the Senate version for the present Bangsamoro Transition Authority to continue as the interim government in the Barm until their successors are elected and qualified. The reconciled bill also mandated the Barm government to disburse the share of the province of Sulu in the annual block grant in accordance with the rules and regulations of the Department of Budget and Management. Moreover, it was also agreed that the COMELEC will no longer open the filing of new certificate of candidacies or accept manifestations of intent to participate with the list of nominees, except for the seats allocated to the province of Sulu. The candidates who have already filed their certificate of candidacies and the nominees for party representatives included the certificate of nomination and acceptance of the political parties from November 4 to 9, 2024 shall be automatically considered candidates and nominees. Mr. President, wala po tayong ibang hangad kundi ang pinakamabuti para sa ating mga kapatid sa Barm. We continue to pursue our commitment to promote their welfare and secure lasting peace in the region. Mr. President, with the permission of the body, I move that the joint explanatory statement on the disagreeing provisions of Senate Bill number 2942 and House Bill number 11144 be read in toto into the record and that the bicameral conference committee report be ratified. Maraming salamat po.
Mr. President. Before acting on the motion, what is the pleasure of the Minority Floor Leader?
If we be given time to discuss the BICAM report.
The gentleman may proceed.
On the substance. I want to put it on record that I never saw the BICAM report, Mr. President, so I should have been given a chance to go over the BICAM report and indicate my vote, whether in the affirmative or in the negative. But thank you for this elaboration of the results of the BICAM conference on the proposal to reset the Barm elections. So I got from the explanation of our sponsor at the head of our panel, I get the impression that it was the Senate version which prevailed. More or, yes, it was, tama po ba yan?
Yes, that is correct.
I took note of around 5 main ideas.
Except for the title.
5 main ideas mentioned by our sponsor, our chairman, and we are familiar with 4 of the 5. And only the one thing new is the allocation of the share of Sulu from the block grant pursuant to DBM. The DBM there is the national DBM?
Yes, Mr. President.
Okay, so, and then the allocation would be for year 2025. Yun po yun. That was the concern. Yun po yung bagong laman nung harmonized version.
Yes, that's correct, Your Honor, Mr. President. all in accordance with, of course, the rules and regulation of the DBM national, of course, Mr. President.
Yes, but it only touches on the disposition or distribution of the black grant as far as fiscal year 2025 is concerned.
That is
Yun po ba
correct,
yun?
Mr. President.
Is that very clear in the harmonized version?
Yes, yes, that is correct, Mr. President.
And all the rest, parang na-discuss na natin dito yun eh, yung tuloy ang BTA, no more reopening of the filing kasi October rin naman yun eh, yun eh po yun. Tapos October 2025 at tapos babalik sa synchronized sa 2028.
That is correct,
Those are the main ideas, Mr. President. So, since
Siguro the only difference, we adopted also the Senate version. No? Yung sa kanila po, di ba, 1 year. Sa atin,
Yes.
5 months. So,
Correct.
And likewise, with the House version, considered expired na po yung term nila. But since our version is 5 months, we did it best that the present occupants stay on a holdover position until the new leaders are elected.
least disturbance na.
Yes, Mr. President. Kasi 5 months na tayo
Apa.
eh. Mr. President.
At least at least familiar na tayo dun sa apat na yan because Senate version pa nanggaling po sa Senate version yan. So Mr. President, with this clarification, more or less it was really the Senate version, but unfortunately, and it was with a heavy heart that I voted no against that Senate version, and it is the one prevailing, although had the other version prevailed, I don't know, I do not believe I would have changed my mind anyway, Mr. President. So, can I just make it of record that I'm retaining my vote during the third reading of the Senate version, Mr. President, on the matter of the resetting of the Barm elections.
Noted,
Thank you.
entered into the records with due apologies with respect to the copy and appreciation and thanks also for the understanding on the part of our minority floor leader. Acting on the previous motion of the majority floor leader, is there any objection? Hearing none, motion is approved. The conference committee report on the disagreeing provisions of Senate Bill number 2942 and 11144 is hereby approved and ratified. Congratulations to the author.
Mr. President, I move that we transfer from the calendar for ordinary business to calendar for special orders committee report number 522. On Senate Bill number 2975, this is the bill on the revised Animal Welfare Act. So move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, consideration of the aforementioned measures now in order. Senator Grace is recognized to deliver her sponsorship speech finally.
Thank you for the understanding and generosity of our Senate President. Esteemed colleagues, fellow advocates for the voiceless, yesterday we celebrated the International Date Your Dog Day. Being the loving fur parent that I am, I spent my time dating Mochi, Wash, Hamilton, washing Pachot, Perry, Borgen, and Olympus. Ngayong araw na ito, kayo naman ang ida-date ko because today I stand before you with a deep sense of purpose as I sponsor a long overdue measure, the Revised Animal Welfare Act. Filipinos have long shared a deep bond with animals, whether it be the loyal aspins or puspins that roam our streets or the household pets that greet us after a long day. Animals are an integral part of our lives. Ngunit sa kabila ng mga koneksyon sa ating mga alaga, nananatiling luma, mahina at kulang ang ating mga batas ukol sa kanilang kapakanan. The Animal Welfare Act of 1998 was a crucial step towards recognizing what animals deserve care and protection from cruelty. It helped raise awareness and establish legal safeguards to prevent abuse. However, like any law, it must evolve to address the emerging challenges and of animal welfare. Violence against animals is not an abstract concern. It is a grim reality unfolding in our country every single day. Allow me to illustrate this painful truth. Nandiyan sa Kilua ang golden retriever na hinambalos ng tanod hanggang sa ito ay mamatay. Noong 2023, may aso rin na nakita sa viral video na pinugutan ng ulo. Meanwhile, despite legal prohibition, the slaughter and sale of dog meat persists in parts of the country. Sa isang video nakuha ng isang concerned citizen noong nakaraang taon, makikita ang isang asong pilit na lumalaban habang hinihila ng isang lalaki papunta di umano sa katayan upang gawing pulutan. Mr. President, hindi lang ito simpleng mga kwento. Patunay ito ng mga kakulangan sa ating batas at sistema. The revised Animal Welfare Act seeks to address these shortcomings. It aims to strengthen penalties for acts of cruelty. Ang sentro ng panukalang ito ay pagtatatag ng Animal Welfare Bureau sa ilalim ng Department of Agriculture. It will serve as the primary guardian of animal welfare across the country. Equipped with resources to bring about real change, bawat LGU ay magkakaroon ng Animal Welfare Bureau upang matiyak na walang hayop ang mapapabayaan. It will set clear and non-negotiable standards for food, water, shelter, and transport to guarantee that every animal is treated with the dignity and respect it deserves. As the great Mahatma Gandhi said, the greatness of a nation and its moral progress can be judged by the way its animals are treated. I wholeheartedly agree. This bill is a reflection of our values as a nation. Among its critical provisions are the following. Una, tinitiyak nito na ang bawat hayop ay may malinis na tubig, sapat na pagkain at maayos na matutuluyan. Hindi kaagad-agad ito magagawa, pero meron din tayo ditong probisyon para kahit papano unti-unti nating mapunuan at makatulong ang gobyerno para dito. Bawal na yung mga asong chained and left to starve under the scorching sun. No more animals left in the cold and rain without refuge. Second, it establishes animal care as a right, not a privilege. All domesticated animals will be entitled to annual checks, and those in distress must receive prompt medical attention. Sino mang mag-abandona ng may sakit o sugatang hayop ay mananagot sa batas. Third, it sets up humane transport standards. It sets strict guidelines for the humane transport of all animals from household pets to livestock. Pang-apat, ipinagbabawal na nito ang dog meat trade, ear cropping, tail docking, cruel confinement, and devocalization, at iba pang hindi makataong gawain maliban na lamang kung kinakailangan medikal. Fifth, it dictates stronger penalties for animal cruelty. Tapos na ang panahon na pa-warning-warning lang. This bill ensures swift and severe consequences for individuals who engage in acts of cruelty, neglect, exploitation of animals. 6, it promotes spaying, neutering, and vaccination of stray animals to curb their population and prevent the spread of rabies in our country. This is a crucial task because just last year, the Philippines ranked 6th among countries with the highest rabies incidence in the world. Finally, it puts an end to animal blood sports. Dogfighting and other forms of animal combat will be strictly regulated with unauthorized fights outlawed entirely. Mr. President, I've said this before, when it comes to animal welfare, I know that the Senate is a multipositan body. Halos lahat ng mga kasama ko dito may mga alaga sa bahay at nakakapagpawi ng pagod at hirap. Anyone who raises that issue here is not barking up the wrong tree. Violence against animals are symptoms of a systematic failure, a failure to enforce our laws. Every day, social media is flooded with heartbreaking pleas for justice for abused and abandoned animals. Ang mga pribadong organisasyon, advocacy groups, at mga mamamayan ay matagal nang nananawagan ng hustisya para sa kanila. Kabilang nandyan ang Philippine Animal Welfare Society, Biyaya Animal Care, Animal Kingdom Foundation, Mama's Cradle Animal Sanctuary, Palawan Animal Welfare Foundation, Baguio Cat Lovers, Kapon Ampon, Potion Project, at marami pang iba. Ngunit kung wala tayong maayos na batas at framework para rito, mananatili itong paulit-ulit na problema. This bill is our chance to make a lasting difference, not just by strengthening our laws, but by sending a clear message to the world. Hindi lang animal lover ang mga Pilipino, kundi animal defenders rin. I now call on this chamber, kaya natin inahabol ito, na sana mapasa natin ito ngayong 19th Congress. They say a dog is a human's best friend. Well, before this Congress adjourn, let's make it clear humans are a dog's best friend too. And not just all dogs, but all other animals. Maraming salamat po.
Majority Floor Leader.
Yes, Mr. President. Next to co-sponsor the measure is Senator Pia Cayetano. I move that she be recognized.
Senator Cayetano is recognized. You may proceed, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. President. I will actually submit my co-sponsorship speech to be inserted into the record. I just am standing here to show my support. Mr. President, as early as 2007, this representation sponsored the anti-rabies bill, which included provisions on responsible dog ownership, because it is our belief that many of the hardships of our beloved animals are caused by human beings. And it also starts with knowing that when you take a dog into your home, you take them into the community, it is your responsibility. So just want to put that into the record that it is high time, 2007, that's 18 years, Mr. President, since we passed this bill. And it is high time that we review it, we improve on the conditions. I think the times have changed. More and more people are considering their pets as family and are aghast by the horrors that we now can see because of the availability of social media and what happens to many animals in the hands of, sadly, human beings. So I will submit my full co-sponsorship into the record, Mr. President, and we thank the chairperson for taking this initiative. Thank you.
Noted and entered into the records.
Mr. President, our Deputy Minority Leader is seeking the floor. Senator Risa Ontiveros.
What is the pleasure of the Honorable Ontiveros?
Mr. President, if I may be allowed to manifest the desire to be a co-sponsor as well of this bill.
The lady may proceed.
Salamat tabi, Mr. President. I would just like to submit, with the indulgence of the good sponsor and main author, together with Senator Pia, fellow fur parent and parent of fur parents. Opo, I'd just like to submit my sponsorship speech to enter it into the records, noting initially, Mr. President, that indeed the aspins, the postpins, and the pets who meet us when we get home can be one and the same, especially through adoption instead of shopping. I also laud and appreciate the good sponsors' leadership in promoting spaying, neutering, and vaccination through this bill for the welfare of all animals and our human society as well, which to our greater joy we share with these animals. Animal welfare is something that is not just close to my heart, but a cause that is dear to my family and clan as well. In 1986, my aunt, Nita Ontiveros Lichauco, was the former longtime president of the Philippine Animal Welfare Society. A cattery for rescued cats was put up at the back of Tata's, as we called her, Tata's residence in San Juan. Rescued dogs were sent to the Shangri-La Luna, a Lichauco farm in Pangasinan province, a 4-hour drive from Manila. Construction of the POS Animal Rehabilitation Center or Park started in September 2000 with funding from the International Fund for Animal Welfare or IFAW and the kind assistance of Don Manolo Lopez. I look forward, Mr. President, with all my heart to working with the sponsor to improve the welfare of animals in the Philippines. Salamat tabi, Mr. President.
Noted and entered into the records. Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. President, Senator Jingoy Estrada and yours truly, being also a fair parent, would like to insert to the records our co-sponsorship speeches for Senate Bill number 2975.
Duly noted.
Mr. President, I move that we suspend consideration of Senate Bill number 2975.
Any objection? Hearing none, motion is approved.
Mr. President, I move that we resume consideration of Senate Bill number 2965 under Committee Report number 488. This is the bill granting free funeral service. So move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, consideration of the measure is now in order. I believe we are in the period of amendments and the sponsor is recognized to propound individual amendments to the measure. You may proceed, ma'am.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Thank you, Majority Leader. Mr. President, before I introduce the individual amendments, I would like to acknowledge Senators Coco Pimentel, our Minority Leader, Senator Lauren Legarda, and the other members of the Senate for their valuable inputs and insights to enhance this proposed legislation. The following are the individual amendments. On page 2, line 9, section 3, definition of term, subsection B, delete the phrase funeral services and replace it with the phrase indigent funeral package. I so move, Mr.
Any
President.
objection to the proposed amendment? Hearing none, amendment is approved.
On the same page, section and subsection, line 12, delete the word mortuary and replace it with the phrase funeral establishment. I so move,
Any
Mr.
objection?
President.
Hearing none, amendment is approved.
On the same page, line 13, section 3, definition of term, subsection C, after the word establishment, remove the word includes and replace it with the following. Refers to a licensed business that provides funeral services such as. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, amendment is approved.
On the same page, line 14, section 3, definition of term, subsection C, after the word preparation, insert the word transportation. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, amendment is approved.
On the same page, line 16 to 21, remove the whole section 4 coverage and replace it with a new section 4, which will now read as follows. This is the amendment recommended by Senator Legarda, and I believe this is the operating coverage, in fact. Section 4 coverage. Free funeral services shall be provided to families who are in crisis situations as determined by the Department of Social Welfare and Development, DSWD, including but not limited to indigent families, those affected by calamities, disasters, or other emergency circumstances that prevent them from affording dignified funeral services. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, amendment is approved.
On page 3, lines 1 and 2, section 5, free funeral services for poor families, delete the whole sentence which reads, the said free funeral services shall be given to only one family member per month per funeral establishment, and replace it with, the said free indigent funeral package shall be provided per death incident of a family member. I so move, Mr.
Any
President.
objection?
That derives from our
Hearing none,
minority
proposed amendment
leader.
is approved.
On the same page, line 7 to 11, remove the whole section 6, requirements for availing free funeral services, and replace with the new section 6, which shall now read, section 6, requirements for availing the indigent family package. The bereaved family or representative must provide the following in order to avail of the indigent family funeral package. 1, valid identification card of the claimant or beneficiary. 2, death certificate issued by the hospital or by the city municipal health office, or certification from the tribal chieftain. 3, funeral contract signed by representative of the poor family funeral establishment and authorized DSW personnel. 4, social case study prepared by any registered social worker. I so move, Mr.
Any
President.
objection to the proposed amendment? Hearing none, amendment is approved.
Thank you. Still on the same page, line 14 of section 7, lead agency, add the following sentence after the word country. The Department of Trade and Industry, DTI, shall monitor and regulate the current market prices of the funeral services, including but not limited to the price of caskets and urns, to prevent undue or excessive price increases. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, proposed amendment is approved.
Still on the same page, line 15, section 8, reimbursement, delete the word reimbursement and replace it more correctly with the phrase payment of indigent funeral package. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection to the proposed amendment? There being none, amendment is approved.
Still on the same page, line 16, delete the phrase may seek reimbursement and replace it with the phrase shall be paid by the DSWD. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, proposed amendment is approved.
Still on the same page, line 19, section 8, reimbursement before the word poor, insert the phrase representative of the poor. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, amendment is approved.
Still on the same page, end line, section 8, reimbursement, between the word the and the punctuation mark, comma, delete the word mortuary and replace it with the phrase funeral establishment. I so move, Mr.
Any
President.
objection? Hearing none, amendment is approved.
Page 4, line 4, section 9, penalties, add a new paragraph which shall read as follows. Any individual or establishment found to have fraudulently availed or facilitated the availing of free funeral services under this act through false representations, document falsification, or collusion shall be penalized with imprisonment of not less than 6 months and a fine not exceeding 500,000 pesos. I so move, Mr.
Any
President.
objection to the proposed amendment? Hearing none, amendment is approved.
On the same page, line 9, insert a new section entitled Implementing Rules and Regulations, which shall read as follows. Section 11, Implementing Rules and Regulations. The DSWD shall promulgate the implementing rules and regulations within 60 days from the effectivity of this act. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection to the proposed amendment? Hearing none, amendment is approved.
Thank you, and Mr. President, I move that the succeeding questions be renumbered accordingly. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, succeeding sections are renumbered accordingly and subject to style. Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. President, with no other individual amendment, I move to close a period of individual amendments.
Any objection? Hearing none, period of individual amendments now closed.
I move to approve on second reading Senate Bill number 2965. So move, Mr. President.
Any objection? There being none, Senate Bill number 2965 is approved on second reading. Congratulations to the author.
I move that we
Majority Leader.
I move that we suspend consideration of Senate Bill number 2965.
Any objection? Hearing none, motion is approved.
Mr. President, Senator Ronald Bato de la Rosa would like to insert in the records his co-sponsorship speech for Senate Bill number 2975 or the revised Animal Welfare Act.
Noted and entered into the records.
Mr. President, I move that we resume consideration of Senate Bill number 2811 under Committee Report number 313. This is the bill on the revised Cooperative Code of the Philippines. So move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, consideration of the aforementioned measure is now in order.
I move to resume the period of interpellation and recognize the sponsor, Senator Aimee R. Marcos, and to interpellate Senator Juan Miguel Zubiri. So move, Mr. President.
Senators Marcos and Zubiri are both recognized, for the former to receive the questions, queries, and interjections of the latter.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. President. If the Honorable Lady Senator will allow me to propound a few questions.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Yes, our good Senator Zubiri, please.
Thank you. As many of you know, I was chairman of the Committee on Co-ops for 1 decade, 10 years. So it's been a long time handling the cooperative movement, the cooperative sector. I'm a proud supporter of the co-op movement. I'm a proud supporter of the co-op sector. As a matter of fact, our cooperative code was one that we amended from the former Senate President Aquilino Pimentel Jr.,
Yep.
the father of Senator Coco Pimentel, Your Honor. And so just a few concerns with the new proposed amendments. On the proposed limitation on cooperatives, on Section 8 on organizing a primary cooperative, Your Honor, there is a provision that says, provided that no cooperative with the same line of business is operating in the same area of operation, will this not run counter, dear sponsor, to the constitutional provision to the right to form associations under the Bill of Rights? Won't it prejudice or disadvantage people who may want a new cooperative in a particular area. What was the rationale for this, Madam Sponsor?
The idea was to aggregate similar cooperatives to enjoy economics of scale and economies of scale and promote cooperativism. However, we are open to the amendments on this matter, being cognizant, however, of the effort of CDA to merge tiny co-ops. Perhaps the former chairman could suggest better language. We are open to any suggestions.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, I don't think it would be democratic if we would ban, let's say, 2 credit cooperatives to be placed in one particular area, or 2 farmer co-ops placed in agri-co-ops, like in Bukidnon. There are several agri-co-ops, particularly sugar co-ops, that are there. So it would be disadvantageous to them if this provision would go through. So thank you for allowing us to, in a later time, propose language to that effect. On the same section, on the organization of laboratory cooperatives, it says, a laboratory cooperative shall have all the rights, privileges, and duties of regular cooperatives and shall be governed by special guidelines to be promulgated by the authority. And we define members of laboratory, in my law, RA 9520, we define members of a laboratory co-op to be between the age of 7 years but below 18 years. We pose no objection on the registration of laboratory cooperatives, but let us have a guardian cooperative to supervise them so that they can enjoy the rights and privileges to guardian cooperatives. Currently, the members of the laboratory cooperatives are below the age, therefore could not be legally entered into contracts and agreements. Do you have...
I think that's a very good suggestion. We should add a supervising co-op of mature age and capacity.
So in a later time, we'll propose amendment.
Yes,
Thank you po.
we're very open to accepting that because that seems very, very sensible indeed.
Thank you very much, Madam Sponsor. On the, ito Madam Sponsor, matagal na namin itong pinaglalaban, matagal na namin itong pinag-aaway sa BIR. As a matter of fact, the co-ops are there, co-op, NATCO, and all their groups. We've had several debates with the different BIR commissioners, shouting matches, even with the DOF secretaries at that time, on the issue on the TIN. No, this is on Section 71, the Certificate of Tax Exemption for Cooperatives. During my time as chairman, we fully supported the amendment to RA 9520, where cooperatives were having a hard time complying with individual TIN.
Yes.
TIN, because
That's right.
with due respect to the BIR and the DOF, alam mo, Mr. President, yung mga magsasaka at mangingisda, hindi naman mag-apply ng TIN yun. Lahat naman tayo dito may TIN, di ba? Alam mo yung consequence sa pag may TIN kayo? Ang consequence pag may TIN kayo, you are a taxpayer already. Supposed to be taxpayer ka. And you should be doing repertorial, whether you earn or not. Whether zero yung income mo o hindi, kailangan mag-file ka.
Tama.
Ito po yung mga mahihirap lamang na tao at they're in the informal economy. Many of them are very poor. They cannot afford. They don't even. Some of them, let's face it, cannot read or write.
Yes.
Many
Senator
farmers.
Subir, you're preaching to the choir. We're all against that TIN requirement, but I don't want to get into a shouting match with BIR or DOF, but they keep insisting. So perhaps as a compromise, we can say that we won't make this mandatory and we will encourage co-op members.
Encourage na lang. Maybe the right language would be encouraged, no? Or kasi if we make it mandatory,
Hindi kaya talaga.
Maraming kooperatiba, will not be able to get their tax exemptions and they will fall under the blacklist of the BIR. Maybe I can help you doing a shouting match with them. Sanay na rin po.
Second round.
So, maybe in the right time, Madam Sponsor, baka we can tone down
Our minority leader and our deputy minority leader, including Senator Gatchalian, suggested that perhaps we could simply assist BIR to encourage co-op and co-op members or file with the BIR when they are ready.
Yes.
Parang ganun na lang. by way of encouragement na lang, pero wag na lang gawing mandatory.
Oo,
Kasi may
maraming-
tin rin naman yung co-op eh.
Maraming in good standing na co-ops mava-violate yan. And they
Tama.
will definitely lose their tax exemption. Kawawa naman yung mga cooperatives. And
Ayaw pumayag ng BIR hanggang ngayon eh.
ganun talaga yun, Madam, Mr. President. Ayaw talaga pumayag ng BI. Even, kasi I was chairman of the Committee on Co-ops in 2007. And then 2016.
Bakit daw kailangan ng members individual tin? Samantalang may tin naman yung co-op, pwede
Yun.
naman nilang habulin yung co-op.
Yun. That's correct. The transaction naman is with the co-op. It's not with the individual members. Because the co-op is the one that's earning and the co-op is the one that's making the money and providing the dividends. So sila magbayad sila mag-apply ng TIN, di ba?
Tama. At yung tax exception para sa co-op, hindi naman sa individual members.
Correct. That's correct, Madam.
Kaya na pinagtatakahan ko, ba't pinipilit yan eh?
Yeah, so we support our distinguished sponsor, and that's just make the transaction between the BIR and the co-op as an entity, not anymore with the individual members. Baka we can put language that says we encourage,
Our co-op members. When they, yeah.
And we encourage the co-ops to pursue the registration of their members, etc., etc. But maybe to put it in the law very clearly that if there are members that do not provide TIN, then they will lose their tax exemption. Kawawa naman po yung
Yes, please help us draft because we are
Okay.
completely with you.
Sige, thank you very much. I'm very glad to hear that, Madam. So on the there's a question. Of course, it's a phone-in question on the Foreign Federation of Cooperatives to own 40% of the preferred share capital. Is this what we discussed earlier? Is it similar to what we discussed about the co-ops from
Yes,
New
New
Zealand?
Zealand that wanted to participate. Pero pinapalitan na natin yan at hindi na sila preferred share. Binago na rin that will be part of our committee amendments na wag na silang sumali but instead the transactions with foreigners will be governed by a joint venture or a partnership agreement. Kasi parang magulo rin eh kapag bumoto sila.
Yes. Okay. We're very happy to hear that,
Yes,
Madam Sponsor.
but I
Thank you.
also think that we need to exploit the possibility of foreign co-ops and foreign corporations investing in our rural areas. That's what we so
Yes.
direly need.
Yes. That one we agree upon, Mr. President, Madam Sponsor. One important also, I think, one important issue is that under our old Republic Act, 9520, we had come up with new cooperatives, and one of them, of course, was unahin ko na muna yung transport service cooperatives.
Yes.
So, what is the plan of the dear sponsor? I think in the new proposal, they're going to remove OTCs, transport cooperatives from the CDA. Is that
Hindi na eh. Hindi na, nagbago na rin. That's also going to be, as you rightly pointed out, that's going to be part of our committee amendments. And we understand that the OTC has a mere 34 employees, and they're not all over the country, so they will like to remain with the CDA still.
Great. So
They'll
in
not
the
be
proper
able
time.
to handle now with the POV modernization. Hindi talaga kakayanin ng OTC, DOTR. So mananatili na sila sa CDA upon further consultation. Yun ang consensus.
Great. So during the committee amendments, there will be amendments to that.
Yes,
effect.
I have to amend it because they changed their mind.
Great.
Upon the realization that there are a mere 34 employees in the OTC
Hindi kaya
office.
po. You're absolutely
Hindi kaya
correct.
eh.
Hindi kaya.
At saka with the PUV modernization, we're ratcheting up the organization of co-ops among transport groups. Eh.
Yes. On the issue on the electric cooperatives, Madam Sponsor, I know this is a very contentious issue. As a matter of fact, they're a very influential group under the NEA. But could we make it right now on the committee report? The CDA registered electric cooperatives is going to be brought back to NEA. Parang di na CDA ang in charge sa electric cooperatives. But That's basically our discussion yesterday, right? We were
Yes, the discussion yesterday was that there are two regimes that are available to electric co-ops.
Yes.
Either they register as a corporation under the SEC or they register as a co-op under the CDA. To date, 14 electric co-ops are registered under the CDA and avail of the tax options. However, there are upwards of 108 co-ops that remain with NEA.
Yes.
The possibility of the NEA co-ops reorganizing as cooperatives today remains open if they would like to reorganize as co-ops and put aside their corporate identity.
That's correct. Because during our Republic Act 9520, for the benefit of our minority floor leader, we had a big tussle with the electric cooperatives because under NEA, because we said under that law that all cooperatives should be registered under the CDA and to be able to use the name cooperatives. Obviously, the NEA cooperatives were also named cooperatives. They really raised hell. And I remember we were in Sofitel, no, when we had that meeting. The congressmen were very upset, of course, representing the NEA constituency. And I said, we came up with a compromise. I remember it was still the dad of Governor Gwen Garcia. It was Congressman, the old man, Pablo Garcia.
Pablin Garcia.
Pablin Garcia, who and his colleagues that crafted a compromise wherein no one else can use the name of cooperatives except those registered with the CDA and of NEA. So parang we had a compromise that NEA can still utilize the name of cooperatives. With that said,
So I think that stands until today. But even if they are called electric co-ops, if they are a corporation registered on the SEC or under other bodies, they can no longer avail of the tax exemption.
Correct.
Dapat maliwanag yun.
Pero
Kasi
hindi
yun ang,
sila. That's
yun ang
your correct.
problema
You're
dati.
correct. Yeah.
Kasi nagke-claim sila na NEA sila, pero at the same time, humihingi sila ng tax exemption. Di
Correct.
pwede yun.
Correct. You're absolutely correct. Kasi ang problema naman natin, kung ipasok natin sila sa CDA registered, or we give them the same benefits of CDA registered cooperatives, there would also be a revenue loss, di ba?
Tama.
Huge.
Oo.
109.
Malaki-laki yan kasi may mga
109 co-ops yan eh.
may mga co-op tayo na electrical co-op na talagang magaling kumita.
Oo nga.
Dapat magbayad sila ng buwis. At
Yes,
saka
yes.
alam naman natin, korporasyon sila, hindi naman co-op na totoo.
No, and also yesterday or 2 days ago, we were having a discussion on the DLPC franchise, Davao Light and Power.
Light and Power.
And against the cooperatives. And I hope those that are listening, maraming electric cooperatives na nakikinig na yun. Sana naman, kasi ako yung binabanatan sa social media na yun because I'm supporting the Davao Light and Power. I sponsored the Davao Light and Power franchise. Kasi they're saying that no to oligarchy, no to the abolition of electric cooperatives. The mere fact that Senator Raffy Tolentino, right before this, Senator, what did they say? Raffy Tulfo, my apologies. The mere fact that Senator Raffy Tulfo half an hour ago sponsored 3 electric cooperatives for their franchise shows that the Senate is not for pro-oligarchy legislation.
We're pro-co-op.
We're pro-co-op and we're pro-people. I think we're pro-consumer. No? Possibly that these 3 co-ops in these 3 areas were run very well. Their rates maybe are very affordable. No one seems to be complaining. And their local representatives filed the bill to sponsor it in the floor in the House. And it emanates from the House and it comes to us. So same with this, same with other measures. No? So I just wanted to put that on record. But yes, so is there a plan in your measure, Your Honor, that, or is it still status quo, that we allow them to still remain under CDA? Is there a plan to remove all the CDA electric cooperatives and bring them to NEA? Or is it status quo as far as we can?
I think the plan is still status quo in the sense that they have the option of being under NEA or under CDA. Pero ilalagay po natin na maliwanag na kapag naging NEA sila, wala silang tax exemption katulad ng co-op. So that's going to be introduced as an amendment of the committee.
However, let me read clearly.
Yes, right now, i-amend natin yan, dalawang options ng electric co-op, either mag-NEA sila or mag-CDA sila. Pareho naman pwede. Yun nga lang, pag nag-NEA sila, bawal na yung tax exempt. Hindi naman pwedeng magkabila.
That is the essence of 9520. So basically, if we can amend it with the proper language.
We're going to make it
Black and
really
white na.
clear.
Okay, clear. Thank you. Thank you po. Thank you po. And great. So we have the right. We're both on the same page, Your Honor. Wala naman tapalatang problema sa measure.
Thank you, thank you.
And then,
Matagal
ito
na kasi
lang.
kayo sa co-op eh.
No, mahal na mahal ko yung mga yan. And you know what? They do the work that government does not do, to be honest. Yung pagpahiram ng pera, yung credit, yung agricultural credit that they get from the members, give it to the members, goes a long, long way. And
Malaking tulong sila nung panahon ng COVID. Walang negosyo. Ang daming binail out
If,
na mga
if
members.
you're on the same page, we can approve this already.
yeah, one more, Mr. President. Just one last question. One last question.
No, the gentleman may proceed.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. On the penal provisions lang, Madam Sponsor,
yes.
Mr. President, the word cooperative kasi, it says here, organizations registered with the government agencies are allowed to retain the word cooperative in the registered names, provided these organizations not be entitled to the benefits and privileges under this code. I'm just worried, Your Honor, we'll be able to use the word cooperative or co-op in a business name. It may send the wrong signal because I have here it can be confusing. I have here several articles of several cooperatives that were fake cooperatives.
Yes, that's right.
And ito nga, Marcos Wealth pa yung isa.
Yun na nga. At,
Marcos Wealth, mamimigay ng
yan.
pera ninyo.
Tapos nangongolekta ng contribution. Pagkatapos mangangako na limpak-lipak na salapi ang aabutin sa kanila.
Yes, baka naman po, we can keep it as of what was written in 9520, which basically is that it must be prohibited and only those registered with the CDA can use the word, and of course, NEA, can use the word cooperatives. Kasi if we don't, any Tom, Dick, and Harry can file a misleading company. They can call it AAA credit cooperative. And then everybody will think that it's registered with the CDA, it's being monitored, it's being supervised, and then mangongolekta sila. Ang problema dyan, pagdating ng panahon na scam pala yan, ang masisisi cooperatives. It will give cooperatives a bad name. It will actually give, sabi, ay, ganyan pala yung co-op, scam lang pala
Naging
yung co-op.
iskandalo yan nung
Scandal.
sa Napoles cases.
Yes.
Kasi puro agricultural co-ops, kunwari ang naging beneficiary, hindi naman natupad.
Yes.
Kaya lang, this is an amendment that derives from Senator Risa Ontiveros and the minority. And perhaps we could invite Senator Risa to join the debate.
Yes, maybe we can appeal to Senator Risa because that was the reason why we had to prevent the misuse of the word cooperative, Your Honor. We're just hoping that we can bring it back to the status quo to avoid, and I think if the CDA is here, and I think the CDA is behind you, we can ask the CDA, Madam Sponsor, because of their strict regulations now of cooperatives, the use of the name cooperatives, I'm sure walang nakakalusot na mga scams na yun. Wala naman akong narinig na yun in the status quo.
Well, ang position paper talaga ng CDA, maliwanag na huwag hahayaan gamitin yung salitang co-op kapag hindi tunay na co-op at hindi rehistrado sa CDA. So they maintain the same position as the old law and yourself, Senator Zubiri.
Yes. So maybe
do you still want to include Senator Risa? I think she's quite comfortable where
Senator Risa?
she is. No, she's quite comfortable where she is. You can just limit the debate between the two.
Okay, all right.
In other words, speed up. We'll speed up. We got it, Mr. President.
Ngayon lang yata ako nakakita ng sponsor na naghahanap ng kadibati pandagdag.
Hindi kasi galing sa kanya yung amendment at saka pinag-usapan namin kanina.
Anyway, we can, during the period of amendments, maybe we can
That's
discuss
right.
it with Senator Risa.
Yes.
Either Senator Risa's listening.
Senator Risa is recognized.
Salamat,
You may proceed, ma'am.
Salamat, Mr. President, and to the good sponsor and the good Senator Miggs. The spirit of the arguments about the use of the term cooperative would be embodied, for example, in the Chapter 25 final provisions, particularly, for example, Section 169 penal provisions. The following acts or omissions affecting cooperatives are hereby prohibited. Letter A, the use of the word cooperative shall not be allowed unless authorized under this code. However, organizations registered with other government agencies are allowed to retain the word cooperative, in their registered names, provided that these organizations shall not be entitled to the benefits and privileges under this code. Ganito po yung contention ko, Mr. President, good sponsor, and dear colleague, kasi organizations registered and granted the certificate of registration under SEC relied on the sound discretion of the legal authorities therein. Organizations like the Co-op Chamber complied, good sponsor, with all the legal requirements set forth by the SEC based on Section 17 of RA 11232, otherwise known as the Corporation Code of the Philippines. Hence, when the SEC approved and issued the certificate, it must be, if not conclusive, prima facie evidence that organizations such as those with the word cooperative in their corporate name are legitimate organizations, like Liga ng mga Cooperative Officers ng Pilipinas, LCDOP, na subject din po ng isang batas na ipinasa natin. In fact, under the leadership of the good gentleman from Bukidnon. And that business name is not contrary to existing law, rules and regulations of RA 11364 or even of RA 9520. So these existing and current corporations and or organizations use the word cooperative in their names, but registered with SEC and CDA. They are not violating, therefore, they should not be penalized. So yun po yung reiteration po, Mr. President, good sponsor, nung spirit of this proposed amendment or this provision that I would like to highlight again to the
Senator
good sponsor.
Subiri, I think the penal provision that Senator Ontiveros is reading is actually the one contained in my committee report, and we feel that a more liberal usage perhaps of the word co-op can be utilized in conjunction with the penal provision that will charge any misuse with estafa and other
Is it there?
crimes.
It's
Kasi ngayon, meron na siyang punishment talaga.
So the example that is being given by the distinguished lady senator from Panay is actually for the Cooperative Officers Association.
Actually, Mr. President, good sponsor, good gentleman, the LCDOP was an example of an organization that though it is not itself a cooperative, it uses the term cooperative in its name. Not in violation whether of the Corporation Code or the Cooperative Code, na ganun din po yung spirit in which or other organizations like the Co-op Chamber would continue to use
Are they
the term.
being penalized, Mr. President? Are they being penalized by now using the word cooperative? As officers, I don't think they're being penalized, Madam.
Actually, Mr. President, good sponsor, salamat for that question raised by the good gentleman from Bukidnon. There is no case filed alleging any violation and therefore asking for penalties to be imposed on any organizations using the term cooperative. And as for our worry po na baka mag-estafa sila, di naman po daw sila magsasagawa ng estafa.
I'm sure.
Mr. President.
I'm sure, Mr. President, they're not going to do an estafa. But you're correct. There are some organizations that have the word cooperatives because, for example, as you said, the Cooperative Officers of the Philippines or Cooperative Association of the Philippines Foundation or whatever. As long as I'm just trying to figure out because we have to find a way that it will not be misused because it's been misused. As I said, I have several pages here of news items of cooperatives that were.
Ay, yung pamilya ko nga madalas na bibiktima dyan ginagamit yung pangalan.
Marcos
Tapos
Well,
kunyari,
yung isang Marcos Well.
Tama.
Magbibigay daw kayo ng ilang trilyon. Sama naman kami dyan. Sana all.
Sana all.
But my point lang is, of course, worry ko lang is, lumabas na may cooperative, na pseudo-cooperative, fake cooperative, and then the people will be blaming the CDA. O anong ginawa niyo CDA? Ba't niyo binigyan ng permit ito? Ba't niyo binigyan ng certificate yun? The CDA now will have to say, oh, hindi yan registered sa amin. We just allow them to use the name under the law. That's my worry. How do we prevent that? SEC, SEC. Oh, mga SEC. But now, kasi, they don't allow it. Maluma na to eh. This happened a long time ago. So, right now, the SEC will not allow you to register with them if there's a cooperative word. Pag cooperative, CDA yun.
In Palanan, I think in Isabela, I believe. Yes, I believe in Isabela province, a case was already filed by CDA against the co-op and claiming to undertake storage facilities for grain. And
But using the name cooperative.
they use the word co-op.
My worry lang is...
So they dropped, in the end, they dropped the word co-op.
That's good. My worry lang kasi, if we do this, if we put this particular proviso, it can give them now an opportunity to bring back the word cooperative, which they are actually not.
Mr. President, if I may, just to add to this point of the conversation.
You really want to?
Yes po, one more. Because, if I may, thank you, Mr. President, good
Please
sponsor.
proceed.
Opo. There are actually examples aplenty of organizations using and being allowed to use the term cooperative in their name, even by SEC. Good sponsor, Mr. President. Halimbawa po yung yung Co-op NATCO party list. Even before they registered with the Commission on Elections, registered po sila sa Securities and Exchange Commission.
Tama ba? Pero co-op naman sila.
Pero co-op naman sila.
Ano po?
So, paano ba?
Or Co-op Pinas, for that matter. Legitimate organizations, not fake and not violating any of the laws through the use of the term cooperative. Good sponsor, Mr. President.
That's what I believe that's what Senator Risa is probably envisioning it. No? So anyway, in the proper time, I will not believe.
We could try to put together an amendment. I don't know if it bears any significance, but the use of co-op with a little c is probably a modifier. Whereas if it's a big C, I don't know if that means anything at this point.
Yeah. Or maybe we can limit it to it has to be registered with because it says government agencies.
It has to be registered with
Should be
CDA.
With either CDA or SEC. I don't know. The SEC kasi is...
Kasi yung electric co-ops, maliwanag na sa SEC. Kahit SEC sila at korporasyon sila, hinahayaan na natin gamitin yung co-op. So, we carved out one exemption.
Yes.
So, paano yung iba pa nagagamit ng word co-op?
Worried lang ako, Your Honor. I don't know, my minority floor leader is here, so my Senate President. I'm just worried that we might open an influx of pseudo-cooperatives.
That's right,
if we allow them to use the word cooperative. Those guys that you mentioned are definitely registered, legit cooperatives. Worry ko lang yung mga scammer cooperatives.
That's right, that's
Scam cooperatives. So, and galit pa naman si Senator Risa sa scammer.
Yes, Mr. President.
She's the number one
good sponsor. Opo.
Number one oppositor to scammers.
And that's why I really feel strongly to uphold the right of other organizations to use the term cooperative in their name because they are faithfully living out the spirit of cooperative.
Sorry, what if we take the other tack? If they are in fact corporations, they can use co-op but add Inc. or co after the co-op.
Maybe my question, Madam, is what is the difference?
Kung SEC sila, limbawa, the electrical co-op, Inc. or co, something to distinguish them from co-ops that are under the CDA.
What about,
for example,
Madam,
Mr. President,
if I may,
yes, Mr. President.
What is the difficulty of registering with CDA for these companies? I mean, maybe they can get a certification from CDA. It's not registered. If they're not in the co-op business, let's say they're not really cooperators, and they have the name co-op, can we just request them to get a certificate from the CDA that they are a legitimate business? Maybe we can compromise. Maybe they just get a certificate. Parang sa ano yan certificate of compliance or something. maybe as a compromise.
Let's think on that, Mr. President, good sponsor. Initially lang kasi, baka yung isang kailangang i-problematize, magkakaroon ng problema with the SEC kasi parehong regulating agencies.
Ano lang ma'am,
Yes, Mr.
certification lang from the CDA. They don't need to have they don't have to change their registration. They can still be with SEC. Maybe they just seek there's a provincial office of CDA, there's a regional office. They
Yes.
can just say, we seek a
Okay.
certification that we can use, if we can use the name cooperative.
I think we're all very open to crafting an amendment that addresses this problem, and I will consult the SEC as well as the CDA and try to come up with a compromise that will cover both non-cooperatives and those that are actually registered under the CDA.
Okay.
If you have any
Thank you, good sponsor.
suggestions in the
Yes.
next few days or in the coming months, I'll certainly be welcoming them.
Thank you,
Thank you.
good sponsor. I also look forward to hearing from CDA kung
Yes,
payag ba
CDA,
sila,
pati
mag-issue ba sila ng
SEC
ganong
at
certification.
SEC at saka
Yes,
NEA,
Mr.
baka may
President.
idea din sila kung paano.
I thought
So-
this was already a forum and not an interpellation. So can we
Apologize,
wind it up?
Mr.
and-
President.
Yes, Mr. President. I'm done with my interpellations. I'd like
Thank
to
you.
thank the good sponsor, Senator Amy Marcos, to be open with some amendments later on the period of
At the
amendments.
proper time.
And thank you to Senator Risa Taveras
Thank you, good gentleman.
for being open to amendments
good
as well.
sponsor, Mr.
Thank you.
President.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. President, there being no other submission for interpellation, I move to close the period of interpellation.
Any objection? Hearing none, period of interpellation is now closed.
Mr. President, I move that we suspend consideration of Senate Bill number 2811.
Any objection? Hearing none, motion is approved.
Mr. President, I move that we resume consideration of Senate Bill number 2960 under Committee Report number 475. This is the bill on the Lifelong Learning Development Framework Act. So move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, motion is approved. As I understand, we are in the period of amendment. That is the parliamentary status, and Chair now recognizes Senator Villanueva to propound individual amendments. The gentleman may proceed.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mauuna ba ito? Page 5. Mr. President, may I be allowed to just introduce some of the individual amendments submitted and being proposed by our dear colleagues. This particular amendment is introduced by Senator Lauren Legarda on page 7.
We still go page by page, right?
Yes, Mr. President.
Page 7.
Yes, we don't have any amendments on page 1 to 6,
6.
Mr. President. So on page 7, line 12, insert a new paragraph, enhancing comprehensive digital literacy, including cybersecurity awareness and exposure to emerging technologies, with the percentage of individuals who have received digital literacy programs in the last 12 months as success measure. We accept, Mr. President, this
Any
particular
objection to the
amendment.
proposed amendment? Hearing none, amendment is approved.
Mr. President, this amendment...
Your Honor, the assumption is when you read it,
Yes.
the sponsor is already proposing the amendment in behalf of
Yes,
Senator Legarda.
yes, that would be accurate, Mr. President. This amendment is from our minority leader, Senator Coco Pimentel.
Page.
This is an omnibus amendment, Mr. President, if you would allow me to include barangay in learning city or municipality across all provisions, particularly in sections 3, 5, 7, 8, 9, 10, and 12. I accept, Mr. President.
Any objection to the proposed omnibus amendment? Hearing none, same is approved, subject to style.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, and we appreciate this particular amendment by the Senate Minority Leader in order to broaden the scope of lifelong learning in localities. Now, Mr. President, on page 8, lines 28 to 35,
Yes, sir. Kasi dire-diretso yan.
Page 8, lines 28 to 35, and page 9, lines 1 to 13 of Section 5. Lifelong Learning Development Framework, remove the whole provision on strengthening political will and commitment. We are amenable to this, Mr. President.
Any
We accept.
objection to the proposed amendment? Hearing none. Amendment is approved.
Mr. President, on page 11, Section 7, additional powers and functions of the PQF-NCC. Again, this is an amendment from our minority leader. Insert a new provision. Letter H. Recommend criteria for programs that promote sustainable education under Republic Act number 11292 or the Seal of Good Local Governance Act of 2019. These criteria shall be aligned with the Lifelong Learning National Master Plan and shall serve as a basis for recognizing local government initiatives that foster inclusive, accessible, and quality lifelong learning opportunities. We accept, Mr.
Any
President.
objection to the proposed amendment? Hearing none. Amendment is approved.
Last but not the least, Mr. President, on page 17, line 1, replace the section number 19 with 18. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection to the proposed amendment? Hearing none. Motion is approved.
That would
Majority
be all,
Floor
Mr.
Leader.
President. Thank you very much to our dear colleagues.
Mr. President, with no other individual amendment, I move to close the period of individual amendments.
There being an objection, motion is approved.
I move to approve on second reading Senate Bill number 2960. So I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, Senate Bill number 2960 is approved on second reading.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Thank you to our majority leader and dear
Majority
colleagues.
Floor
Thank you.
Leader.
I move that we suspend consideration of Senate Bill number 2960.
Any objection? Hearing none, motion is approved.
Mr. President, we are in receipt of the Conference Committee report on the disagreeing provisions of Senate Bill number 2825 and House Bill number 10370. These are the bills on the Phivolcs modernization. With that, I move to recognize Senator Alan Peter Cayetano, the chairperson of the Senate panel, to give the highlights of the Conference Committee report. So move, Mr. President.
Senator Cayetano is recognized to sponsor the bicameral Conference Committee report on the aforementioned bills. You may proceed, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, thank you very much for prioritizing and giving this time. As we know, God forbid, di ba, na magkaroon ng mabibigat na sakuna sa ating bansa, lalo po ang pagputok ng bulkan, ng earthquakes, but the reality is po na may number talaga of typhoons every year ang Pilipinas, tapos kakaroon po talaga ng earthquakes at saka the last few years yung iba't ibang mga bulkan. So what we can do is to be prepared, what we can do is to warn people, and of course what we can do is honor God's creation by protecting nature. So ang Senate panel po to the bicameral committee Conference Committee on Disagreeing Provisions of Senate Bill number 2825 and House Bill 10730 or the Phivolcs Modernization Act, we are pleased to report the successful outcome of the Conference Committee. By modernizing Phivolcs, we are making a bold move to ensure that science and innovation are at the heart of our disaster response and preparedness. During the pandemic, parati natin sinasabi, listen to the experts, listen to the doctors, listen to the scientists. We didn't always do that. But through this bill, we will listen to the experts and enable Phivolcs to modernize, to hire the people they need, to provide career paths for them, and of course, to provide the equipment that we need. No? The Modernization Act envisions the establishment of basic seismic monitoring systems in all 24 active volcanoes in the country, up from the current 10. So mas marami pa ho to sa senador. 23 lang ang active senators ngayon. Pero ang volcanoes po 24. And to help understand and predict seismic activity, reducing the risk to life and the property. Additionally, it would increase the number of seismic stations from for earthquake monitoring from 125 to 300. The report and the records would bear out that we need even much more than this. No? The conference committee agreed to adopt the Senate version as the working draft. Among the provisions of the reconciled version is a provision allowing Phivolcs to lease an area within the Clark Special Economic Zone in Tarlac from the Bases Conversion and Development Authority with an option to purchase based on the terms and conditions agreed upon by the BCD and Phivolcs. And earlier we passed the law that will allow Clark to sell certain portions of their land holdings in Clark. Another highlight of the reconciled version is the addition of a provision on the development of a regional international cooperation program, which entails the development of appropriate collaborative arrangements with relevant regional and international bodies and government institutions to complement the national effort for modernization. The changes in the working draft will be stated in the joint explanatory statement, are reflected in the contents of the conference committee report. I move that the joint explanatory statement be read into the record, forming part of my report, the committee's report, and that the result of the conference committee be ratified by this body. Thank you, Mr. President. May I ask
Is there any objection to the motion? There being none, motion is approved. The conference committee report on the disagreeing provisions of Senate Bill number 2825 and House Bill number 10370 is hereby approved and ratified. Congratulations to the author. Majority Floor Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. President, I move that we approve and ratify the conference committee report.
Already adopted.
I'm sorry, Mr. President, I withdraw the motion. Mr. President, I move that we resume consideration of Senate Bill number 2699 under committee report number 262. This is the bill on the Konektadong Pinoy Act. So move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, motion is approved. As I understand, we are in the period of amendments, and Senator Cayetano is recognized to propound individual amendments. The gentleman may proceed.
Mr. President, yesterday, Senator Villanueva stood to sponsor 28 local measures. If he wants to break his record today, I will turn over these 6. No, okay. Mr. President, can I recognize first yung KP?
Konektadong Pinoy.
Yes. So, Mr. President, we're in the period of amendments. Mr. President, can we go first to the local bills because the senators and the stakeholders submitted earlier today the amendments. We just need a few more minutes to consolidate para hindi lang pabalik-balik for provisions. But we're ready with 6 state universities, and the minority said that they will not interpolate anymore. So this can be done quite quickly, Mr.
President, in that case, I move that we suspend consideration of the aforementioned bill.
Yeah.
Any objection? Hearing none, motion is approved.
Mr. President, this juncture, I move that we resume consideration of House Bill numbers 9334, 9315, 9332, 10619, 10408, and 10822. These are various bills on the conversion of state colleges into state universities and conversion of extension campuses into regular campuses. So move, Mr. President.
Any objection to the omnibus motion? Hearing none, motion is approved.
Mr. President, having sponsored the measures and with the consent of the body, I move for an omnibus interpellation and recognize the sponsor of the measure, Senator Alan Peter Cayetano. So move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, Senator Cayetano is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. As of now, no member has registered to interpolate. So, with the
There
permission of
being
the
no
body.
member who wishes to interpolate, I move that we close the period of interpellations and debate. So move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, period of interpolation and debate is now closed on the aforementioned bills.
Yes, Mr. President. At this juncture, may I move that we open the period of amendments on House Bill number 9334 and recognize the sponsor, Senator Alan Cayetano, to propose committee amendments. So move, Mr. President.
The gentleman may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just quickly before that, I just want to recognize the people who worked hard for this. Sulu State University, nandito po si President Charisma Utu Talum. Nandiyan po sa likod, ma'am. Welcome po. Dr. Almashain Lipay, Dr. Alinjan Dring Jailul, Mr. Kaisar Sakiran, and Krishna Samparani. Thank you for being here. Of course, sa Ched po, who will be here for the next few bills and has been religiously attending our committee hearings, Dr. Mildred Libot, Don Francisco Attorney Hazel Mendoza. Thank you for being here with us. Mr. President, having considered the same and have the honor to report back to the Senate with the recommendation that attach House Bill 9334 through amendment by substitution, taking into consideration Senate 2319, be approved by deleting the entire text after the enacting clause, replacing the same with the provisions of the herein attached House Bill with committee amendments, and amending the title to read as follows: an act converting the Sulu State College in the municipality of Jolo, province of Sulu, into a state university to be known as the Sulu State University, and appropriating funds therefore.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the motion is carried. Again, we welcome guests of the Senate from Sulu. We welcome all of you in this August chamber.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just one individual amendment on page 12, line 6, section 14, and after the word freedom, delete the phrase "and institutional autonomy." Still on page 12, line 7, section 14, after the word freedom.
Can we do it one by one? Is there any objection? Hearing none, the motion by the sponsor is hereby carried.
Yes, actually, same
Page.
proposal
Okay.
on page 12, line 7. But same amendment to delete the phrase "and institutional autonomy."
Okay, is there any objection? Hearing none, the motion is carried.
That's all, Mr. President.
Majority Leader,
With no other amendment, I move to close the period of
is
committee.
there any
amendments.
objection? Hearing none, the motion to close the period of amendments is hereby adopted.
I move to approve on second reading House Bill number 9334. So move, Mr.
Is
President.
there any objection? Hearing none, the motion to approve on second reading is hereby adopted. Congratulations.
I move to open the period of amendments of House Bill number 9315 and recognize the sponsor, Senator Alan
Senator
Cayetano.
Alan Cayetano is recognized.
Thank you to the Majority Leader. Having considered the same and having the honor to report it back to the Senate with the recommendation that attached House Bill 9315 through amendment by substitution be approved by deleting the entire text after the enacting clause, replacing the same with the provisions of herein attached House Bill with committee amendments, and amending the title to read as follows: an act converting the J.H. Ceriles State College located in Barangay Mati, Municipality of San Miguel, Province of Zamboanga del Sur, into a state university to be known as the Zamboanga del Sur State University, and appropriating funds therefore.
So that is the amendment by substitution, and that is the latter part is the title being proposed by the sponsor. Is there any objection? Hearing none, the motion is carried.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, in principle, the reason for this amendment is the same as in
Yes.
the previous law, that on page 12, line 10, section 14, after the word freedom, delete the phrase "and institutional autonomy." I so move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, motion is carried.
Same on page 12, line 11, section 14. Same amendment, Mr.
Is
President.
there any objection? Hearing none, motion is carried. Would that be all?
That's all, Mr. President.
Majority Leader,
With no other amendment, I move to close the period of committee
is
amendments.
there any objection? Hearing none, the period of amendments is hereby closed.
I move to approve on second reading House Bill number 9315. So move, Mr. President.
Hearing no objection, the motion of the Majority Leader to approve on second reading is hereby adopted.
I move to open the period of amendments of House Bill number 9332. This is the bill on Zamboanga del Sur State College, and recognize the sponsor, Senator Alan Cayetano.
Senator Alan Cayetano is recognized.
Since I've already thanked the presiding officer and Majority Leader, I'd like to thank the Minority Leader in reviewing also all of these bills. Having considered the same and have the honor to report it back to the Senate with the recommendation that attached House Bill number 9332 to amendment by substitution be approved by 1. Deleting the entire text after the enacting clause. 2. Replacing the same with provisions of the herein attached House Bill with committee amendments. And 3. Amending the title to read as follows: An act converting the Zamboanga del Sur School of Arts and Trades located in Barangay Kawit, Pagadian City, Province of Zamboanga del Sur into a state college to be known as the Zamboanga del Sur Polytechnic State College and appropriating funds therefore.
Thank you, Minority Leader, for that sign language. Is there any objection? Hearing none, the omnibus motion is hereby carried.
Mr. President, for an individual amendment, same principle. On page 11, line 25, section 14, and after the word freedom, delete the phrase and institutional autonomy.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, motion's carried.
Same amendment on page 11, line 26, section 14.
Hearing no objection, the motion's carried.
That's all, Mr. President.
Majority Leader?
With no other amendment, I move to close the period of committee
Is there
amendments.
any objection? Hearing none, motion to close. The period of amendments hereby carried.
I move to approve on second reading House Bill number 9332. So move, Mr. President.
Hearing no objection, the motion of the Majority Leader to approve on second reading is hereby carried.
I move to open the period of amendments of House Bill number 10822 of the This is the Guimaras State University, Mosqueda and Batema Campus Act. And record the sponsor once again.
Senator Alan Peter Cayetano is hereby recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Having considered the same and having the honor to report it back to the Senate with the recommendation that attached House Bill number 10822 through amendment by substitution be approved by deleting the entire text after the enacting clause and 2. Replacing the same with the provisions of the herein attached House Bill with committee amendments.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the motion of the sponsor is hereby carried.
No individual amendments, Mr. President, so that is all.
Majority Leader?
With no other amendment, I move to close the period of committee amendments.
Committee and individual
Both
amendments. Is there any objection? Hearing none, the motion's carried.
I move to approve on second reading House Bill number 10822. So move, Mr. President.
Hearing no objection, the motion of the Majority Leader to approve on second reading is hereby adopted.
I move to open the period of amendments of House Bill number 10619 and recognize the sponsor once again, Senator Alan Cayetano.
Senator Alan Peter Cayetano is hereby recognized.
Mr. President, I'd also like to acknowledge the presence of President Daniel Ariaso and the other officials or those who accompanied him from this state university. Actually, the Cebu Normal University has had really good showings in board exams in the recent board exams. So we just want to acknowledge that and honor them.
We acknowledge our guests from Cebu Normal University. I had the chance to talk to them yesterday quite lengthily. And we acknowledge also their performance, especially on our recently passed Doktor Para sa Bayan Act. They are already implementing the School of Medicine in the province of Cebu, the first state university offering School of Medicine in Region 7 or Central Visayas. Thank you. Your Honor, you may proceed.
Actually, they are the Cebu above normal university because they're always outstanding. Having said that, Mr. President, having considered the same and having the honor to report it back to the Senate with the recommendation that attached House Bill number 10619 through amendment by substitution be approved by deleting the entire text after the enacting clause and replacing the same with provisions of herein attached House Bill with committee amendments.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the motion of the sponsor is hereby adopted.
Mr. President, no individual amendments, so that is all.
Majority Leader?
With no other amendment, I move to close the period of amendments.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the period of amendments is hereby closed.
I move to approve on second reading House Bill number 10619. So move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. House Bill number 10619 is hereby approved on second reading. Thank you and congratulations.
I move to open the period of amendments of House Bill number 10408 and recognize the sponsor once again, Senator Alan Cayetano.
Senator Alan Peter Cayetano is hereby recognized.
Having considered the same and having the honor to report it back to the Senate with the recommendation that attached House Bill 10408 through amendment by substitution be approved by deleting the entire text after the enacting clause and replacing the same with provisions of herein attached House Bill with committee amendments.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the motion of the good sponsor is hereby carried.
Mr. President, no individual amendments, just a manifestation that, of course, we expect that the high standards of the main campus of Cebu Normal in creating these two extension campuses and giving them their own law, that they will also carry the high standards of the name of the Cebu Normal University.
Thank you.
Mr.
We
President.
take note of that, Majority Leader.
With no other amendment, I move to close the period of
Is there any
amendments.
objection? Hearing none, the period of amendments is hereby closed.
I move to approve on second reading House Bill number 10408.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the motion of the Majority Leader to approve on second reading House Bill number 10408 is hereby adopted.
I move that we suspend consideration of the aforementioned House bills.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the motion of the Majority Leader to suspend deliberation of the aforementioned bills is hereby adopted.
Mr. President, I move that we resume consideration of Senate Bill number 2699 under Committee Report number 262. This is the bill on the Konektadong Pinoy Act. So move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the motion of the Majority Leader is carried. We recognize the distinguished sponsor, Senator Alan Peter Cayetano.
Mr. President, we've collated all of the amendments, but before that, I just want to recognize the stakeholders and also the NGOs and of course the officials from government. Same as yesterday po, so hindi ko na babasahin isa-isa. But earlier today, Senator Tol, who has championed preparedness against calamity and has also worked on some reforms in education, brought up an important point. So I just like to acknowledge that and give him the floor. I think he wants to formalize that into an amendment.
Yes, we recognize our distinguished Majority Leader, Senator Francis Tol Tolentino.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just some sundry amendments. Mr. President, I just realized that a few minutes ago, and in the presence here of some of our distinguished academicians from Zamboanga Peninsula, from the Bangsamoro, from Cebu, I just got hold of some notes that in terms of interconnectivity, Region 11, the Zamboanga Peninsula had the lowest proportion of households with internet access at 28.5%. And the same is true, Mr. President, with other areas wherein we just approved some state universities being renamed or upgraded. So kailangan talaga, Mr. President, habang inaaprubahan natin yung napakaraming panukalang batas patungkol po sa pagtatayo, pag-upgrade ng maraming state universities, dapat lang po sumabay po yung internet access, connectivity, dahil kailangan po ito ng mga estudyante natin para makapag-aral. Kahapon po o kamakalwa, ikinuwento ko po yung isang grade 12 student na namatay dahil magpipiso load, 13 years old. Kaya nga po, Mr. President, meron po ako mga panukalang pagbabago sa Senate Bill number 2699 if the good sponsor would agree. On page 7, Mr. President, line 28, after the semicolon, insert the following. Provided that, comma, areas near educational institutions shall be prioritized.
What does the sponsor say?
Mr. President, we agree with the premise, paputol-putol ang internet doon, and they had to tolerate it for so long. Buti na lang may toll sila dito sa Senado, so we accept, Mr. President.
Walang tutol. Is there any objection? Ulitin ko, walang utol, walang tutol. The chair hears none. The amendment is accepted.
Thank you. We thank the good sponsor for helping us attempt to bridge the digital divide by promoting educational equality and fostering a more informed and skilled population. Lalong-lalo na po yung mga pamantasan na naaprubahan natin kanina. Kasunod po noon, Mr. President, on page 22, line 2, after the word NTC, insert a period and the following. In times of national emergencies or other disasters or calamities, NTC shall ensure that DTIPs shall provide continuous and uninterrupted service to agencies and institutions providing aid, treatment, and assistance to those affected thereby. Ang dahilan po nito, Mr. President, is that we will be ensuring uninterrupted data transmission during national emergencies, which is vital for effective disaster response and recovery by mandating continuous service for agencies and institutions, and this include private institutions providing aid. This amendment guarantees that the crucial communication channels remain open, facilitating coordination and support for affected communities. Kung papayag po ang ginagalang nating sponsor, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. And in fact, Senator Subiri also has, in essence, the same proposal sa amendment. So acknowledging the two gentlemen's proposal. And not only do we accept it, but I think very clear that on the record. So, kasi for you to be able to ensure that they will provide continuous uninterrupted service, kailangan i-prioritize din sila yung internet access dun sa mga area na yon. Kasi kung wala namang access sa area na yon, kaya may bagyo, may lindol o walang access. So, well taken, it's accepted, and it's a reminder that every single island of the country, every single area should have internet coverage.
Hearing no objection, the amendment is hereby accepted. Thank you.
Thank you, good sponsor. Maraming salamat po, Your Honor. Finally, my last proposed amendment has something to do with the first amendment. On the same page, I'm now referring to the same page and section between lines 4 and 5, insert a new subsection C to read as follows. Subsection C, for student users enrolled in any public or private educational institutions to be provided with appropriate discount as part of the TTIP's corporate social responsibility, unquote. Mr. President, ang pakay po nito is that I have here records in my possession, the five fastest growing regions in the Philippines reporting download and upload speeds surpassing 90 Mbps are the following. Calabarzon, kung saan napakarami pong universities. Ang pinakamataas, 99.55. Subalit, Mr. President, Eastern Visayas region has the lowest median fixed download speed of 38.43 Mbps. Despite the fact, Mr. President, that we are infusing and an enormous amount of government resources and creating several universities, upgrading universities in Eastern Visayas, Mr. President. So, hindi lang po siguro Calabarzon, dapat po buong Pilipinas ay magkaroon ng malakas na internet access ang ating mga mag-aaral, lalong-lalo na po yung nag-aaral sa Barm na napakababa po ng kanilang speed at tinatawag na po silang geographically isolated and disadvantaged area, Mr. President. Kung ikukumpara sa Wi-Fi speed ng Metro Manila and some 601 cities and municipalities. So the purpose, Mr. President, is really to provide students with the appropriate tools and enhance digital literacy and foster and improve the quality of education, Mr. President. This will, in effect, empower students to have a more equitable educational environment, paving the way for the brighter future aspirationally, Mr. President, if the good sponsor would accept.
Mr. President, we accept the reason, the principle, I just like to see a nod from Senator Subiri because in essence he has the same amendment. Is the wording is acceptable to him? We will accept the amendment of Senator Tolentino. No? So the thumbs up means it is. And
Just for the record, I can see also the thumbs up of Senator Subiri.
so malamang yan mangyari, Mr. President, sa IRR. But I just wanted to mention that we don't only take this bill in isolation kasi yung e-gov bill, e-governance, at saka yung creation of the ICT and other bills on ICT, at saka yung pagkakaroon ng master plan, no, sa ating digital highway. So kasi kahit ang gaganda ng plano mo sa ICT, kung hindi ka connected, wala rin. Di ba? So I want to accept that proposal, not only that proposal, honor that that concept, diba, that those who need it most, yung connectivity. Having said that, if all of these different laws work, we hope to have free Wi-Fi in the schools to help the students. But of course, they should also have affordable prices, whether they're at home, in dormitories, or even traveling, no, while they're doing their studies. Thank you for that, Senator Tolentino.
Thank you. It's accepted. Hearing no objection, the amendment is hereby accepted.
Maraming salamat po, Your Honor. Maraming salamat din po kay Senator Subiri. Malaking tulong po ito sa ating mga kabataan na gusto talagang mag-aral kahit po sa mga 10 oras ng gabi. Subalit nahihirapan dahil mahina yung signal, walang connection sa internet. Maraming salamat po. I have no further amendments, Your Honor. Thank you again for accepting my
Thank you,
amendments.
Majority
Maraming
Leader.
salamat po.
With the permission of the presiding officer, totuloy ko lang yung aking amendments.
You are recognized at sumasang-ayon ang presiding officer na ituloy mo.
Okay.
Ginoong senador.
Amendments of Senator po. Sana po payagan niyo po to on page 4, line
Ano
6.
po?
Section 3, after the word services, insert a comma and the phrase excluding foreign government-controlled entities or state-owned enterprise except independent pension funds and sovereign wealth funds and multinational banks.
You accept, Your Honor?
I accept, it limits a little bit, Mr. President, but I think this is a national security safeguard, and the stakeholders and the representatives from the different agencies accept naman, Mr. President.
So it's accepted. Is there any objection? Hearing none, the amendment is hereby accepted.
Plus the fact, Mr. President, na sa Public Service Act, nandiyan naman po yan. From Senator Pimentel, the other KP, on page 4, line 12, section 3, subparagraph L, after the phrase active infrastructure, insert the phrase except broadcast and basic telephone service.
Do you accept, Your Honor? Is it accepted?
Yes, Mr. President, just for the record, to clarify that the data transmission and digital infrastructure mentioned in the bill does not include analog infrastructure.
Okay.
Just for clarification.
It's been accepted. Is there any objection? Hearing none, the amendment is hereby accepted.
Mr. Presiding Officer, on page 7, line 17, section 6, after the word operate, insert the word in unserved or underserved areas.
Is there any objection?
Mr. President, we do not accept because this limits the scope of the plans and programs to achieve the meaningful connectivity, limiting the unserved areas and restrict natural market opportunities for growth. However, if the minority leader wants to rephrase it, if the emphasis is to prioritize unserved and undeserved, or to make sure that these areas are covered, we can accept that. But if the final wording will seem to limit it to unserved and underserved areas, this will limit competition to the present. So we will not accept as of now, but can we go back to it at the end of the, if we want to reword it just to prioritize unserved? Yeah.
So are you going to lay it on the table, Your Honors?
No, we will not accept it as it is worded now, because as worded now,
Okay.
it will appear that
Yes.
they can only go into unserved or
understand.
underserved. But if we can reword it to prioritize or can our staff work together during this time? Yeah.
Thank you. That's duly noted.
The amendment of Senator Tol was already accepted. So from Senator Pimentel on page 8, line 22, delete the phrase assist the PCC in issuing and replace with issue. And after the word regulation, insert in consultation with the PCC. Accepted, Mr. President, because the NTC, with the assistance of the PCC, should be responsible for issuing the rules and regulations to ensure fair and open competition in data transmission and not the other way around. So actually, mas tama yung binigay ni Senator KP.
So it's hereby accepted by the sponsor. Hearing no objection, it's carried.
Mr. President, my amendment as proposed by NEDA, DICT, and CSO advocates, on page 10, line 1, in section 8, subparagraph A, before the abbreviation DTIPS, insert a new sentence. All DTIPS shall be required to register with the NTC. The NTC shall promulgate a speedy and expeditious administrative process for the registration and shall apply the eligibility criteria it formulated in line with the policies developed by the DICT. I am forced to accept this, Mr. President.
Forced to accept. Is there any objection? Hearing none, the amendment is hereby accepted.
Mr. President, on the same page, line 1, on the same subparagraph in section 8, after the abbreviations DTIPS, delete the phrase, shall not be required to secure a legislative franchise or certificate of public convenience and necessity, but in quotation mark. So delete that phrase, Mr. President. We also accept.
Hearing no objection, it's hereby accepted.
From Senator Po, by the way, Mr. President, this should address the letters and objections of some of the players in the telco industry, as mentioned by the minority leader. So not only did we delete that phrase, but we made sure that there's registration with the NTC, but as worded, and taken together with the law that you authored and sponsored, yung anti-red tape, kailangan klaro yung the word we use is yung eligibility criteria para hindi rin pwedeng upuan yung application. So just for the record.
Thank you for clarifying that.
Again, on same page, line 2, section 8, after the abbreviation CPCN, insert a comma and phrase, in order to construct, operate, lease, or own networks or facilities, including radio transmitting and or receiving stations for the provisions of VAS.
Is there an objection? Hearing none. Is it accepted, Your Honor?
Sorry, Mr. President. So, we propose a counter amendment, which is including radio transmitting and or receiving stations for the provision of data transmission service, says. Yeah. So, let me repeat now. So,
this is an amendment to the amendment
of Senator Po.
Of Senator Po.
It substantially includes the same thing, but it is more in line. Yeah. The reference to VAS was removed to avoid confusion by referring to the term used in RA 7925 under KP industry as referred to DTI. So we are actually proposing a counter amendment and accepting the counter amendment.
Yes, is there any objection? Hearing none, the amendment to the amendment originally introduced by Senator Po and amended by the sponsor is hereby carried.
Yes. I will not read anymore the next amendment on page 10, line 3, because we will not accept, because it has already been considered right before that. So it's just a...
Thank you, Your Honor.
But we did look at it.
Yes, please proceed.
On page 10, line 6, after the word loss, replace the semicolon with a period. Just a matter of style, Mr. President. So we
Hearing no objection, the proposed amendment is hereby carried.
On page 10, delete lines 7 to 9 and subsequent paragraphs on lines 10 to 14 shall now form part of paragraph A. I so move, Mr.
Is there any
President.
objection? Hearing none, motion of the sponsor is hereby carried.
On paragraph 10, line 15, read letter subsection C to subsection B. It's just a matter of style, so we
Is
accept.
there any objection? By the motion of the distinguished sponsor, hearing none, motion's carried.
From Senator Pimentel on page 10, lines 22 to 23, replace the phrase 3 years with 1 year. Accepted, Mr. President.
It's accepted. Is there any objection? Hearing none, the amendment's accepted.
So accepted din itong... On page 11, line 1, section 10, after the phrase all registered DTIPs, insert the phrase in accordance with international conventions, standards, and developments, and as provided by other pertinent law from Senator Pimentel. Accepted, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the proposed amendment is hereby accepted.
Mr. President, there's a proposal from Senator Pimentel to delete, on page 12, deletes line 21 to 29, thereby removing subsection of J, subsection 10. We're not accepting because under the Philippine Competition Act, the Philippine Competition Commission is tasked with promoting competition and protecting consumer welfare, and in particular in the distribution of critical resource like spectrum. The PCC's involvement in spectrum assignment is vital to prevent the concentration of resource in a single entity, which would lead to anti-competitive practices, barriers to entrant, and limited consumer choices. The concentration may result in slower internet speed, higher prices, and less innovation. By overseeing spectrum allocation, the PCC can play a level playing field, promote fair competition, and prevent monopolies, ultimately fostering innovation and ensuring technological advancement benefit in the entire market. In other words, when the PCC was created, it was not just the merging of the companies, but also taking look at the merging of the resources like the frequencies to make sure that there's real competition. So yun lang, Mr. President, ang concern ng stakeholders, if we take that out, medyo mapipilayan yung PCC in looking at the... So for example, if Smart buys Globe and Dito buys Smart and Globe, then even if you continue the business, one entity will have all the spectrums. So if PCC cannot look at that, then we'll have a problem.
So it is not accepted.
Yes.
What the minority leader, was the pleasure of the minority leader?
Yes, if I could, if we could just discuss probably the merits, because
Please proceed.
and
Yes, Mr.
hopefully
President.
change the mind of the sponsor.
Senator.
As I understand, this section requires the PCC, Philippine Competition Commission, to issue first a notice of no objection notice before a DTIP can register with the NTC. Ito po yun, di ba? So, isn't that an additional burden or step that we are requiring of the applicant, Mr. President? Kasi akala ko kasi from the very start, ang objective natin dito is palaguin yung participants or players po sa data transmission.
Mr. President, kasi usually pag wala kang ginagamit sa spectrum or available yung spectrum, mabilis naman yan sa PCC. Pero ang problema, if you already have much of the spectrum, tapos nag-apply ka pa, so it's really a protection measure, but usually just applying for, that's existing, di ba? Hindi. Okay.
Pero hindi po ba nasa PCC law din na pagka may allegation na abuse of dominant position, mga ganun. So,
Can I have a minute suspension to confer? No?
Session is suspended for a minute. The gentleman from the city of Taguig and Pateros recognized.
Mr. President, so I thank the minority leader for explaining. So basically, there are two situations. Situations where a new player is coming in and tama ka. Hindi ba pahirap pa to na may isa ka pang permit? But we're looking at a situation where you're already operating, but since you're so familiar with the system, you keep on applying, at palaki na yung gamit mo ng spectrum, ang NTC hindi nila tinitignan kung may problema na sa competition. So we have two counter proposals if the minority leader would consider. One, we just simply say that PCC will be notified and consulted. So meaning itutuloy pa rin yung processing ng NTC, but if PCC sees that there's a problem and monopoly is being created or an imbalance in the market, they can intervene because that's their job, or anyone can complain. Or another option is that if you are a new player, first-time applicant, you don't need that no objection. But if you are a significant market player, only when you're a significant market player, kailangan mo pa rin ng clearance sa PCC. So any of those two would protect but also still accommodate the amendment.
Ang PCC, Mr. President, ay di ba? It's not a passive body, no? It's proactive. It can research or find out on its own whether an entity is abusing dominant position or engaging anti-competitive behavior. Tama? So what if we just make all of the database of the NTC regarding applications for DTIP license available to the PCC?
So if we make notification.
Notified, and also if the PCC wants to dig further.
Yes. So as long as, Mr. President, may notification at the notification includes the documents, we're okay there. So meaning pag walang nakita PCC, they don't stop it pag meron, but tuloy-tuloy yung processing ng NTC, to your point, para walang stop. Pero pag hindi mo kasi binigay yung documents or it's possible that by the time we find out that may imbalance na, may customers na
That's
sila.
why my proposal is to allow the PCC to access all of the information regarding that applicant already in the files of the NTC. So parang ganon.
So maybe, Mr. President, we can accept your amendment to delete, then we can insert another provision saying that all applications, etc., shall be submitted to the PCC within X number of days. Would that be acceptable to you?
Yes, plus the obligation of the NTC to make available all files related to DTIP applications to the PCC.
Thank you, Mr. President. With that clarification and with the majority leader also supporting a additional phrase in that spirit, in that principle, then we can accept now the amendment. So basically, Mr. President, we are accepting that amendment. Then we will propose another line later on.
So
your amendment is deletion.
So it's accepted.
Yes, Mr. President.
Hearing no objection, the proposed amendment is hereby accepted.
Habol nyo na lang kung saan natin ilalagay na all applications or submissions shall be submitted. Then, parang a transparency clause na. Okay. Mr. President, again from the minority leader on page 14, line 5, section 12, after the word request, insert a colon and thereafter the following proviso, provided that there shall be public consultations with access providers prior to their inclusion of their digital infrastructure and service list in the access list. Considering, Mr. President, that this is consultation, dapat naman that's part of due process, so we will accept.
It's accepted. Hearing no objection, the amendment is hereby accepted.
On page 20, line 8 in section 21, after the word least, delete the phrase 100,000 pesos but not exceeding 5 million pesos and replace with 5,000 pesos but not to exceed 2 million pesos.
Is there any-
Accepted.
Is there any objection? The amendment is hereby accepted.
Mr. President, from Senator Pimentel, on page 21, line 22 to 24, replace the section with the following. Corporate liability, the liability imposed upon a juridical entity for any violation of this act shall be without prejudice to the civil or criminal liability of its responsible officers or employees. Basically, this clarifies, make it clear, but it's consistent with jurisprudence and existing law, so we accept, Mr. President.
It's accepted. Is there any objection? Hearing none. Motion's carried.
Mr. President, we already decided on page 22 from the amendments of Senator Tol and Senator Subiri. So on page 23, line 8, delete the phrase
23.
temporary restraining order, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? Hearing none. The motion of the sponsor to delete temporary restraining order is hereby carried.
On page 23, line 21, after the word any, delete the phrase temporary restraining order and comma.
Is there any objection? Hearing none. The motion's carried.
From Senator Pimentel, on page 23, deletes the line 25 to 25, therefore removing the entire section titled immunity from suit. We'd like to bring this matter back up for discussion with Senator Pimentel because other laws that we passed recently actually has this section. But if you look, nakalagay naman dito na kapag pagka gross negligence or bad faith, pwede pa rin silang kasuhan. Kasi iba talaga yung internet nung negosyo na to at saka ng, sa internet, kaliwat kanan yung kasuhan. So this is just a reminder that you cannot have frivolous cases and to, protect the officers. But if they act in bad faith or in gross negligence, pwede pa rin silang kasuhan. Isang loss.
Can I ask for a minute?
Yes, the minority leader. Session is suspended for a minute.
Mr. President.
Yes, we recognize the distinguished sponsor of the measure, Senator Alan Peter Cayetano.
Yes,
Please proceed, sir.
we'd like to thank the Minority Leader for his concerns in the subtitle of Section 28, Immunity of Suit. So we propose an amendment to change this to, so delete immunity from suit and replace it with accountability of public officers.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the motion's carried.
Then insert the word civil on line 27, page 23, before the word action. So the section will read accountability of public officers, employees, and agents of government agencies tasked to implement the provisions of this act shall not be subject to any civil action, claim, or demand in connection with any act done or omitted by them in the regular performance of their duty, except for those acts and omissions done in evident bad faith or with gross negligence.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the motion's carried.
Sir President, in no way does this mean that we will also tolerate frivolous or yung mga pagkakaso ng criminal na obviously was no basis. It's just that since we are confident that the Office of the Ombudsman and the Prosecutor's Office or the Fiscals will not even file the case unless very clear that there was a crime and the elements of crime there and that the public officers probably committed a crime. So we did not put it there, but that's clear naman, Mr. President.
Thank you.
Mr. President, on page 26, line 10, section 34, before the word all, insert the sentence, Section 1 of Act number 3846 or the Radio Control Act and Section 7 of the first sentence of first paragraph of Section 11, the first paragraph, Section 16 and Section 23 of Republic Act number 7925 or the Public Telecommunications Policy Act of the Philippines insofar as they apply to the DTIPs are hereby expressly repealed. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the motion of the distinguished sponsor is hereby carried.
Sir President, on page 26, line 10, insert the word other between the words all and laws. Just a matter of style, Mr.
Yes,
President.
is there any objection? Hearing none, the motion's carried.
So, Mr. President, as discussed with the Minority Leader, on page, as we discussed,
This is anterior. Yes.
that we will go back to his concerns about unserved and underserved areas. On page 7, line 17, section 6, after the word technologies, insert the phrase giving priority to unserved or underserved areas.
To provide service.
Yes, Mr.
Is
President.
there any objection? Hearing none, the motion's carried.
Then as to the concern of the Minority Leader na madadagdagan pa ng red tape or ng waiting time pag kailangan ng Certificate of No Compliance sa PCC, on page 12, line 22, after the acronym PCC, insert a comma and phrase, and for the NTC to submit any and all documents required by the PCC to undertake a competitive analysis within a period of 5 calendar days, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the said amendment is hereby carried.
On the same page, starting with the word secure in line 22, delete the same until line 29 and add the following sentence. The PCC may intervene in the assignment process and publish the results of its analysis and furnish a copy thereof to the NTC. Actually, Mr. President, yan na po, nasa powers naman ng PCC yan. It's just a clear signal na babantayan ng PCC po yung assignment ng frequencies, Mr. President. So I so move.
That's it. Is there any objection? Hearing none, the motion of the distinguished sponsor is hereby carried.
Ito ba binasa na natin, di ba? Okay na po. Ito po yung as amended. Okay. Thank you for that, Mr.
That's
President.
it.
So,
Majority Leader.
With no other amendment, I move to close the period of amendment.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the motion to close the period of amendments is hereby adopted.
I move to approve on second reading Senate Bill number 2699. So move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the motion to approve on second reading is hereby adopted.
I move that we suspend consideration of Senate Bill number 2699.
Congratulations to the authors and the sponsor. Is there any objection to suspend the deliberation of the said measure? Hearing none, motion of the majority leader is carried.
Mr. President, before we go on to the next item of agenda, the Senator Juan Miguel Zubiri's manifestation on the ratification of the Phivolcs Modernization Act, he'd rather have it inserted to the records.
Hearing no objection, the motion of the majority leader is hereby adopted.
Mr. President, I move that we resume consideration of Senate Bill number 2974 under Committee Report number 521. This is the bill strengthening the Philippine Science High School system. So move, Mr. President.
Before I act on the motion of the majority leader, may I also be allowed to insert into the records my manifestation of support in the ratification of the Phivolcs bill? Yes, is there any objection of the motion of the majority leader? Hearing none, motion is carried.
Having sponsored the measure, I move to open the period of interpellation. Recognize the sponsor, Senator Juan Miguel Zubiri.
Senator Juan Miguel Zubiri, the sponsor of the measure, is hereby recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. But before we look for our minority floor leader who will be interpolating me, we'd like to acknowledge guests in the gallery to support the measure. Yusek Teodoro Gatchalian, the OST Yusek for special
Who's that Yusek
concerns.
Gatchalian?
I think he's a good friend of yours.
Is he
Mr.
the
President.
former regional director of TESDA?
Yes, the same one. Your
Okay.
Honor. He's so good, he's now in the DOST. Director Lita Suerte Felipe, Legislative Liaison of the DOST. Executive Director Dr. Rona Lee Ortesa, the Philippine Science High School Systems Executive Director, and several campus directors from Western Visayas, Bicol, Calabarzon, Central Visayas, Ilocos Region, and other parts of the country, and staff from the Executive Director's offices.
We welcome our distinguished guests from the Department of Science and Technology. Welcome
Thank
to
you,
your
Mr.
Senate.
President. Maybe we can request for a minute suspension.
Session is suspended for a minute.
Mr. President, I move to suspend consideration of Senate Bill number
Is
2974.
there any objection? Hearing none, the motion is carried.
Mr. President, I move that we transfer from the calendar for ordinary business to calendar for special orders Committee Report number 518 on House Bill number 5555. This is the bill creating the Barangay Friendship Village Resources or Barangay FVR in Norsagaray, Bulacan. So move, Mr. President.
Hearing no objection, the motion of the majority leader is hereby carried.
I move that we consider House Bill number 5555 under Committee Report number 518.
Is there any objection? There being none, the motion is approved. Consideration of House Bill number 5555 is now in order. The Secretary is directed to read the title of the measure without prejudice to inserting into the record the whole text thereof.
An act creating a barangay in the municipality of Norsagaray, province of Bulacan, to be known as Barangay Friendship Village Resources or Barangay FVR.
Majority Leader?
Mr. President, may I be recognized to sponsor the measure?
The distinguished gentleman, our super hardworking Deputy Majority Leader, Senator J.V. Ejercito, is hereby recognized to deliver his sponsorship speech.
Thank you, Mr. President. Dear colleagues, good afternoon, good evening. I rise to sponsor House Bill number 5555 under Committee Report number 518, entitled An Act Creating a Barangay in the Municipality of Norsagaray, Province of Bulacan, to be known as Barangay Friendship Village Resources or Barangay FVR. Mr. President, the title of this bill might be inaccurate due to the fact that the Barangay Friendship Village Resources is already in existence. But why do we need to pass the proposed measure? 22 years ago, by virtue of a local government unit ordinance, Barangay Friendship Village Resources in the municipality of Norsagaray, Bulacan, was created as a separate and distinct barangay. According to Representative Salvador Plato, the creation of Barangay FVR is a realization of the desire of the people of FVR to be a self-reliant community and partner in attaining national goals. Unfortunately, since its creation, the residents of FVR have not received a single centavo as its internal revenue allocation, National Tax Allocation, or NTA, as mandated by the local government code. The 12,807 residents of Barangay FVR remains dependent on whatever amount it receives from the municipality of Norsagaray. The absence of law affirming their creation will not entitle them with their own NTA. As such, to help Barangay FVR to be more effective in the delivery of public services in its jurisdiction and receive its due national tax allocation, I sought the support of this chamber for the earnest passage of this bill. We acknowledge that this is an overdue recognition of the needs of this community. But instead of dwelling on the past, we chose to focus on the future where Barangay FVR stands as a testament to our commitment to inclusive growth and responsive government. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator J.V. Ejercito. And if I may just be allowed to deliver my co-sponsorship speech, Your Honors, the outset, please allow me to take this opportunity to express my sincerest gratitude and appreciation to the chairperson of the Committee on Local Government, Senator J.V. Ejercito, for his hard work and swift action on various local bills. This measure is quite special, very special to this representation, whose mother hails from Norsagaray, Bulacan. As a true-blooded Bulaqueño, I am in full support of this House Bill number 5555, creating a barangay in the municipality of Norsagaray, Bulacan, and to be known as Barangay Friendship Village Resources of Barangay FVR. Barangay FVR, Your Honors, was created through a provincial ordinance back in 1993. And pursuant to this and in compliance with the requirements under Section 10 of Republic Act number 7160, or the Local Government Code, a plebiscite was conducted by the COMELEC in 2002. After more than 2 decades since the plebiscite, the enactment of this measure shall entitle the barangay to national tax allotment shares, and this shall ensure the accessibility and efficiency of public services for the 12,807 people of Barangay FVR. So again, we'd like to thank the sponsor of the measure and we look forward to the approval of this bill. Maraming salamat, Majority Leader.
Thank you for the support, Mr. President. I move that we suspend consideration of House Bill number 5555.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the motion to suspend the particular measure, House Bill number 5555, is hereby adopted. Majority Leader.
Mr. President, I move that we resume consideration of Senate Bill number 2974 under Committee Report number 52. This is the bill strengthening the Philippine Science High School system. And once again, recognize the sponsor, Senator Juan Miguel Silva, and to interpolate Senator Aquilino Cocopimentel.
Hearing no objection, we consider the particular measure, and we again recognize the distinguished sponsor from the great province of Bukidnon, the hardworking, the trabajador sa Senado, Senator Juan Miguel Zubiri. You're recognized, sir.
Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. President. Yes, if the good Senate Minority Leader could request, could give us a few questions on the measure.
We recognize not only the sponsor of the measure, but the hardworking Minority Leader, Senator Coco Pimentel, to propound these questions and interpolate the distinguished gentleman from the great province of Bukidnon.
Thank you, Mr. President. we don't need any motivation to be interested in this particular measure, Mr. President. This is about science education.
It's a happy bill, sir.
Actually, I must admit I'm a frustrated Philippine Science High School student because I went to the Ateneo and also enjoyed the Ateneo education, Mr. President.
Madami tayong ganyan na Minority Leader. Lahat tayo napa-science. Science naman, di tayo natanggap.
Okay po. Anyway, I represented my school in math competitions anyway, Mr. President. So, okay na po yan. So, what is the purpose of our measure, Mr. President?
Yes, we'd like to expand the Philippine Science High School system, Your Honor, Mr. President, and my distinguished colleague, Senator Coco. Right now, we only have one campus per region, as stipulated by the law that created the Philippine Science High School. And because of that, Your Honor, Mr. President, we need to expand quality STEM education. And you're a lover of science. I know that. You're a mathematics genius, and it shows when you always ask for a game of chess in fellow chess players that are in the Senate. But just to show you that in 2022, actually, Mr. President, in the report of the EDCOM 2, in 2022, there were about close to 7,000 or how many? Sorry, 5,800 students that were qualified. Magagaling po ito, napakahirap mag-qualify. But they had to be turned away po. These are qualified scientists. They were turned away because of lack of facilities and campuses and slots. Basically slots, Your Honor, because of the lack of facilities that they have. So we would like to be able to expand, Your Honor, the system. And I think it's about right because the law was probably the amount was done in 1954. 1963. So definitely the population, Your Honor, has gone up in leaps and bounds since then. Of course, there was the Republic Act 9036, which is the expansion of the Philippine Science High School. Diyan po nagkaroon po ng 16 campuses. We have 16 campuses. So talagang kulang pa rin, Your Honor. Sa amin nga, sa atin po, sa Northern Mindanao, we have one campus and it's in Tubod, no? Lanao, no, Tubod ba? Baloy, Lanao del Norte. Malayo po yan sa atin sa Cagayan de Oro, sa atin sa Bukidnon. So it's right now with a larger number of students that we expand the system, Your Honor.
Sige, I think it's a matter of allocating resources to this grand objective, Mr. President.
Yes, sir.
Yeah?
Yes, Mr. President.
So the system is there. Meron ng Board of Trustees running the Philippine Science High School system. Siguro because of the existing law mandates them to establish one.
Yes.
One
limits, they're limited.
Limits, yes. One
it's buti sana kung at least, but it's actually limited.
Sige po.
Opo.
Sige po. And then to comply with the one per region Philippine Science High School campus, how much is the current budget allocated for that?
What's your budget now?
2.7 billion for the whole system.
2.7 billion po, Your Honor, for the whole system.
2.7 billion in the operations of the Science High School system. But how about in the construction phase of the premises of the buildings?
Mas malaki po yan.
Can we have an idea when?
One campus, it will cost about 300 million, Your Honor. To set up to put a new building and a campus.
And that's Siyempre, that should be a specially designed campus siguro.
Yes, sir.
Siguro malaking area sa laboratory or something. Kasi sa science high school.
That's
Tama
correct,
po ba
Your
yan?
Honor. Laboratories, including dormitories po. They put
Yes,
dormitories.
okay, ganda. Including dormitories. So, Mr. President, may nakita lang ako kasi ako rito na we are mentioning areas. Is it advised Section 6, the last two paragraphs of Section 6 found on page 4, line 8 to 12. Why are we mentioning locations? Bakit hindi na natin ipaubaya sa kanila po yung actual location of the campuses?
This is a House amendment. I think they are just renaming, no? Renaming.
No, na page 4 na po ako, lines 8 to 12.
Page 4, line...
Sabi, we are actually pinpointing the locations of the future campuses. Why the need for this, Mr. President? Can't we...
To be considered by the board, if it's 8 to 9 po, is it the line that says the new Philippine Science High School campus in Negros Island region?
Shall also be established. And then the following paragraph din, the following locations may be considered by the board. Bakit natin parang merong power of suggestion?
I agree.
Bakit
Mr.
natin
President,
pinangunahan, Mr. President?
Take it out. Actually, Mr. President, we can take it out.
I think we should.
Yeah. I agree.
Yes.
But I saw Bukidnon. That's not my doing, boss. I did not stick that in. I think that must be my colleagues in the house.
Bukidnon would be a nice and perfect location of a Philippine Science High School campus. Walang problema, but siguro in the law.
Yes, I agree.
Hindi rin naman siya mandatory. Parang ano lang, nagpaparinig.
Request lang namin, Mr. President, I agree that we can remove lines 10 to 12. I totally agree with you, Your Honor. And then maybe on 8 and 9 lang po, kasi it's a new region, baka malampasan. So they're requesting that if we can really place a new Philippine Science High School campus in the Negros Island region shall be established. We were supposed to fund, it's part of my funding, Your Honor, Mr. President. It's the amendments that disappeared and we don't know where it went. It went to the black hole in this budget. Remember my speech? Remember my speech here that I was deeply saddened, disheartened, and heartbroken? That was it. Part of that was the budget for the NIR campus of Fisay, and it went, I don't know where it went, Your Honor. Maybe into flood control somewhere.
Sige po, yeah, that's my only observation kasi ibigay na natin sa Board of Trustees
Agree,
siguro
Mr.
yan,
President.
Mr.
Agree, Mr.
President. Yeah.
But I want to put on record that the flood control did not go to Bulacan, to the province of Bulacan.
I'm sure, Mr. President. It probably went to the
Just
West
want you to know
Philippine
that,
Sea.
Your Honor. You might be very
Buti sana
interested.
kung West Philippine Sea, baka wala talaga. It probably went to limbo.
Tapos meron din ata tayong ano rito, meron din tayong safeguard dito that no two campuses in one province, no?
Yes.
Yeah, to make
We
sure
do.
na
Yes,
maging
Your Honor.
accessible siya sa ibang
Yes,
parts
Your
of the
Honor.
region, tama? So,
Yes,
okay.
Your Honor.
So I think that I find that sufficient enough as a safeguard to disperse the locations of our campuses for to provide accessible quality
Yes, sir.
science, secondary education. Tama ba?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so that's I think
And
that's the goal.
I heard your discussion earlier, Mr. President, or Minority Floor Leader with the Philippine Science High School Executive Director. It should be quality. In other words, if we double the campuses, you're absolutely correct, sir. If you double the campuses, then we'll have 16 times 2, that's 32, and therefore, it might become what is happening now with our education system kasi dumami na, baka bumagsak yung quality. I agree with you, Mr. President. So, we have the assurances of all those in the DOST here today, from the USEC to the ED that's here, that they will not sacrifice their qualifications and standards for the students.
And the students in the Philippine Science High School system are all scholars.
Yes, Your Honor.
Sige, pwede na ba natin i-announce what does it mean to be a PSI scholar? Sige nga, ano po ang covered po doon?
they have a stipend, apparently. They have 4,000 pesos a month for full scholars. And then their socialized system ba yan? Parang STFAP yan? Yes, sir. 500 to 4,000. So it's 500 to 4,000. So if you're, I think they don't also discriminate from students na medyo coming from middle class families na may kaya, basta matalino, gusto pumasok sa FISAI, mas pinakamababang stipend pong binibigay sa kanila. But it's between 500 to 4,000. Similar to what they used to give siguro sa UP system noon, yung STFAP.
And for campuses with dorms, free accommodation in the dorms.
A payment of 60 pesos per month only. Not bad.
Halos free.
Halos free po. Ang galing, ano? Pati ako nagulat eh. Hindi ko din alam yun eh. I just found out about it now. So, I really appreciate what they're doing.
Dapat banggitin natin para, kasi malay mo, nakikinig sa atin yung mga may kabataan dyan, para maingganyo rin sila to take up sa focus on science in their secondary education. But this is a holistic, holistic education. The scholars in the Philippine Science High School system will still get a holistic education.
Yes.
Okay? Tama. Also exposed din sila sa arts,
Meron pong
culture,
humanities
history,
subjects.
ganon.
Arts, humanities, yes.
Humanities,
Sports,
mga ganon.
meron din pong
Sports,
sports.
tama. Sports.
Yes. But I guess their primary focus also for the sciences. And they put heavy emphasis on the sciences. But according to them, they have humanities courses, arts, yes. Especially mathematics, sabi nila.
Totoo naman po yun kasi yung kalaban nga namin noon is Philippine Science High School. Philippine Science High School. And international school.
Magagaling ba po sila?
Magagaling. Apo. So yan po yun. So, we are fully supportive of this measure, Mr. President. And actually, it's a matter of ano tawag mo dun? Ano yun yung putting you're just giving flesh to our intentions.
Yes. Putting meat into the...
Yes, yung kung talagang itong priority natin, ipakita natin sa budget process, sa itsura ng budget, that we are really prioritizing this. So, so agree po ako. So, good luck to the science community. And congratulations to our sponsor.
Thank you very much. And I'm happy that the good minority floor leader is here while we're tackling this. Kasi pagkatapos nitong Congress na ito, congressman na po siya. At hindi ako narinig. Sabi ko, after this Congress, congressman ka na po, sir. But at least in this Congress, you are a minority floor leader that gives full support to the expansion of the system. So when you come back in 2028 as a senator, hopefully, there will be more campuses because of our fruit of our labor tonight. So thank you, sir.
And I hope, and I'm sure maraming mag-apply kasi that's the that's the experience, right? That's the empirical data.
Yes.
We are turning away applicants, qualified pero lack of slots, tama?
Lack of slots.
Okay. So at least ina-address po natin 'yan.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Your Honors, I just have one question to the sponsor because I remember we were talking about not putting a ceiling on every region, Your Honor, because I was told a while ago that we will only have a ceiling of 2 PSI per region. So is that...
No, we are amending it, Your Honor. We're going to make it at least 2.
Yes, so we are not putting a ceiling. So if a particular region, for example, Region 3, which is highly populated, big region, Your Honors, I think they should be given the opportunity. The opportunity to
like Bulacan, Your Honor.
Yes, I'm not even lobbying for Bulacan.
But it needs it because it's a large population.
I'm just saying we should not put a cap.
I totally agree, Mr. President.
So that's good, and I again would
We're
like
going to make that amendment
place
now,
into the records that I am in full support of this measure. Thank you, Senator
very
Zubiri.
much. Thank you very much.
Majority Leader.
Mr. President, there being no other reservation for I move to close the period of
Is there
interpellation.
any objection? Hearing none, the period of interpellations and debate is hereby closed.
I move to open the period of amendment and recognize once again the sponsor.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the motion of the Majority Leader to open the period of amendments is hereby adopted. We recognize the distinguished sponsor of the measure, Senator Mig Zubiri, to introduce his amendments.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. Your Honor, these are individual amendments. The committee has no amendments, but we have individual amendments.
Yes, we are in individual amendments.
We attribute this amendment to Senator Cayetano. On page 2, lines 22 to 29, delete the entire text of the first paragraph of Section 5 and replace with, there shall be established a PSHS system under the administrative supervision of the DOST to be composed of at least 2 PSHS campuses in each administrative region of the country, provided that each PSHS campus within the same region shall not be situated in the same province or in the same city in the case of the National Capital Region. Provided further that the establishment of additional campuses shall be subject to a comprehensive review based on need, demand, and other criteria as determined by the Board of Trustees. I so move.
The sponsor is accepting the amendment.
Yes.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The proposed amendment of Senator Cayetano and this representation is hereby accepted.
Thank you. And on page 4, Mr. President, this is what is suggested by our distinguished minority floor leader. We delete lines 10 to 12 of page 4, Your Honor, that entire paragraph.
And you accept the
Yes,
amendment?
Mr. President.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the amendments proposed by the minority leader is hereby accepted.
On page 4, lines 23 to 25, delete the entire text of Section 7G and replace with letter G, 1 representative each from the higher education sector, education for the gifted sector, agriculture sector, new and emerging technology sector, and industries sector. I so move, Mr.
Is
President.
there any objection? Hearing none, the motion of the distinguished sponsor is hereby carried.
On page 6, line 18, after the word director, insert a comma and phrase with rank of undersecretary.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the motion of the distinguished sponsor is hereby carried.
On page 7, lines 23, after the word directors, insert a comma and phrase with rank of assistant secretaries. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the motion is carried.
On page 10, line 4, delete the words their term and replace with 2 consecutive terms. I so move, Mr.
Is
President.
there any objection? Hearing none, the motion is carried.
On page 10, line 6, delete the words their former and replace with the highest.
The highest. Is there any objection? Hearing none, motion is carried.
And I just want to read that particular section 21 so that we will understand the amendment. Section 21, fallback position at the end of 2 consecutive terms, the executive director, deputy executive director, or campus director may opt to remain with the Philippine Science High School system and occupy the highest faculty rank. So I so move. We already accepted.
That is clear. It's already been adopted.
May I ask for a minute suspension?
Session is suspended for a minute.
We have no further amendments, Your Honor, Mr. President. Thank you.
There are no further amendments, Majority Leader.
With no other amendment, I move to close a period of
Is there any
amendments.
objection? Hearing none, the motion of the Majority Leader to close the period of amendments is hereby adopted.
I move to approve on second reading Senate Bill number 2974. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion of the Majority Leader to approve on second reading Senate Bill number 2974 under Committee Report number 521 is hereby adopted. Congratulations.
I move that we suspend consideration Senate Bill number 2974.
I'd just like to thank my colleagues, my dear colleagues, Presiding Officer Senator Joel. At least now I can with pride say that I also have a bill on education.
And you take pride of having a bill.
I take pride in this bill. Because you're the champion. You and Senator Sherwin are the champion on education bills. Together with, of course, the chairman of the Committee on Higher Education. And of course, to our majority floor leader.
Don't forget the chairman
and
of
our minority
education
leader.
too. Your Honor,
Maraming salamat.
don't forget the chairman of education too.
Yes, I mentioned earlier, yes, Senator Gatchalian.
Yes,
Thank you very
congratulations to
much,
our
Your
colleague,
Honor.
Senator Juan
Salamat,
Miguel
sir.
Zubiri.
Salamat, sir.
Thank you for your
Mr. President, I move that we proceed to reference of business, or reference of business.
Let me just act on the motion, the earlier motion of the Majority Leader to suspend consideration of Senate Bill number 2974. Is there any objection? Hearing none. Motion's carried. Majority Leader.
Yes, Mr. President, I move that we proceed to reference of business.
Additional reference of business. Bills on first reading. Senate Bill number 2976, an act establishing a special economic zone in Freeport in the municipalities of Capas and Banban, province of Tarlac, creating for the purpose the new Clark City Development Authority and appropriating funds therefore by Senator Marcos.
To the Committee on Economic Affairs, Local Government, Ways and Means and Finance.
2977, an act prohibiting the development, production, use, and stockpiling of biological and toxin weapons, providing penalties therefore and for other purposes by Senator Estrada.
Referred to the Committees on Public Order and Dangerous Drugs and National Defense and Security, Peace, Unification, and Reconciliation.
Resolution. PS Resolution number 1307, resolution urging the Senate Committee on Women, Children, Family Relations, and Gender Equality to conduct an inquiry in aid of legislation into the alarming spike in cases of online sexual abuse and exploitation of children and the proliferation of OSAIC criminal networks using chat platforms and electronic wallets by Senator Hontiveros.
Referred to the Committee on Women, Children, Family Relations, and Gender Equality.
Committee reports. Committee report number 522, prepared and submitted jointly by the Committees on Agriculture, Food and Agrarian Reform, Civil Service, Government Reorganization, and Professional Regulation, Ways and Means and Finance on Senate Bill number 2975 with Senators Tulfo, Poe, Binay, Villanueva, and Villar C as authors thereof, entitled An Act Strengthening Animal Welfare Standards, enacting a revised Animal Welfare Act, thereby repealing Republic Act number 8485 as amended by Republic Act number 10631, appropriating funds therefore and for other purposes, recommending its approval in substitution of Senate Bill numbers 2054 and 2458, sponsor Senator Cynthia Villar.
To the calendar for ordinary business.
Committee report number 523, prepared and submitted jointly by the Committees on Agriculture, Food and Agrarian Reform, Trade, Commerce, and Entrepreneurship and Finance on Senate Bill number 2978 with Senators Marcos and Villar C as authors thereof, an act urging the comprehensive planning, development, and export promotion of the moringa, locally known as malunggay, and providing funds therefore, recommending its approval in substitution of Senate Bill numbers 1255 and 2713, sponsor Senator Cynthia
To the
Villar.
calendar for ordinary business.
Committee report number 524, prepared and submitted by the Committee on Agriculture, Food and Agrarian Reform on Senate Bill numbers 2979 with Senators Hontiveros and Villar C as authors thereof, an act providing for the writing off of loans or condonation of unpaid interest, penalties, and surge charges of loans and loan restructuring secured by farmers, fisherfolk, and agrarian reform beneficiaries from the Department of Agrarian Reform, Department of Agriculture, Agricultural Credit Policy Council, Cooperative Development Authority, National Food Authority, and Kedan and Rural Credit Guarantee Corporation, recommending its approval in substitution of Senate Bills number 2744, taking into consideration House Bill number 5702 by Senator Cynthia Villar.
To the calendar for ordinary business.
Committee report number 525, prepared and submitted by the Committee on National Defense and Security, Peace, Unification, and Reconciliation on Senate Bill number 2980 with Senator Estrada as author thereof, an act defining and penalizing espionage and other offenses against national security, recommending its approval in substitution of Senate Bill number 2368 by Senator Estrada.
To the calendar for ordinary business.
Committee report number 526, prepared and submitted by the Committee on Banks, Financial Institution, and Currencies on Senate Bill number 2981 with Senators Villar C. Escudero, and Villar M. as authors thereof, an act providing for a new charter of the Land Bank of the Philippines, repealing for the purpose Section 74 to 100 of Republic Act number 3844 or the Agricultural Land Reform Code as amended, recommending its approval in substitution of Senate Bill numbers 123, 2760, and 2839, sponsor Senator Villar.
To the calendar for ordinary business.
Committee report number 527, prepared and submitted jointly by the Committees on Justice and Human Rights and Finance on Senate Bill number 2982 with Senators Zubiri, Villanueva, Go, Tulfo and Pimentel III as authors thereof, an act defining the scope and extent of the fiscal autonomy of the judicial branch of the government and for other purposes, recommending its approval in substitution of Senate Bill numbers 1996, 2111, and 2659, sponsor Senator Pimentel III.
To the calendar for ordinary business. Majority Leader?
Yes, with the permission of the body, let me take the opportunity also to acknowledge some guests from the gallery. We have with us the congressman from Bicol region, Congressman Kitoko. I can see him in the gallery. Congressman Abet Garcia, who's been around for quite some time. Thank you for being here.
Mr. President, I think
Yes,
he's already
Senator
an adopted senator. He's here every day. Ampunin daw natin siya.
Yes, Majority Leader.
Mr. President, we are in receipt of the Conference Committee report on the disagreeing provisions of Senate Bill number 2575 and House Bill number 10142. These are the bills on the Early Childhood Care and Development Act. With that, I move to recognize Senwin Gatchalian, the chairperson of the Senate panel, to give the highlights of the Conference Committee report. So move, Mr. President.
The Chairman of Education Commission 2, our brother seatmate, Senator Sherwin Gatchalian, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Majority Leader. Mr. President, distinguished colleagues, as the lead conferee of the Senate panel, I have the honor of submitting for ratification a copy of the Bicameral Conference Committee report on the disagreeing provisions of Senate Bill number 2575 and House Bill number 10142, otherwise known as the Early Childhood Care and Development Systems Act. The Senate and the House panels have met and discussed every possible way to work out a reconciled version of our respective bills. Through this proposed measure, a strengthened ECCD system shall aim to achieve universal access to ECCD services for children below 5 years of age in the entire country. To achieve this goal, the bill requires all local government units to ensure that there is at least one child development center in every barangay. It also requires all provinces, cities, municipalities, and barangays to deliver complementary and integrated programs and services for good health, adequate nutrition, quality early childhood education, safety and security, responsive caregiving, opportunities for learning, well-being, sanitation, and cultural activities for children below 5 years of age. It mandates the ECCD Council to develop a national system for registration, early identification, screening, and monitoring of these young children under the ECCD programs. Mr. President, this legislation mandates the ECCD Council to be responsible for establishing national standards, developing policies and programs, and providing technical assistance and support for the ECCD system. But more importantly, it mandates our local government units to be primarily responsible for the implementation of the ECCD system in their respective jurisdictions through ECCD offices to be established under this bill. Families and communities are also considered as crucial stakeholders and are encouraged to participate in the holistic development of our young children. To enable and support our local government, our LGUs, to fulfill this primary responsibility, the bill strengthens the ECCD Council by designating the Secretary of the Department of the Interior and Local Government as ex officio co-chairperson for local government mobilization and overall implementation, emphasizing the DILG's crucial role in overseeing LGUs nationwide. Likewise, the Secretary of the Department of Education shall serve as ex officio co-chairperson for the ECCD curriculum and all matters related to early childhood education in order to facilitate the seamless transition of young children and adequately prepare them for the formal learning system that begins at kindergarten. In addition, the bill expands the composition of the ECCD Council by including new members who will further enhance its policymaking and program implementation. These additional members include the heads of the Department of Agriculture, the Commission on Higher Education, the Technical Education and Skills Development Authority, as well as practitioners, experts, and academicians specializing in early childhood education. But beyond these structural reforms, this measure prioritizes the people at the heart of early childhood education, our child development teachers and child development workers. This bill ensures not only that they are adequately compensated, but also that they receive the professionalization, certification, reskilling, and upskilling they need. Moreover, it provides them scholarship opportunities to support their continuing education and professional growth. Mr. President, today we are not only merely passing a law, we are making a lasting investment in our country's future. A longitudinal study conducted by UNICEF Philippines, published in 2021, found that early childhood education significantly improves mathematics, literacy, and social-emotional skills in the first 5 years of school. Sa pagpapalakas ng ECCD system, itinatatag natin ang pundasyon para sa isang henerasyon ng mga Pilipinong mas handang matuto, magtagumpay, at manguna sa pag-unlad ng ating bansa. Finally, I extend my gratitude to the co-authors of this measure, Senate President Pro Tempore, Senator Jingo Estrada, Senate Majority Leader, Senator Francis Tolentino, Senator Nancy Binay, Senator Pia Cayetano, Senator Rizon Tiveros, Senator Lito Lapid, Senator Lauren Legarda, Senator Amy Marcos, Senator Bong Revilla, Senator Rafi Tulfo, Senator Joel Villanueva, Senator Cynthia Villar, Senator Mark Villar, Senator Mig Zubiri, and our former colleague and now Secretary of Education, Sani Angara. Their unwavering dedication and advocacy for this legislation were the driving forces that brought us to this pivotal moment. To my fellow conferees, Senator Pia Cayetano, Senator Rizon Tiveros, Senator Lauren Legarda, and Senator Joel Villanueva, thank you for your invaluable contributions during the bicameral and bicameral conference meetings, as well as we resolved several issues. I also thank Minority Leader Senator Coco Pimentel for his contributions in refining the bill during the interpellations and the period of amendments. Mr. President, the comprehensive details of the disagreeing provisions are reflected in the joint explanatory statement. With the permission of body, I move that the said joint explanatory statement on the disagreeing provisions of Senate Bill number 2575 and House Bill number 10142 be read in toto into the record, and that the bicameral conference committee report be ratified. Thank you, Mr. President, esteemed colleagues.
Thank you, Senator Gatchalian. Before I recognize the Majority Leader, may I just give a very short manifestation. I believe that the ratification of this crucial measure brings us closer to our shared goal of safeguarding and promoting the well-being of every Filipino child. And with its enactment, we reaffirm our commitment to ensuring that all Filipino children grows up in a nurturing and supportive environment. Again, congratulations are in order for Senator Win Gatchalian, our chairman of Education Commission 2, and as the chairperson of the Senate Conferees to resolve the disagreeing provisions of House Bill number 10142 and Senate Bill number 2575, or the Early Childhood Care and Development System Act. We look forward to its enactment. Thank you very much, Majority Leader.
Mr. President, I move that we approve and ratify the Conference Committee report on the disagreeing provisions of Senate Bill number 2575 and House Bill number 10142, and let the text of the joint explanation be deemed spread the records of this chamber. So move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved. The Conference Committee report on the disagreeing provisions of Senate Bill number 2575 and House Bill number 10142 is hereby approved and ratified. Congratulations, Senator Gatchalian and dear colleagues.
Mr. President. Thank you.
Majority Leader.
Mr. President, we are in receipt of Conference Committee report on the disagreeing provisions of Senate Bill number 2872 and House Bill number 4896. These are the bills on the National Education Support Personal Day Act. With that, I move to recognize once again Senwin Gatchalian, the chairperson of the said panel, to give the highlights of the Conference Committee report. So move, Mr. President.
Hearing no objection, we recognize the distinguished sponsor of the measure, the chairperson of the Senate panel, Senator Sherwin Gatchalian.
Mr. President, distinguished colleagues, as the lead conferee of the Senate panel, I have the honor of submitting for ratification a copy of the Bicameral Conference Committee report on the disagreeing provisions on Senate Bill number 2872 and House Bill number 4896, otherwise known as the National Education Support Personnel Day Act. The Senate and House panels have met and discussed every possible way to work out a reconciled version of our respective bills. We have come up with a piece of legislation that seeks to acknowledge the invaluable contributions of a group, often working behind the scenes within our education sector, the education support personnel. Under this proposed measure, we seek to declare every 16th of May as a special working holiday to be known as the National Education Support Personnel Day. This day seeks to recognize the persons employed in teaching-related and non-teaching positions by any public or private school, college, university, or any educational institution. Sila ang ating teaching assistants, registrars, librarians, doctors, nurses, school division counselors, school counselor associates, guidance counselors, psychologists, clerks, at iba pang bumubuo ng professional, administrative, technical, and general staff na sumusuporta sa ating mga mag-aaral at guro. Through this bill, we propose that the Department of Education and the Commission on Higher Education shall serve as the lead agencies in the preparation and implementation of the annual program of activities for the observance of the National Education Support Personnel Day. Moreover, to ensure a meaningful observance of this day, the heads of national government agencies and government-owned and/or controlled corporations involved in education, local government units, and private sector employees involved in education are encouraged to allow their personnel to participate in related activities within their respective offices or establishments. Mr. President, our education support personnel are the backbone of our basic and higher education institution, with over 107,000 personnel in the Department of Education alone and more than 63,000 in state universities and colleges. Their collective contributions are indispensable to the academic, social, and emotional development of our learners and students. This measure is a recognition of their hard work and the assurance that their role in our education system does not go unnoticed. Finally, I extend my gratitude to the co-authors of this measure, Senate President Pro Tempore, Senator Jinggoy Estrada, Senator Bato de la Rosa, Senator Lito Lapid, Senator Bong Revilla, and Senator Mark Villar. Their unwavering dedication and advocacy for this legislation were the driving forces that brought us to this pivotal moment. To my fellow conferees, Senate President Pro Tempore Senator Jinggoy Estrada, Senator Minority Leader Senator Coco Pimentel, Senator Lito Lapid, and Senator Bong Revilla, thank you for your invaluable contributions during the bicameral conference meeting. Mr. President, the comprehensive details of the disagreeing provisions are reflected in the joint explanatory statement. With the permission of the body, I move that the said joint explanatory statement on the disagreeing provisions of Senate Bill number 2872 and House Bill number 4896 be read in toto into the record and the bicameral conference committee report be ratified. Thank you, Mr. President, esteemed colleagues.
Thank you, Senator Gatchalian. Majority Leader.
Mr. President, I move that we approve and ratify the Conference Committee report on the disagreeing provisions of Senate Bill number 2872 and House Bill number 4896 and let the text of the joint explanation be deemed spread in the records of this chamber. So move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved. The Conference Committee report on the disagreeing provisions of Senate Bill number 2872 and House Bill number 4896 is hereby approved and ratified. Congratulations again to the authors, especially to Chairman Sherwin Gatchalian.
Mr. President, I move that we transfer from the calendar for ordinary business to the calendar for special orders, Committee Report number 527 on Senate Bill number 2982. This is the bill on the Fiscal Autonomy Act of the Judicial Branch of Government. So move, Mr.
Is there any
President.
objection? Hearing none, the motion of the majority leader is carried.
I move that we consider Senate Bill number 2982 under Committee Report number 527.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved. Consideration of Senate Bill number 2982 is now in order. The secretary is directed to read only the title of the measure without prejudice to insert into the records the whole text thereof.
An act defining the scope and extent of the fiscal autonomy of the judicial branch of the government and for other purposes.
Majority Leader?
Mr. President, I move to recognize our Minority Leader, Senator Aquilino Pimentel III, Chairperson of the Committee on Justice and Human Rights, to deliver his sponsorship speech.
The hard-working minority leader, Senator Coco Pimentel, is hereby recognized to sponsor the measure.
Thank you, Mr. President. And so, Mr. President and my dear esteemed colleagues, thank you for giving way to this representation to deliver this sponsorship speech. Tonight, it is with a profound sense of duty as the chairman of the Committee on Justice of the Senate that I stand before you to sponsor Senate Bill number 2982 under Committee Report number 527, or which is entitled An Act Defining the Scope and Extent of the Fiscal Autonomy of the Judicial Branch of the Government and for Other Purposes. As the chairman of the Committee on Justice, I am committed to ensuring that our legislative actions align with the values and aspirations of our people. One such initiative is the Fiscal Autonomy Act. I am a Judicial Fiscal Autonomy Act, a bill I am privileged to sponsor, which seeks to affirm and fortify the fiscal independence of our judiciary, ensuring that it can operate free from external influence and financial hindrances. In sponsoring this measure, we fulfill a fundamental promise enshrined in our Constitution, as stated in Section 3, Article 8 of the 1987 Constitution. The judiciary shall enjoy fiscal autonomy. Appropriations for the judiciary may not be reduced by the legislature below the amount appropriated for the previous year, and after approval shall be automatically and regularly released. This bill guarantees that the judiciary's budget is safeguarded against any reductions and ensures automatic and timely releases, allowing it to function with the independence and impartiality that our people deserve and that a functioning, objective justice system requires. Moreover, our bill requires the Supreme Court to submit an annual, or allows the Supreme Court to submit its annual budget proposal directly to Congress, with a copy furnished the Department of Budget and Management, which is empowered to suggest revisions, but only after consulting with the court. And of course, to ensure transparency, the measure provides that all expenditures and revenues of the judiciary shall be subject to post-audit by the Commission on Audit under pertinent laws, rules, and regulations. Do not worry, because there is no surrendering of the power of the purse of Congress, because it will still be Congress as a deliberative body which will decide the final level of the budget of the judiciary, of course subject to the constitutional provision that I have just mentioned. So this measure is not just another legislative measure, it is a vital step toward upholding our country's core values of justice, transparency, and the rule of law. By ensuring the judiciary's financial independence, we strengthen the foundation of our democratic institutions and protect the integrity of our judicial and legal systems. Thank you very much, Mr. President. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Pimentel. Majority Leader.
Mr. President, I move that we suspend consideration of Senate Bill number 2982.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the motion of the Majority Leader is carried.
Mr. President, I move that we transfer from the calendar for ordinary business to the calendar for special orders committee report number 525 on Senate Bill number 2980. This is the bill on defining and penalizing espionage. So move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the motion of the Majority Leader is approved.
I move that we consider Senate Bill number 2980 under committee report number 525.
Is there any objection? There being none, the motion is approved. Consideration of Senate Bill number 2980 is now in order. The Secretary is directed to read the title of the measure without prejudice to inserting into the records the whole text thereof.
An act defining and penalizing espionage and other offenses against national security.
Majority Leader.
To sponsor the measure, I move to recognize Senator Jigoy Estrada, Chairperson of the Committee on National Defense and Security, Peace, Unification, and Reconciliation, to deliver the sponsorship speech.
The beloved brother of the Deputy Majority Leader, the Chairperson of the Senate Committee on National Defense and Security, Peace, Unification, and Reconciliation, Senator Jinggoy Ejercito Estrada, is hereby recognized to sponsor the measure.
Thank you, Mr. President. My dear colleagues, in the past few days, there had been a number of disturbing news articles reporting about the arrest of alleged spies in our country. Last January 17, 2025, the National Bureau of Investigation, together with the Armed Forces of the Philippines, apprehended in Makati City a suspected Chinese sleeper agent, a technical software engineer allegedly involved in espionage activities, alongside with 2 Filipino cohorts. Among the confiscated equipment were, and I quote, devices used to survey critical infrastructure such as military camps, LGU offices, power plants, police camps, and even shopping malls, closed quote. The NBI said that they, and again I quote, were able to establish that they engaged in ISR operations, meaning intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance operations, to the prejudice of our national defense, considering that their targets are mostly critical infrastructures connected to national security. End of quote. Only a few days after that, in January 30, 2025, the NBI and the AFP presented to the media 5 foreign nationals, Chinese, suspected of espionage, following separate pursuit operations in Palawan, in the Ninoy Aquino International Airport, and in Dumaguete City, Negros Oriental. The suspects arrested in Palawan reportedly set up a CCTV cameras facing the sea without the permission of the resort owner where they were staying. Residents were also alarmed when the Chinese nationals who claimed to be tourists from Taiwan were taking cell phone videos of the Philippine Coast Guard ship in the area. They were purportedly monitoring the Coast Guard and Philippine Navy activities, including the resupply missions in the West Philippine Sea. According to the Bureau of Immigration, the arrested suspects have been living in the Philippines for decades and already embedded themselves here. No less than the AFP Chief of Staff, General Romeo Browner Jr., admitted that these cases are just the tip of the iceberg. And I quote, iilan pa lang ang nahuli natin, marami pa ito. On top of these, there is the notorious case of Alice Go, or Go Waping, who was unmasked as a spy, an allegation which the dismissed Bamban Tarlac mayor denies. Mr. President, lubos na nakakabahala po ang mga nabanggit na ulat na ito. Nagpapasalamat po tayo sa mga otoridad sa kanilang pagtugis sa mga kriminal na nagmamanman at nagmamatyag sa kilos ng ating pamahalaan at ng sambayanang Pilipino para pagkakitaan o ipasa ang mahalagang impormasyon sa ibang bansa. The arrested suspects, according to published reports, will be charged with violations of Commonwealth Act number 616 or an act to punish espionage and other offenses against the national security. However, the World War II era policy approved on June 4, 1941 is in serious need of an update. Sa titulo pa lamang ng batas nito, Commonwealth Act, panahon pa po ito kung kailan kontrolado ang ating bansa ng mga Amerikano. Sa katunayan, sa batas na ito ay 35 beses pong nabanggit ang Estados Unidos sa ilang mga probisyon na ito. Moreover, if one will read the said law side by side against the United States Espionage Act of 1917, one can easily notice that many provisions of our very own Commonwealth Act number 616 were directly lifted verbatim from the American counterpart. Napapanahon na po na magkaroon tayo ng sariling atin base sa ating mga interes at mga pangangailangan bilang isang malayang bansa. Further, the penalties for espionage prescribed under our existing laws are nothing more than a slap on the wrist. Under Article 117 of the Revised Penal Code, anyone who is guilty of espionage, that is someone who enters a military establishment to obtain, without authority, any information or confidential data related to national defense, shall be meted with prison correctional or imprisonment of only 6 months and 1 day up to 6 years. Under Section 8 of the Commonwealth Act, anyone who takes a photograph of a military installation or equipment without permission may only be punished by imprisonment of not more than 1 year or a fine of not more than 2,000 pesos. Meanwhile, obtaining an unlawful disclosure of national defense information to be used to the injury of the Philippines or the advantage of any foreign nation is punishable by 10 and 20-year imprisonment respectively. Mr. President, we believe that these penalties are not commensurate to the grave offenses affecting no less than the security, stability, and peace of our country. As your chairperson of the Senate Committee on National Defense, Security, Peace, Unification, and Reconciliation, I have the distinct honor to sponsor Senate Bill number 2980 under Committee Report 525, or an act defining and penalizing espionage and other offense against national security. Heeding the clamor of our top national security officials to come up with a stronger and updated law against espionage, we are pleased to present this committee report for consideration, deliberation, and scrutiny of this august body. Ito po ay patunay na ang inyong Senado ay nakikinig at hindi bingi sa panawagan ng ating pamahalaan. And this representation wishes to acknowledge the assistance of numerous executive bodies, namely the National Intelligence Coordinating Agency, or the NICA, Department of National Defense, Department of Foreign Affairs, Armed Forces of the Philippines, Philippine National Police, Philippine Coast Guard, and National Security Council, among others, particularly their intelligence services, for lending their expertise and precious time to the committee in crafting this measure. And under our substitute bill, we propose stiffer penalties for espionage, that is life imprisonment without the benefit of parole and the benefits of Republic Act number 10592, such as allowance for good conduct and fine of 20 to 50 million pesos. We are also expanding espionage to cover cyber attacks and digital, electronic access and transmission of information, as these technologies are currently beyond the reach of the law, simply because they don't exist 84 years ago when the law was conceived and implemented. If this will eventually become a law, this will serve as a warning to all spies, lahat ng mga espiya who are here in the country. Get out! Umalis na kayo! Umalis na kayo ngayon at tantanan nyo ang paniniktik dito sa ating bansa kung ayaw nyo mabulok sa bilangguan. Huwag na rin kayo magtangkang manghimasok at makialam dito. I humbly seek the support of my esteemed colleagues in moving this important and timely piece of legislation in order to address a clear and present danger and correct the weaknesses in our laws. Sa ngayon po ay nag-iisa ang inyong lingkod bilang may akda ng panukalang ito. Kaya umaasa po ako ng inyong suporta at pakikisa sa lahat ng miyembro ng bulwagang ito sa hangarin mapagtibay ang ating batas laban sa mga espiya, parusahan at palayasin sila sa ating mga teritoryo, yung mga inchik dyan. At higit sa lahat, protektahan ang pambansang seguridad at soberanya. Maraming salamat, Ginoong Pangulo, at palayasin na yung mga espiya, lalong-lalo na yung mga inchik dyan. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you very much, Senator Jinggoy Estrada. If I may ask the good gentleman, sponsor of the measure, that this representation be allowed to be your co-author, co-sponsor of the measure. If we can turn on the microphone, because I hear an affirmative response.
Gladly, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sponsor. For this reason, I'd like to put into the records that the amendment of our almost 84 years old Espionage Act is crucial. The passage of this measure will definitely enhance our prevailing law to make it more applicable to the present, especially in the era of modern technology. We should also be equipped against cyber espionage and digital warfare, Your Honors. Thank you very much, Senator Estrada. What is the pleasure of the gentleman from Bukidnon, Senator Zubiri?
Yes, may I also be made a co-sponsor and co-author of the good gentleman. We join him in our vigilance, to protect our shores both in and outside of our territorial waters and inland domains.
Thank you, Senator Zubiri.
Gladly, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator.
And just to put
Jinggoy.
on record, this has nothing to do with wives also that are spying against us.
Your wife is spying against you, Your
magaling yung
Honor?
tracking. Magaling sila mag-track ng
Are you also claiming
husbands.
that, Your Honor?
No, that was just you can scratch that off the record. I was just kidding.
So you are just kidding. Sometimes your jokes seems real to me. Anyway, Majority Leader.
Mr. President, our Majority Leader, Senator Francis Tolentino, would like to deliver his co-sponsorship speech on the measure.
The gentleman from Cavite, Senator Francis Tolentino, is hereby recognized, our Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, esteemed colleagues, I likewise join our esteemed chairman of the Senate Committee on National Defense, and I seek again the recognition and permission that I be made a co-sponsor of the same measure, Mr. President.
Definitely, Mr. President.
Mr. President, my strong support and co-sponsorship of this crucial bill is aimed at updating our espionage laws. Mr. President, last January 27, 2025, I filed Senate Bill 2951, the Comprehensive Counter-Foreign Interference Act, Mr. President. Mr. President, recent events such as the arrest of Deng Huang King, as mentioned by Senator Estrada, an alleged Chinese spy alongside his Filipino cohorts, have highlighted the significant threats to our national security. This case revealed possible extensive operations by China aimed at infiltrating our security infrastructure, particularly as tensions escalate in the West Philippine Sea. Mr. President, 2 weeks ago, this representation conducted an inquiry relative to the underwater drones or the submarine drones and sophisticated surveillance activities, further illustrating the urgency of this matter. Mr. President, the proposed amendments aim to extend anti-espionage provisions to times of peace and introduce harsher penalties. Mr. President, in an era of rapid technological advancement, it is crucial that our laws evolve to address cyber threats and electronic transmission of sensitive information. Strengthening our legal framework is vital in protecting classified government information and ensuring our national security remains intact. The time to act, Mr. President, is now. We must revisit and amend our antiquated laws to confront the challenges of today's security landscape. Let us unite in our efforts to pass this legislation and safeguard our nation's future. As a co-sponsor, I likewise urge our fellow lawmakers to join us in supporting this measure. Together, we can ensure our legal framework is equipped to handle current and future threats to national security. Maraming salamat po, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Senator Tolentino, Majority Leader. Senator
Mr. President, I move that we suspend consideration of Senate Bill number 2980.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the motion of the Majority Leader is carried.
Mr. President, I move that we resume consideration of Senate Bill number 2945 under Committee Report number 469. This is the bill on the amendments to the Freeport area of Bataan. So move, Mr.
Is
President.
there any objection? Hearing none, the motion of the Majority Leader is carried.
Having sponsored the measure, I move to open the period of interpellation. Recognize the sponsor, Senator Juan Miguel Zubiri, and to interpellate our Minority Leader, Senator Aquilino Pimentel III.
Hearing no objection, we recognize the distinguished sponsor of the measure, Senator Juan Miguel Zubiri, and to interpolate our Minority Leader, Senator Coco Pimentel.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. President. Maybe our sponsor wants to open with the statement, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President, just an overview. The AFAB Amendments Bill seeks to further strengthen the investment promotion powers of the authority of the Freeport area of Bataan. It seeks to accomplish this through introduction of new powers that will make it more globally competitive, as well as amendments that will further clarify its regulatory jurisdiction. The AFAB has proven to be a top-performing investment promotion agency, IPA, and these new amendments will only further strengthen its capacity to contribute to the national economy. So we'll gladly
Thank you,
accept
Mr. President.
questions from the good minority floor.
So even at this late hour, Mr. President, we will accommodate our sponsor because he has reported this out. So
yes, sir.
This is important. He has found our committee has found this important enough to be reported out. So for interpellation and discussion, and of course. We recognize, we acknowledge the presence of Congressman Abet Garcia of Bataan, Mr. President. And we're also doing this for him because I think all of us here in the Senate, we owe the Garcia family and Abet Garcia parang some sort of, ano ba tawag doon? Debt of gratitude, political gratitude because we all won in the province of Bataan.
Including myself, Your Honor.
Due to the help
Yes.
of the Garcia family, Mr. President.
Yes.
But
Thank
we should be honest with our I'm assuming that Congressman Abet Garcia is the author of this bill in the House.
Yes, sir.
But let us be honest with the congressman that a lot of us here found the new powers to be granted to this Freeport Authority to be more than the ordinary or the usual powers that the legislature has given to the other IPAs, Mr. President. And then correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. President, Mr. Sponsor, but I get the impression that when we enacted that law which created the FIRB, diba, to put order and rationalizing also to put hierarchy, diba, an orderly hierarchy, a clear hierarchy in the investment promotions agencies. Akala ko the goal was, one of the objectives was to more or less make the IPAs equal in their powers and jurisdiction, and then so that they can compete with each other on equal footing then. Diba? I got that impression when we passed that law. Anong law yan?
Parity. It's like parity.
Parity, yes. So may we get the reaction from our sponsor?
You're correct, sir. You're
kaya nga,
basically- yes, yeah, but of course, AFAB naman, with due respect to them, their performance has been phenomenal the past few years, and they really want to get in more investments and attract more investments. And they've been doing a great job, and they see that all these additional powers is really because of the bottlenecks that they go through, the difficulties that they go through, and it is actually mirrored here, and this is what they're asking for as additional powers. But you're absolutely correct. We passed the create more to rationalize all our IPAs on the requests, particularly on the tax exemptions, Your Honor. So I cannot argue with you on that. That's
But how about as to their powers, their jurisdiction? Didn't we also want to parang equalize them, the IPAs?
Yeah, well, the good congressman is saying that if you want to be globally competitive, we have to look outward rather than inward. And they believe that these amendments to the AFAB law will further strengthen and invite more investors to come into their area, Your Honor.
Okay, how many IPAs do we have, Mr. President?
Several, Your Honor. Maybe seven? I'm not sure. I don't want to. They're coming from the good congressman, it's seven. But that would be Clark, Subic, AFAB, CESA, APECO, Zamboanga. These are the ones with government funding, Your Honor. Huh? PES.
And the PESA.
And the PESA.
Marami yung PESA.
Marami yung PESA.
Yeah, so kaya para to justify kasi lalabas dito, okay we can release AFAB from the constraints that we have created kasi sabi natin to be globally competitive. Yeah, it's our discretion, di ba? Yes. But if we were to rank the IPAs in terms of performance, I do not know kung anong, let's just explain later kung anong parameters ginamit natin sa ranking natin. Where would AFAB be, Mr. President?
As far as I know, only 3 successful Freeports, Subic, Clark, and AFAB.
So as far as the good congressman is concerned, our premier resource person, is that he knows of only 3 IPAs that are performing well, and that is Clark, Subic, Freeport zones, Clark, Subic, and AFAB, Your Honor. So we don't have a rank on how it would be. We don't have anyone from the DOF or the NEDA here. But according to the good congressman, tatlo lang talaga ang nagpa-perform na yun.
And AFAB has the least national government support.
And AFAB has the least national government support from funding, from infra, and that is what is reported by our resource person.
So yes, may we know how much the national government is extending as a subsidy ba? When it's given, it's in the budget, it's called a subsidy.
Yearly budget. Yeah. About 150 million a year, Mr. President, Your Honor.
So the national government gives us a subsidy to AFAB 150 million pesos, more or less, a year.
That's correct, Your Honor.
Okay, but how much is the corporate operating budget of AFAB, including the national government subsidy?
Maybe I can ask for a minute suspension, Mr. President. Mr. President, minute suspension.
Minute suspension, Mr. President.
Session suspended.
Your Honor, is 2.5 billion.
Yes.
IFA.
And my staff tells me that for 2025, 200 million daw yung subsidy from under the GA. Tama pa ba?
292 million. I was just told.
292 pa.
200 million.
Mataas pa. 292 daw. How much? Okay. Okay, so 292 coming from the national government through the GAA, but the entire corporate operating budget is 2.5 billion. So more or less may mga 2.2 billion coming from, maybe you know the sources of the other.
Actually, 2.4 billion. Internally generated funds.
So they have internally generated funding of 2.4 billion.
Yes, yes. Coming. How do they generate the internal funds?
Rentals, fees, power distribution, Your Honor. Registration, taxes. What's your income? What's the income? May income ba kayo?
Okay, ngayon with the new powers and actually new regulatory din yata, jurisdiction or powers, how will this affect the revenues, internally generated revenues of AFAB?
How will it help you increase your income with the new powers? How come? But how? What's the...
Because kunyari sa existing ngayon, 2.4 billion na. So then we have new powers and new jurisdictions here. How will this affect the bottom line of AFAB?
What particular...
Increase? More revenues?
Well, they're saying that because of that, it will increase more investments, therefore increase the income. But I'm actually asking them also, Your Honor, how?
Projections
Yes,
also.
just a
Meron ba
projection, but
projections?
specifically, how will it increase?
Yes, and how?
How?
With more investments, will be able to generate.
Sir, if it's a regulatory sandbox,
Ano ba yan?
SEC memorandum, and wala, ang tingin ko sir, nag-a-apply lang siya sa BSP regulated.
Wala ko naintindihan dito.
But isn't that your problem? It's not internally your problem. Okay. They get turned off, Your Honor, according to the quick explanation from my resource persons behind me. The investors get turned off because of the heavy regulatory requirements done by agencies. I thought it would be within the jurisdiction of their AFAB, these regulatory requirements. Apparently, they're national government requirements. Am I correct? Yeah. Which now with this new powers that they're requesting and amendments to the bill, it now becomes a one-stop shop.
Yes.
One-stop shop for
The AFAB will now replace some of the national regulatory bodies.
Yes.
Okay. Which would be affected? Which of the regulatory bodies would be affected by the new powers to be given to and new jurisdictions to be given to AFAB?
So, for example, yung mga existing like with regards to ports, wala na.
Ports. So, for example, with the ports,
Yes, PPA.
PPA,
Oh,
that's
AFAB na.
one. I would believe, how about the DNR?
DNR that was passed in the last amendment.
So a last amendment, okay na. So okay na pala yun.
Sa PPA po?
So DNR, last amendment daw ng AFAB, nasama na po yung sa DNR, 2019.
What jurisdiction of the DNR was delegated?
Will be performed by the AFAB.
The functions daw of the DNR will be performed by AFAB. That's already an existing law.
Yes,
sir.
oo nga.
Yeah, we passed that one.
And then now the ports, AFAB na.
Ports.
May reclamation
Ano pa?
bata. So PRA, so as far as reclamation is concerned, AFAB does not need to involve the Philippine Reclamation Authority. Total discretion and decision making of AFAB na.
That's correct. Existing under that law we passed in 2019, no?
So that's existing right now? What's the interpretation of AFAB? How far into the waters is your authority to reclaim disregarding PRA's jurisdiction?
Municipal waters, according to
15? 15 kilometers? 15 kilometers. But it's still found on page 7, kasi page 7, can we take a look at that, Mr. President? Page 7, line 15.
Yung mga existing, clarify.
Yung mga existing, according to them, yung mga existing powers already from the old law, clarify lang nila po, Your Honor. That's what there's, to avoid gray areas.
But it's a legitimate topic for discussion kasi naka-bold face po ito, so it's really it's an amendment. Found on page 7.
Buti wala dito si Senator Villar.
Page 7.
Allergic sa reclamation yun.
But Mr. President, ito rin one thing one trend that we have noticed is that parang you are AFAB wants to exercise parang ano ba to? Greater regulation parang up to micromanaging your locators or registered enterprises kasi for example ito page 19 line 16 to 22 to ensure proper implementation and effective monitoring of incentive availments, the AFAB shall assess the financial statements and reports of registered enterprises. The audited financial statements and reports shall be the primary basis of declaration for purposes of filing and or compliance with the BIR and other concerned government agencies. So, before these business enterprises submit their documents to the BIR, they have to submit this to the same documents to AFAB for AFAB to assess them.
As a regulatory, the main and the first regulatory agency, that was one of the suggestion of AFAB. That
New
they
power
would be the first one to check the book since sila yung main regulator ng mga...
Yes, that is one of the powers they're requesting. As the main regulatory body, that they be the first to be given those documents. Kasi pag BIR, wala na daw silang magagawa.
No, pero,
Is that to help?
Hindi ba ang submission of financial documents to AFAB is for what purpose? And isn't that purpose different from the submission of the financial documents to BIR? Di ba iba naman ang tax yata ang i-collect ng BIR?
Yeah, to determine the revenues. So that
To determine the revenues so that the incentives will be properly be applied.
Kasi for example, yung 5% on gross...
For example, yung 5% on gross income.
Yeah, so which is an incentive of the
It's
Freeport.
an incentive of Freeport. So therefore, they need to look at the documents to see if they're qualified for that 5%
Pag nauna sa
gross
BIR,
incentive.
wala na silang magawa.
Kasi pag nauna daw sa BIR, wala na daw silang magagawa, wala na may ibibigay.
So as the main regulator,
So as the main regulator, they want to be the one to audit. Yeah.
First priority in auditing. Tawagin na lang natin ng ganun. This is a new power or
that is a new power.
That's a new power. Bakit ba? What's wrong with the current system? Without this, you're still a top performing IPA even without this. So why do we have to do this na baka naman parang extra step, hindi ba parang bureaucratic layer po?
Parang dagdag regulatory yan. Parang dagdag layer.
You're the unnecessary steps.
Ease of doing business.
Yes, kaya nga, unnecessary steps. Hindi po.
still 2 steps. Kaya lang, imbis na mauna yung BIR, mauna yung AFA. Pag BIR, wala na silang magawa.
It's their claim, Mr. President, that they'll be given the chance first to review the documents of the financial documents of the company or the locators para
To determine the accuracy.
to determine the accuracy of the documents given to them before it's actually given to the BIR.
Kung tama yung
yung sa tax availments, on the tax availments of these locators, Your Honor. But it's it's a new. I don't. Is that in any IPA? No, wala.
No, pero it's a difficult.
Yeah. So yes, it's a novel proposal.
Don't you accept the documents of the registered enterprises at face value? Diba? And then you look at it and then you now apply the parameters of your law and regulations kung ano ba ang incentives niya. Kung, di ba? You mean to say AFAB will discuss with the registered enterprises the contents of their financial statements and adjust some of the contents before they submit it to BIR? Is that the purpose?
Right now, what's happening is that
Right now, what's happening is the BIR is doing that same thing with the locator.
and the end result, AFAB just have to accept it.
And then the end result is AFAB has to accept what the BIR will say.
Hindi kasi ako ang aking opinion is the responsibility ng businesses yun ang kanilang FS eh. Both the BIR and the AFAB must accept at face value the financial statements of the registered enterprises. So that's why I do not get why the need for that parang naging preliminary step muna. Registered enterprise coordinates with AFAB before registered enterprise submits to BIR. I want to see the value of that preliminary or intermediate step before the registered enterprise submits the FS to the BIR.
No, I agree with you that it's an additional layer of red tape. I want not red tape, but regulatory function that's unnecessary. But yes, so that's the request of the AFAB.
No, that's why we want to understand.
Components.
Kasi maraming laman dito, Mr. President. For example, itong page 18, lines, section 4 balito, lines 8 to 11. The AFAB shall exercise the aforementioned powers and functions with due independence, while ensuring close coordination with other government agencies except as otherwise provided within this act. So, parang yung autonomy ni AFAB, pinapalawak natin, tapos yung kanya ngayong power and jurisdiction over its locators or registered enterprises, pinapalakas ngayon natin. Tapos meron pa nga rito na about the search warrant, iba standard. If there's a search in AFAB jurisdiction or area, sabi ng law, pinatataas pa nila yung, ano ba tawag mo dyan? Threshold. Threshold before a search warrant should be issued when the search is inside AFAB. So, bakit ganun yung approach natin? Parang AFAB becomes, what is the plan? Is AFAB parang semi-autonomous republic?
Parang Barm. Parang Barm.
Napansin lang po namin, this is just an observation. We have to be honest with the congressman.
I'm glad also, Your Honor, as a sponsor, because this was the request of our dear friend, Congressman Abed Garcia. I'm glad that these issues are being taken up also in the floor to put on record the probable contentious issues that may be brought out later, rather than sooner, and will affect the validity of the law, and at the same time, maybe we might be in the tail end of the brunt of government agencies. But I'm glad that you're pointing this out so that the good proponents will also be able to hear that side of the coin, basically to put proper perspective on the request that they're asking for.
And these ideas or new ideas or approaches actually distract us. What is really our main purpose? Let us strengthen the AFAB as an investment promotions agency. So yun na lang siguro gawin natin. Let's not make it parang a police state or semi-autonomous area.
Is that investor one doorstep?
Pwede ba tayo mag-stick na lang?
And the reason for this now, Mr. President, or my dear Minority Floor Leader, is that the investors want doorstep services. Ayaw na nilang maraming kausap. Yeah.
And that's being globally competitive. At par with.
And they say that's being globally competitive. I don't know though if other agencies, other like Clark and Subic, also give that same service. I'm not sure. I'm not sure if the locator in Clark also has the problems of dealing with many government agencies. Parang hindi. I think.
Wouldn't the one-stop shop concept work? Masyadong hindi nagko-cooperate ba ang mga agencies even if
Supposed
you
to be,
give them
Mr. President,
space
supposed to
in
be.
APAP?
Because I remember talking to, I had several investors at one time, Americans that wanted to put up EV plants, electric vehicle plants in Clark. And I had a chance to talk to Chair Clark, CDC Chair Agnes de Venedera. And basically what she was promoting was a one-stop shop for them.
Mr. President, correct me if I'm wrong, especially those more familiar with siyempre itong mga economic zone and free ports. Parang naisip ko ito kasi one-stop shop approach or itong ang requested is a delegation of power. Doon kami kinakabahan sa delegation of power because we have already a framework or a system in place and then we want to break that system by exempting AFAB from the normal regulatory processes or system. So that's a delegation of power binibigyan na. So how come unless sabihin sa atin na a one-stop shop idea will not work or will never work in AFAB. And then tanong why? Why have we given up on the one-stop shop possible solution?
Entity really being empowered to run.
May I ask for 1 minute suspension, Mr. President?
Session suspended. Session resumed.
Mr. President, I move to suspend consideration of Senate Bill number 2945.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the motion is approved.
Mr. President, I move that we consider and adopt proposed Senate Resolution number 1303. This is the resolution urging the national government to promote, support, and collaborate with the University of the Philippines, National College of Public Administration and Governance, the Association of Schools of Public Administration of the Philippines, and the Philippine Society for Public Administration in advancing the practice of public administration in the country, and in commemorating the Public Administration Week every second week of June.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the resolution is hereby adopted.
Mr. President, I move that the sponsorship speech of Senate President Francis Chis Escudero be inserted in the records.
So inserted.
Mr. President, I move that we proceed to the Senate President's designation of Senate conferees to the Conference Committee in the disagreement provisions of Senate Bill number 2620 and the House Bill number 6772, that the bill on the amendments to the Universal Care Act. So moved, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the motion is approved. Sorry, Miss. Ito ba yan? Is there any objection? Being none, the motion is approved. The following members are hereby designated as the conferees to the Conference Committee on the Disagreeing Provisions of Senate Bill number 2620 and House Bill number 6772. They are Senator J.V. Arcito as the chairperson, Senator Bongo, Senator Pia Cayetano, Senator Bato de la Rosa, Senator Risa Hontiveros, representing the minority.
Mr. President, I move for the Senate President's designation of the members of the Senate contingent of the Joint Congressional Oversight Committee on Universal Health Care pursuant to Section 39 of Republic Act number 11223, the Universal Health Care Act. So moved, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the following senators are hereby designated as the Senate contingent of the Joint Congressional Oversight Committee on Universal Health Care. Senator Bongo as the chairperson, being the chairperson of the Committee on Health and Demography, and members, Senator J.V. Arcito, Senator Pia Cayetano, Senator Bato de la Rosa, and Senator Risa Hontiveros, representing the minority. So designated.
Mr. President, I move that we adjourn the session until 3 o'clock in the afternoon of Wednesday, February 5. I'm sorry, Mr. President, I withdraw that motion. Mr. President, Senator Ronald Bato de la Rosa would like his co-sponsorship speech be for Senate Bill number 2980 or the Espionage Bill be inserted in the records.
So inserted.
Mr. President, I move to change the primary committee referral of Senate Bill number 2977, the bill prohibiting the stockpiling of biological and toxin weapons, from the Committee on Public Order and Dangerous Drugs to the Committee on National Defense and Security, Peace, Unification, and Reconciliation, and to make a secondary referral thereof to the Committee on Public Order and Dangerous Drugs. So move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, motion is approved.
Mr. President, I move that we adjourn the session until 3 o'clock in the afternoon of Wednesday, February 5, 2025.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the session is adjourned until 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Wednesday, February 5, 2025. Good night to everyone.